Hey guys, welcome back to channel. So today we going to see what if Naruto accidentally teleport in Final Fantasy and got harem. Let's start. Chapter 1. This is your story, listen to my story. This may be our last chance. A beaten, bruised and bloodied Naruto lay coughing on the ground as Madara stood over him, giving off a low chuckle as he crossed his arms over his chest. Sasuke laid a few meters away in a pile of rubble, his own sword impaled in his chest. The Jinchuriki tried to stand, but his arms were nearly destroyed from extended use of the Rasengan and Rasenshuriken. Madara looked down at him, eyes blazing with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. "You have been a thorn in my side for too long, Kyuubi," Madara said in a calm, menacing tone. "Now, your Bijuu's power will be mine, and the Jubi will awaken. There is nothing more you can do to halt the course of fate. I can't believe I'm just gonna lose here. This can't be happening. Why am I here? Why have I come all this way? It's all for nothing if I don't win. I wanna win. I need to win," Naruto shouted in his mind, as a red aura began to form around him. Madara looked unimpressed and simply stamped down on Naruto's chest, but his foot was caught by a clawed hand. He raised an eyebrow at the blonde shinobi's reflexes, and jumped away as a beam of pure Yuki shot straight for his face. Naruto jumped up from the ground, landing in a crouch with his claws digging into the soft dirt. The ground began to burn as the chakra cloak intensified, covering Naruto's entire body as two ethereal tails floated behind him. "I thought I told you already. It's a big problem for me if you get yourself killed," Naruto said in a deep, demonic voice. Madara noticed this and his eyes narrowed. "Kyuubi, I see you deigned my worthy to face in person," he said, taking a mocking bow. "I'm simply settling a score, Uchiha Madara. Your Sharingan will not help you this time. This time, you are vulnerable and I will destroy you, make no mistake of that," Kyuubi said, baring its fangs. The possessed Jinchuriki raced forward, aiming to take a swipe at Madara's cloaked torso. The last Uchiha tried to jump backwards but was caught across the chest with a chakra-enhanced slash, the flesh around the wound burning instantly. His eyes widened as he saw the claws actually harm him. "What? Why isn't the Sharingan protecting me?" he thought, having to clench his teeth to keep from crying out in pain, his eyes screwed shut. Kyuubi took this time to attack again, rebounding off of a large rock in order to fly at the pain-stricken Uchiha. Madara opened his eyes in time to use Amaterasu, forcing the Bijuu to change its course. The beast landed on all fours with his back to his opponent and lashed out with a foot, connecting with Madara's leg and sweeping his feet out from under him. He fell to the ground, where Kyuubi pounced at him, intent on ripping his heart out. Madara countered with a Gukakyu no Jutsu, the Bijuu being thrown into the air by the force of the jutsu. The true Akatsuki leader then glared at Naruto with his narrowed Sharingan eyes, activating the Kamui in order to incapacitate his opponent. He aimed the rift for Naruto's right arm, hoping to halt any further attacks. However, Kyuubi's slash had taken its toll. He could not fully control his body due to the pain, and so his eye moved, aiming instead for the Jinchuriki's torso. The dimensional rift opened and began to pull Naruto into it. Madara's eyes widened in shock and anger, and tried to deactivate the Dujutsu. However, it was too late. The jutsu had taken effect, and Naruto had been swallowed into the rift, leaving only a few wisps of Yuki behind. Madara fell to his knees and slammed his fist into the ground in rage, as he had just lost the final key to his mission. "Damn! I have failed." Naruto stood before the Kyuubi's cage, the sewer waters running thick with red Yuki, looking almost like blood. "Kyuubi? What's happening? I should be dead after that jutsu, we both should be. That jutsu did what it was made to do. It sent you and by default, me, to another dimension. Which dimension, I'm afraid, I do not know. But I'm sure that wherever you are, it will be better than with those ungrateful bastards in the village. That answers one of my questions. Now, how do we get back?" "Well, we can't. The odds are about 1,000,000,000 to 1 of getting the right one, and neither of us has the energy to survive another jump. The only reason we survived this one is because I made a few changes." This set Naruto on edge. What kind of changes? The Kyuubi chuckled nervously, if possible, and told Naruto what he had done. "Wheel, the only way your body would have survived the jump, being that the space between dimensions, Kamui, is practically made of blades and is constantly trying to rip you apart, as if your regenerative abilities were on the level of a Biju's. However, your ninjan body couldn't handle the strain of all that Yuki running through your system, so I had to use my power to force your body to emulate a Biju. This, unfortunately, had a few side effects. So what, I'm a demon now? Not exactly. You've been transformed into a Hanyu, a half-demon. Your strength and speed have been heightened considerably, as have your senses and sheer amount of chakra. You will be able to use my demonic arts, and any children you may have will also be Hanyu, unless of course you're made as a demon. And the only price for this is ears and a tail. I'm sorry, what? I had to give you ears and a tail, they're just too cute, the demon said, forcing a sweat drop down Naruto's forehead. What, can't a girl like cute things? You're a girl? You didn't know? I thought it was painfully obvious. Well, I did notice you were slightly more bloodthirsty during certain times of the month, Naruto said with a grin, eliciting a growl from Kyuubi. So, do you look like a giant demonic fox all the time? Actually, no, I have a human form, as do almost all of the Biju. Would you like me to show you? Kyuubi asked, while Naruto nodded. A wave of red Yuki surrounded the fox like a tornado, obscuring it from view entirely. When it dispersed, what stood behind the golden bars was not what Naruto was expecting. He was expecting some old hag or a bodybuilder-type woman. What he got was a teenage girl, possibly a little younger than him, with long crimson hair reaching down to the back of her thighs. She wore a red kimono tied shut with a dark gray obi, the sleeves of the kimono adorned with dark gray cloud designs. She stood barefoot, an orange tail swaying behind while two fox ears sat atop her head. She was, in Naruto's eyes, beautiful. Even more so than Sakura. It even made him question why he had ever bothered with Sakura, being that she wasn't all that beautiful or kind or anything he had labeled her as. So, what do you think? Or do you still like Sakura better? Kyuubi asked, putting on a mock-hurt tone when she said the second part. Sakura? Who's Sakura? Naruto joked. Kyuubi smiled, and all that Naruto could think of was how it made her seem even more beautiful. Well, it's obvious you're completely gobsmacked with my looks, but for now, I think you should go back outside to find out where we are, she said, pointing back out towards the tunnel. Do I have to? I'd rather stay here, Naruto complained, making Kyuubi laugh. You can come back later. Since it's obvious you'd rather stay here with me, I'll give you a little parting gift, she said, as she sauntered up to him. She pressed her lips to his as she placed a hand on his chest. As she pulled away, she put more pressure on Naruto's chest, pushing him down into the water. Before he hit the ground, however, he was swallowed up by Yuki and transported out of his mindscape. He awoke, however, in the last place he thought he would. A bundle of orange cloth on a harbor. Quick question. Why the fuck am I a baby? Oh, that'll be because to save you from Kamui your regeneration power went into overdrive and went a little too far. So it kinda regenerated the years you lost in life. So you're back to being a cute little baby. Good luck, Kyuubi told the newborn Naruto before cutting off the mental connection. What the hell? Why does this always happen to me? Can't I ever get a break? This is your doing, isn't it? Kami, you asshole? Naruto shouted to nobody in particular. However, being a baby, his rant was translated into cries, which were heard by an inhabitant of one of the houseboats tied up at the harbor. A woman with short brown hair ran out from a particularly large boat and searched for the source of the noise. Eventually she found the baby Naruto wrapped up in his orange rag and picked him up, looking around to see if anyone was near. When she was sure the harbor was empty, she ran back inside the boat, carrying Naruto with her. She slammed the door behind her, holding Naruto close to her chest as another door opened, revealing a man with long black hair, a pair of brown trousers and a strange tattoo on his chest. He looked at the woman and the child in confusion. What's going on? What's with the kid? He asked as he scratched the back of his head. The woman sighed, and began her explanation. I found him outside, just laying there in a bundle of cloth. It wouldn't be right to leave him out there, right, Jekt? She asked, with the man groaning in exasperation in the background. Wouldn't it be better to take him to an orphanage or something? I mean, his mother could be looking for him, you know? I don't think she is. I just have a feeling. You've been depressed ever since the miscarriage, and having this kid around will only make things harder, you know that. But with the money you earn from Blitzball, and the time I have on my hands, this could work. The woman almost yelled. Jecht groaned again and his shoulders dropped in defeat. Fine, we'll keep the kid. But for the record, I was against this. You hear that, Mylene? If this kid proves too much to handle, I have full, I told you so, rights. Fine, fine. Now hurry, he's probably freezing, Mylene said, rushing around the room. Unknown to her, Jecht let a small grin slip onto his face, happy his wife had finally got what she wished for. 17 years later. I know, huge time skip. A crowd of people stood at Zanarkand Harbor, holding T-shirts, pieces of paper and strange blue and white balls. They were chatting amongst themselves until suddenly a door opened on one of the boats and the whole crowd began screaming and cheering. Out of the boat stepped a blond boy of about 17, wearing a fishnet shirt with short black sleeves, a pair of black ninja pants and a pair of dark blue Zori, ninja sandals. Bandages were wrapped around his hands, shins and abdomen, with a shuriken holster fastened on his right leg. A strange spiral was tied to his left bicep, while an orange hitte hung around his neck. A set of 3 whisker-like marks adorned each cheek, while a metal earring hung from his left earlobe and a strange metal necklace was hanging just below the hitte. The boy walked out into the crowd, its members trampling each other to get to him, while the ones at the back were struggling to see over them. Many girls asked him to go out with them, even 1 or 2 proposing to him. Small children held up blitzballs with hopeful looks on their faces. Naruto simply grinned and signed their blitzballs, passing the ball back to the child while they proceeded to squeal in joy. Naruto would simply grin again, causing many of the girls to swoon while others tried to jump him. The 3 children from before ran up to him and shouted in unison. Teach us how to blitz. Hey, I got a game to play, Naruto replied, not wanting another version of the Konohamaru core. Then teach us after. Maybe tonight. Well, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. A boy in a purple cape-like garment chose this time to speak up. You can't tonight, the boy said, making Naruto turn to him. The blonde ex-shinobi raised an eyebrow, positive that he hadn't been there before. He turned back to the children. I mean, tomorrow. Promise? One of the kids asked, clutching his blitzball tighter. Promise, Naruto said loudly with a grin and a thumbs up, making the girls swoon again. The 3 kids then put their blitzballs down and waved their hands around in an elaborate hand gesture, ending with their hands placed in front of their chest as if they were holding a ball, with one on top and one below. The crowd dispersed, leaving Naruto to run along the large metal walkways that made up Zanarkand's transport system. He stopped on one, and looked up at the building beside him to see a large picture of Jecht. Naruto simply made the patented Sasuke-HN noise and continued running along the path, dodging people of all ages, shapes and sizes. I was in a coffee shop running away from home when I heard the news. Our hero, Jecht, gone. Vanished into thin air. My dad must have been his biggest fan. I knew how sad he'd be. Heck, we all were that day. Zanar, I says to myself, what are you thinking? I went running straight back home. We sat up talking 'bout Jecht all night. Me and my dad never talked so much. Whoa. Didn't mean to reminisce, folks. Anyway, 10 years later the Jecht Memorial Cup tournament is today. The 2 teams that have won through to the finals are, of course, the Abes from A East, and the Duggles from C South. I know there's a lot of people out there today to see the star of the Abes. In just 1 year, he's become the team's #1 player. He's Jecht's blood, and the new hope of blitzball. What kind of super play will he show us today? Will we see his father's legendary shot? I don't think I'm the only one excited here, folks. A commentator said through a PA system that seemed to span the entire city. Eventually Naruto reached the stadium, hordes of fangirls swarming him as he tried to reach the gate. So, is this what Sasuke felt like? He thought, Kyuubi quietly giggling at his predicament. This is ridiculous. How am I supposed to get through here? Suddenly, he had an idea. Naruto placed his hands in a cross seal and channeled a portion of his chakra, forming a cage bunshin near the stadium gate. He then proceeded to perform the Kawarimi no Jutsu, swapping places with the clone. He ran through the gate, while the clone was instantly swarmed and so it dispelled itself. After the game. Yes, I'm skipping it. You all know what happens, basically just picture that but give him whiskers. What the hell? What was that thing? Kyuubi, Naruto shouted despite being in the middle of the street. It didn't matter, though, as he was the last thing people were paying attention to. I have no idea. I'm as scared as you are, Naruto. Kyuubi shouted in a panic, curling into a ball from fear of the strange aquatic creature now destroying the city of Zanarkand. Naruto mentally berated himself for panicking Kyuubi, and made a note to make sure she was alright when he was safe. We called it sin. A deep, calm voice from somewhere to Naruto's right. He turned to find a man with black, gray-flecked hair wearing a red coat that covered his entire form. Oren? Naruto asked, remembering the man from his childhood after Jack died. What are you doing here? Fulfilling a promise to an old friend. Come. Oren said cryptically before leaving, walking away down one of the semi-destroyed walkways. Naruto hesitated, but then followed the crimson-clad man. Halfway down the platform Oren stopped, Naruto having to move out of the way lest he crash into Oren's back. Naruto looked around, wondering why they had stopped. Then he realized. What he had thought were simply pieces of debris were actually the beast's scales, and they were coming to life, turning into strange insect-like winged monsters. Naruto reached into his holster and pulled out a kunai, throwing it at the nearest monster. The monster simply folded its wings over its insectoid body and deflected the kunai. Naruto growled slightly, letting out his fox ears, tail and claws as he prepared for a melee brawl. He was stopped however, as Oren slipped off one shoulder of his coat and pulled from out of it a sheathed wakizashi. Its sheath was decorated with a pattern reminiscent of swirling water, while its handle was wrapped in cloth adorned with the same design, but with a dolphin added. Oren threw the sword into the air, and Naruto caught it by the sheath with his left hand, his right drawing the blade instantly as if he himself was made of water. A crescent-shaped blade of wind formed at the tip of the blade as Naruto swung it, flying incredibly fast towards the sin scales and promptly cleaving them in two. Naruto sheathed his new sword and smirked, turning back to Oren who had a raised eyebrow. It seems you are quite the natural at Iijutsu, samurai art of sword drawing. That blade was a gift. From your father. Oren said, looking at the wakizashi. My old man. Naruto said, looking down at the sword in his hand. He noticed something engraved into the guard and chuckled. Aoshira. Guess he wasn't all bad. Enough dawdling. Move. Oren shouted back to him. Naruto looked up to find that he had been surrounded by sin scales. He ran through them, cutting down only those that were in his path in order to catch up with Oren. Catching up, he saw over the horizon of the upward-sloping path. An enormous squid-like creature was sticking out of the path, its black tentacles swaying wildly in the air. Naruto sprinted towards it and tried cutting it with Aoshira, but its body was covered with a thick armor similar to that of the sin scales. Hey, Oren, do you mind telling me what this thing is? Naruto shouted to the older man, who hefted his large sword onto his shoulder ready to strike. All I know is that it's a sin spawn. I can't tell you anything else because it's immune to scanning, along with several other things. So how do we beat it? I'd say a particularly strong hit to the armor might be able to break it, then we just strike it until it dies. Let me take care of the armor, you finish it off. You're faster. Oren said before his sword began to glow. He ran towards it, slightly weighed down thanks to his sword, and swung. Armor break. A sickening crack was heard as the blade made contact with the Sinspawn's armored skin, piercing its exoskeleton and opening up the soft flesh beneath. Oren stepped back as Naruto ran forward, jamming his sword into the crack in the creature's armor before stepping back himself. He then ran through a few hand seals and held his hands out in front of him, his fingers outstretched. Bolts of white lightning flew from his fingertips and connected with his sword, which, being made of metal, conducted said lightning and sent it into the Sinspawn's body and causing even more damage. The monster screeched in pain, and its tentacles began to whip through the air even more violently as it began its attack. What the hell? Naruto shouted as he was surrounded by a ball of black energy, sapping his strength until finally it dissipated, leaving Naruto at only 3/4 of his original power level. That was Demi, a black magic skill fiends such as this use. It takes away 1/4 of your life force. However, because of this, it's impossible for this attack to kill you. So most fiends use another skill or come with backup. Oren told him, before placing his blade behind his neck and raising an arm. Some can't wait to die. Oren ran forward a few steps before jumping into the air and thrusting his katana into the ground. A circle of light appeared at the point of impact, and the ground where the sin scales and sin spawn stood immediately exploded, killing them instantly. Whoa, what was that? Naruto asked, amazed by Oren's power. That was my overdrive, Dragon Fang. What's an overdrive? An overdrive is an ability you can use during times of severe distress, when your emotions are running wild. Your emotions can affect the power lying dormant within you, and unlock the overdrive. I see. Do I have one? I guess we'll find out, Oren shouted as he pointed ahead of them. A swarm of sin scales surrounded them, blocking all chance of escape. Naruto looked around frantically for some kind of escape route, when his eyes spied a half-destroyed tanker lying on the side of the road. He sheathed Aoshira and ran through more hand seals, the same ones he had used against Sinspawn Ames. Stretching out his arms, he called out the name of his attack. Raiden. Byakurai no Jutsu. Bolts of white lighting shot from his fingers once more, making contact with the tanker and making small electric currents dance over its surface. He poured more chakra into the jutsu, increasing the size and power of the lightning. The jutsu overloaded the tanker and it exploded, even more spectacularly than the Dragon Fang. The pathway began to collapse, the sin scales falling off into the water while Naruto and Oren jumped onto a falling building. They ran to the other side before it too fell into the water, and jumped onto a piece of debris that was being pulled into Sin's body. Naruto however slipped, and grabbed onto the edge of the platform instead. Oren looked away from Naruto, to the fleshy walls that made up Sin. You are sure? He said to no one in particular. He looked back to Naruto and grabbed hold of him, lifting him up by his collar. This is it. This is your story. Naruto struggled against his grip as he watched Zanarkand being torn apart. He then looked back to Oren to see him being pulled into Sin while saying, "It all begins here." Naruto squinted due to the intense light, and screamed as he was pulled into Sin. It felt as if every part of his body was being torn apart and then refitted in a new place. He wouldn't have been surprised if he woke up with an arm coming out of his head or a leg sticking out of his stomach. Abruptly, everything turned white, and he saw no more. Hey! Hey! Naruto awoke underwater, above the ruins of Zanarkand, with Jecht's tattoo floating before made seemingly out of burning debris. He noticed something at the top of the Blitzball Stadium and decided to swim down to it. As he neared it, he realized that it was Jecht himself. His adoptive father, come back to haunt him, it seemed. As he landed on the platform, Jecht vanished, replaced by a younger version of himself. I thought about a lot of things. Like where I was, and what I got myself into. I started to feel lightheaded. And then, sleepy. I think I had a dream. A dream of being alone. I wanted someone, anyone, beside me. So I wouldn't have to feel so alone anymore. I guess it wasn't that much different from being back in the village. I was always alone, then. That's why I started playing pranks. Naruto awoke again, this time for real, on a small rock in the middle of the ocean, surrounded by the ruins of some kind of temple. A lone seagull landed next to him, but even that flew away after a while. He stood up and looked around the region with a confused expression. I have a feeling we ain't in Kansas no more. Chapter 2, In the Ruins of Baj. I guess standing around here won't tell me where I am, so let's get going, Naruto said, as he made a ram seal and a blue glow formed around his feet. He stepped out onto the water and began running out into the ruins. After getting lost among the rocks several times, he eventually found his way to a platform with 4 pillars on it. On one of the pillars was a blue circular tile with something written on it. A dra myhd frana pumdcuv mekard emishahida dra pmylgacd hekard fedr makalania pared dra vuender bemen r cekrd moog hud a dra mavd pid a dra necrode. In the land where bolts of light illuminate the blackest night with Makalania behind the 4th pillar you sight look not on the left but on the right. Naruto muttered, looking at the small tile. That makes no sense whatsoever. Hey, Kyuubi. Do you know what it means? Unfortunately, no, she said, having calmed down now that Sin was gone. It seems to be some kind of other language. We'll come back to it later. For now, we need to find some kind of civilization. I hear ya. I can't wait to get a fire, a steaming bowl of ramen and a nice warm bed, he said, walking back out onto the water to find another path. After a while he found a path that led up onto a bridge over the water to a partially destroyed building. The blonde former shinobi got about halfway before he felt a rumble coming from below. I have a bad feeling about this. Don't say that. Bad things always happen when people say that. No more words could be said after that, as the bridge collapsed from under Naruto and sent him falling into the water, where three fish-like creatures were waiting for him. What are these things? Naruto asked mentally, pulling his sword from its sheath as he kicked his legs to stay at the same level. Sahagins, a weak monster, shouldn't be too much trouble. 1. Maybe 2 swings of your sword'll take him out. Kyuubi replied, to which Naruto nodded and swam forward, rearing back his sword arm to take a swing at the nearest Sahagin. The creature was not the brightest, though. Seeing the reflection of the moon above on Aoshira's blade set it swimming quickly at Naruto, intent on getting a hold of the shiny object. Its mouth closed over the blade just as Naruto swung it at the monster, cutting it in half. The 2 halves of the Sahagin dissolved into glowing orbs which flew off into the sky before disappearing completely. Naruto paid this no mind and focused on the other 2 Sahagins. Okay. 1 down, 2 to go. Time to slice and dice. Naruto thought as he swam towards the next one. This one was slightly smarter, and tried to bite Naruto himself. He blocked it with his blade, and the creature span around to hit him with its tail. Naruto saw this coming, and removed his sword from the fiend's mouth just in time to separate the tail from the rest of the Sahagin. It screeched in pain before being silenced forever as Naruto drove the curved blade through its throat. The glowing orbs appeared around the sword as the monster disappeared, and Naruto prepared to fight for the last time. He didn't get a chance, however, as an even bigger monster appeared and ripped through the final Sahagin, blood pouring from its corpse. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's no way I can beat that thing, not underwater at least. Naruto yelled in his mind as the enormous creature turned to face him. Naruto took this time to find a weak spot. The beast was huge, with a beak-like mouth and a torso that looked very similar to a cage. It had fins on its head, one on each side, and seemingly no eyes. The entire thing was covered in thick scales which looked strong, almost impenetrable. This thing is called Geosuke. I recommend getting out of there now, you're not strong enough to beat it yet. I get that, but where to run to? Jackpot. Naruto thought as he spied an archway that led to an underwater tunnel. Looking back to Geosuke, he pulled a kunai from the holster on his leg and gripped it tight, searching for a weak point. After a few seconds searching, he found what seemed to be an eye and launched the kunai. As soon as the bladed weapon had left his grasp, he turned and swam as fast as he could for the tunnel. The kunai impacted the beast's eye and drove itself inside, causing even more pain. Geosuke screeched in pain before letting out a roar so powerful it pushed Naruto further toward his destination. The scaled monster followed him, crashing into the archway as it was too large to follow. The stonework collapsed, leaving no way back. Not that he would want to, of course. Well, only way to go is up, I guess, Naruto thought, swimming up for some air. Luckily, being a blitzballer, he could hold his breath for insane lengths of time. He found a makeshift set of stairs formed by fallen debris leading up to a large circular hall with water cascading down on one side of it. In the center were the remains of a fire, and the blonde walked up to it, sitting down cross-legged on the cold stone floor. Realizing how cold he was, he ran through a few quick hand seals before muttering a quiet Kaiten. Hinotama no Jutsu. Fire erupted on the wood, warming him instantly. With that done, he laid back on the floor, looking up at the ceiling. So, where do you think we are? Kyuubi asked, using the calm and silence to strike up a conversation with her vessel. I'm not sure, but wherever it is it's obviously miles away from anywhere. How long are you gonna stay here, then? If it's miles away, like you said, you should get going soon if you want to get anywhere before you starve to death. I'll head out soon, after I've warmed up a bit more. You know that this fire will bring more monsters, right? Of course. Wait, what? Naruto asked, but froze as he heard a series of loud clicks behind him, as if some kind of insect was tapping its jaws together. He turned around, simultaneously standing up and drawing Aoshira. The creature was a light brown, with a large spine protruding from its scaled back, and 4 claws for legs. A long tail swayed in the air while a flame-like crest stood upon its head. Its mouth clicked as it bounced from side to side on its pointed feet. "Damn it, can't these things ever leave me alone?" Naruto said as the creature jumped at him, its mouth open wide, ready to sink its teeth into the former shinobi. Naruto stopped it in its tracks by hitting it with the butt of Aoshira's hilt, disorienting it. Naruto took this opportunity to swing the blade at the creature's side, leaving a deep gash. The thing's clicks became faster and more erratic after that, and its movements became more frenzied. It swung at him with its claws and attempted to bite him, but all of its attacks were blocked or dodged. "By the way, kid, this thing is called Click. Not too much to worry about, but what you ought to think about are the presences I feel on the other side of the door over there," Kyuubi advised, just before a loud explosion rocked the ruined building. Smoke filled the chamber as the doors were blown to the other side of it. The smoke cleared to reveal several people wearing goggles and baggy, usually yellow clothing. One stood out from the rest, however, as she was the only female among the group. She wore a tight leather bodysuit that looked out of place everywhere but underwater. She too was wearing goggles, and wore a large spiked glove on her right arm while several round metal objects hung on her belt. "Gem dra viet shieldmo, dra libdina dra puo. Fa crim dra pnehk res pylg do dra kreb. Kill the fiend quickly, then capture the boy. We shall then bring him back to the ship," the girl said, gesturing to Click and then to him. Naruto looked confused as he couldn't understand a word of it, before realizing it was the same language he had found on that pillar. That didn't help him understand it any, though. "Ec ed siva du daiga res fedric? Ra syo pa y viet voon ymmmfaghuf. Paystack. Rockhud bind uvuin sekea. Is it safe to take him with us? He could be a fiend for all we know. Besides, he's not part of our mission," another of the people said, eyeing Naruto suspiciously. "Hu suna zyak de si. Isayat fa daiga res fedric, cufa 2 ed. Unto we fyhd du daiga ed ibfedr so vidran, Sid? No more questions." "I said we take him with us, so we do it, or do you want to take it up with my father, Sid?" the girl said, her gloved hands resting on her hips. Everyone went quiet at that, and the girl gave a small smirk. Click drew its attention away from Naruto and charged at the girl, to which she responded by sending her spiked fist into its skull and into the ground, making cracks spread out from the point of impact. Needless to say, Click wasn't getting up anytime soon. Its head was destroyed, and its injuries made Naruto wonder if this girl was somehow related to Tsunade. "Rao, frek gank, ina we ym necrode? We causat du pa rumtek ween ufhbn ado kuat pylg drana, franat we main du veckard?" "Hey, Whiskers. Are you alright? You seem to be holding your own pretty good back there. Where'd you learn to fight?" the girl called out to him, but she shook her head at his bewildered expression. "We light ihtancdyhty funt ease syak. Lyh we. Fam. Kuat drek elyhcbayg yevanite. You can't understand a word I'm saying, can you? Oh well, good thing I can speak Yevanite." "Who are you people?" Naruto asked, gripping his sword tighter at the thought of the possibility of there being enemies. "We're Al-Baid, can't you tell?" the girl said, removing her goggles to reveal bright green eyes with a swirling pupil that Naruto found pretty cool. "What in Kami's name is an Al-Baid? You're not from around here, are you?" "It's that obvious. Kinda. Anyway, come with me. We'll give you something to eat, if you're hungry," she said, then looked slightly shocked as Naruto didn't seem to be there. She jumped a foot in the air as he spoke from behind her. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's roll," Naruto said cheerfully, having sped right to the girl's side when she mentioned food. "Do you ever stop eating?" the girl asked as she stared, horrified at the sight of Naruto devouring everything in sight when they returned to the Al-Baid ship. The boy finished a bowl and laid it down, stopping for air. "I haven't really eaten in a while, so I'm pretty hungry. Sorry if I'm being rude or anything." No, it's okay. I just wondered. So, why were you out here?" she asked, hoping to get some answers about the strange blonde boy before her who could have taken down Click by himself. The only blondes in Spira were Al-Baid, and his eyes were blue. I don't really know what to tell you. I just woke up there, so I don't know where I am. Well, you're in the ocean, just of the ruins of some old temple in Spira. Spira? What's that? Well, it's the world, really, never heard of Spira when I was back in Xanarkand. Xanarkand? She asked, before chuckling lightly. You're kidding, right? Everyone knows Xanarkand was destroyed by Sin 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years? That's not possible, I was there yesterday. Well, all Xanarkand is today is ruins. You can see for yourself. The girl said as she leant against the steel railing of the boat. Naruto stood up from his position on the deck and walked over to the railing, looking out onto the stormy ocean. Ruins. Could it really be true? Everything I knew, everyone I knew. Gone. All because of that damn Sin. I swear, I'm gonna kill Orin when I find him. Naruto muttered under his breath. The girl placed a hand on his arm in comfort, but was surprised at the muscle she found there, a light blush on her face. She pulled her hand back before asking another question. I forgot, I don't even know your name. I'm Riku, who are you? Uzumaki Naruto, at your service. Naruto said in a bored tone as he stared out at the waves. Riku opened her mouth to ask another question, but was interrupted by the opening of the door leading to the cabin and the shout of another Albaid. Riku. Dranik Kuzadrek Dra Nytyn, Kuzadrek Pek. Edik Lusek Drek Fyo, Ka Dra Get Ehceta, Huff, Riku. There's something on the radar, something big. It's coming this way. Get the kid inside, now, he shouted, but before they could do so, a wave crashed against the side of the ship, throwing everyone on deck around. A huge gray-scaled fin appeared from the depths and crashed into the ship's steel hull, and threw Naruto straight off the boat and into the water. Once the blonde shinobi fell into the water, the attack seemed to stop. Riku ran to the side, looking for Naruto. Damn it. I thought I'd finally found a friend who wasn't Albaid. Naruto lay in the waters of his sewer mindscape staring at the stone ceiling, currently deep in a wonderful little thing called denial. It's not true. Xanarkand can't be destroyed. I was only there yesterday. What happened to Orin, and the kids, and the girls? What the hell happened? Naruto yelled into the air. Kyuubi looked at him in pity from the bars of her cage before walking in between them, the ripples formed in the water by her bare feet not affecting Naruto at all. She knelt down beside him, placing a hand on his forehead while giving him a sympathetic smile. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, but I couldn't sense any lies in what Riku said. Xanarkand is gone, she said, taking hold of Naruto's hand. She felt his hand clench before he spoke again. Why is it always me? Why is it always my home that gets destroyed? First Madara, now Sin. My list of people to annihilate is steadily growing. And I'll help you when the time comes, Naruto-kun. You know I'd help you with anything. But for now, you need to calm down, okay? Kyuubi said in a soft voice, and she felt the grip on her hand lessen. Now, I suppose we're in Spira now. Right now, I don't care where we are, and why's that? 'Cause right now, I really don't care about anything except you. Naruto said with a small grin, making Kyuubi blush and look away. Sheesh, when did you become such a smooth talker, huh? You were never this good with Sakura. I didn't like Sakura as much as I like you, Kyuubi-chan. Then why did you spend so much time out there with her when you could have spent time in here? Not my fault, you never let on you were a girl, Naruto said, making Kyuubi chuckle. She then looked off to the side as a loud thud sounded throughout the tunnels followed by a shout. Hey, you okay? It's time to wake up, Naruto-kun. Promise me you'll visit later? I promise. See y'all later, Kyuubi-chan, Naruto said, before disappearing into a cloud of Yuki once more, leaving the realm of unconsciousness. After the blonde was gone, Kyuubi continued to kneel in the water, a smile still on her face as she thought of her vessel. Soon her thoughts began to turn a little darker, however, and a huge blush appeared on her face as she fell backwards into the water, giggling and muttering, Naruto-kun, over and over. This was one very happy Biju. Chapter 3. The Aurochs take the stage. Hey, you okay? A deep voice yelled out to him as something round and hard collided with the back of his head. Naruto flailed around, trying to right himself, before putting up an arm and waving at the group of people on the beach. Hey! He punched the blitzball into the air and jumped after it, spinning in the air, before giving it a brutal kick. launching it back towards the beach. The ball flew mere inches past the face of the man who had thrown the ball, a large man with tanned skin and bright orange hair, curled upwards into some kind of crest. He wore an outfit that was somewhere between armor and a sport outfit. "Whoa ho ho," he said, stunned as he began to laugh. Naruto grinned himself, and began to swim towards the beach. Upon his landing, the blonde was pulled to his feet by the other people on the beach, all wearing the same outfit as the first, with only slight modifications. The orange-haired man had a large pauldron attached to his right shoulder, while the others didn't. "You're no amateur. Who you play for?" the orange-haired man said in a strong accent he couldn't quite place. Something twigged in Naruto's mind that he probably shouldn't reveal anything about him and Zanarkand. The Al-Baid," he said, unsure of what he was saying. The man seemed to look hostile for a moment, before his eyes softened and a smile formed back on his face. "The Psyches, huh? Well, I never saw you on their team before, eh? Must be new talent. But you're a long way from home, ain't ya?" he asked, slightly skeptical. Yeah. Our boat got attacked by Sin, and I got thrown off," Naruto told him, before his eyes narrowed. "Hey, wait a minute. If you're an Al-Baid, how come you speak Yevonite?" A friend of mine taught me." The man seemed to accept that answer and turned to his team. "Hey, you guys keep practicing, y'all. I'm gonna take this guy up to the village." Naruto's stomach growled, and the orange-haired man laughed. "He sounds a little hungry, so I'm gonna get him some grub." "Yes, Cap'n Waka," the other guys said in unison, before returning to their training, which consisted of throwing and kicking balls in no particular direction. The captain, now known to be named Waka, turned away and ran up a path leading away from the beach and into the jungle that made up a large proportion of the island. "So, you say you an Al-Baid, y'all?" he asked, making conversation with the blonde. Naruto got worried at this point. What if he asked something about the Al-Baid that he didn't know? Yeah. That's right. So, how do you guys get a drink with all dat sand in dat desert of yours, huh? A desert? Is that where the Al-Baid live? Well, we are actually out on the water a lot, salvaging stuff. Waka seemed to get a little annoyed at this. "Yeah, I know. Well, we'll get ya some grub back at da village, then we'll see about getting ya back to Beaconel, ya?" he asked, confusing Naruto even more, though he didn't show it. Yeah? Alrighty den," he said enthusiastically, punching his palm as he stood before a cliff overlooking a large lake overlooked by a tall rock face. "Let's get going." Where?" Naruto asked, but got only a grin in response. Waka stepped back and patted him on the back, to be honest a little harder than he should, and the blonde ex-shinobi fell forwards, landing in the warm water of the lake. "Hey, what the hell was that for?" he yelled up when he surfaced. "Hey, you a blitzer, ya? Then you know how to swim. So, swim," Waka said with a grin, before diving off the edge of the cliff and into the water beside him. As soon as he was under he began swimming off towards a gap in the rock. "Come on, Blondie. You want grub, then you gotta come and get it. Damn it, what did I ever do to Madara to make him put me through this?" Naruto cursed under his breath. He followed after Waka, swimming past large metal ruins that seemed familiar somehow. He eventually caught up to the orange-haired blitzer, who was swimming along on his back. "You're not an Al-Baid, are ya?" he said in a bored tone, slowly kicking his legs as he swam backwards towards a ledge on the opposite side of the lake. "That obvious, huh? Kinda. Your eyes, they're blue. But all Al-Baid have green eyes, At first I thought it was just the light, ya. But I looked again, they're green for sure. What I don't get is why ya said ya were Al-Baid in da first place, ya? To be honest, it was the first thing that came into my head. I have a tendency to blurt out things like that." "I know what you mean. So who are you? You're obviously not just some small fry from a tiny village, not with those blitz skills." "I can't tell you that. Not because I'm hiding something, but because you wouldn't believe me if I did. Right now it's best to make up some excuse of your own and go with it. It'd save you many headaches." Right. But sooner or later you gonna tell me, ya?" "Sure thing. So, if you ain't playin' for the Psyches, I got a question for ya," Waka said with a grin. Naruto smiled as well, predicting what Waka would say. "You want me on your team, right, ya?" You got skills, and to be honest that's just what we don't. For the entire time I've been playing for the Aurochs, we haven't won a game. You sure it's not just you that's messing up? Naruto said with a cocky smirk, grabbing a hold of the rocky ledge that led back up to the path on the other side of the lake. As soon as he found his footing, a foot found its way in his path and Naruto tripped, landing face down in the dirt. Waka stepped in front of him, his arms folded as he looked down at him with his own smirk. You pretty cocky, huh? Well, you better watch that attitude, brudda, or I'm gonna have to kick your ass. Waka spoke, punching his palm while he placed a foot on Naruto's back. The blonde pushed his foot away and jumped up, glaring at the orange-haired man, making him laugh. Okay, let's get going, y'all. I bet you're hungry. Hell yeah. Food. Naruto yelled, running off into the jungle. Waka sighed and shook his head. If only he'd waited long enough for me to tell him that the village was that way, he said, pointing in the opposite direction from the way Naruto had run. Ya could've told me I was going the wrong way. Naruto grumbled, glaring at the back of Waka's head as they finally entered Besaid village. Yeah. Just stop being so grumpy, you're making it rain. True to his words, there was a small rain cloud forming above Naruto's head, raining down on him alone. Welcome to Besaid, brudda, Waka exclaimed, throwing his arms out to the sides to make the small, run-down village seem more impressive. It's nice? Naruto said nervously, not wanting to insult his home. Yeah, it's not much, but it's home. We've had some trouble with Sin in the past, but not much. He leaves us alone most of the time. He looked over towards a large white building that looked like some kind of stingray or something, before an expression appeared on his face as if he had remembered something. Hey, you know the prayer, right? The prayer? To be perfectly honest, I'd never heard of any prayer. He looked kinda confused when I told him that, though. As if I was a real dumbass for not knowing it. And I did feel stupid, once he showed me what it was. Man, that's the basics of the basics. You musta hit ya head pretty hard. Don't worry, I'll show ya the prayer. Waka moved his right foot back, and pushed his arms out to the side, looking slightly like a bird. He then brought his foot forward again and pulled his arms inward in a strange spiraling movement before keeping them a few inches apart, as if holding a ball. The orange-haired Blitz captain bowed over the hand gesture for a moment, before rising back to his full height and letting his arms fall back to his sides. I mean really stupid. Any blitzer worth his bracer could tell that was the blitzball sign for victory. Well, I bet you're hungry, eh? Well come on, let's get you some grub, Waka said, leading Naruto to a small hut on the side. Once inside, he sat down on the floor in front of a small fire and began throwing ingredients randomly into a pot, an act which made Naruto slightly nervous. Hey, this may sound weird, but you should go to the temple, he said, suddenly serious. Huh? Naruto asked, confused. What for? It's kinda a custom for travelers here to pray for a safe journey away, since most people who come here are either summoners or people who washed up on the beach. Not many people come for the views, ya know. Besides, this'll take a while to cook, so might as well do something, right? I understand. I'll head out then, Naruto said quietly, with a nod. He left the tent, heading for the large white building he saw before, which he guessed was the temple. Upon stepping inside, he was amazed. Numerous candles were placed around the main area in a large circle, with small statues placed in front of them, which a few people were praying to. 4 enormous statues were at the opposite side of the large hall, each spectacular in their own right. 2 of these statues were placed on either side of a set of stairs leading up to a pair of double doors, while an alcove leading to another room were on the other side of the pairs. 10 years have passed since the beginning of High Summoner Braska's calm, and only now we get a statue for our temple. It's hard to believe that an island like ours, with a temple of the faith, gets overlooked as much as it does. Spoke an old man, who had managed to sneak up on Naruto as he gazed in awe at the temple's interior. I guess people have been pretty busy, I mean, what with Sin running around causing chaos everywhere. Everyone has to do their part to stop it. So I guess no one's really had enough time or resources to make your statue until now. Naruto replied. At Naruto's words, the old man smiled brightly. A good way to think, young man. I suppose you've come to pray for a safe journey? He asked, to which Naruto nodded. Well then, may Yevon bless your path, he said, making the same gestures Waka showed him, before walking away. Naruto turned back to the statues and made the same movements, offering his prayers to Yevon, or whatever it was. After that, he returned to Waka's hut, where he was still cooking, though judging by the smell, it was almost done. "Hey, brudda, you're just in time. Dinner's finished," he said cheerfully, pouring some of the eerily familiar food into a bowl and handing it to the blonde. "This is my own recipe, but I don't have a name for it. Maybe I'll get some inspiration for it someday and name it, but for now it's unnamed." Naruto took a look into his bowl and a glimmer of hope entered his eyes. He grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table and swilled around the contents of his bowl for a few moments, and the glimmer grew. He grabbed at the contents and pulled it into his mouth with the chopsticks, chewing vigorously, before the glimmer grew to its maximum and his entire eye was practically glowing. "Ramen!" he yelled, ecstatic to find some relation between this world and Konoha. He consumed the contents of the bowl within moments, soup spilling all around him as he scraped at the bowl with his chopsticks. Waka stared at this spectacle with slight horror, watching as the product of his prized recipe was decimated in the hands of the blonde he had found washed up on Besaid's shores. Naruto had long since fallen asleep after finishing his meal, when the priest walked into Waka's tent with a solemn look on his wizened features. Waka looked up from the book on blitzball tactics he had been reading and gave a questioning stare. "The summoner still hasn't returned from the cloister," he said, and Waka sighed. "We can't interfere. It's a rule," he replied, and the priest's expression became one of pleading. "But, it's been nearly," said a voice inside Naruto's dreams, a memory triggered by his mind subconsciously hearing the two older men's conversation. "It's been nearly a day already," spoke a man, standing on the bridge that connected the houseboat to the harbor. The woman he was speaking to looked him, her eyes pleading. "Perhaps you could go look for us," she said, her long brown hair messy and her clothes disheveled. "People are searching for him now," the man said, before turning and walking away. "Thank you," the brunette said, though the man had already left. She clasped her hands, as if in prayer, and looked up at the sky just as rain began to fall. She turned to see a small boy with spiky blonde hair standing behind her, his clothes and hair slowly being soaked in the rain as he stared at the ground so hard it could have caught fire. "Who cares if he comes back or not?" he asked, his fists clenched so hard that blood began to seep out of small wounds caused by his fingernails. "But he might die," the woman said loudly, and the rain began to fall harder. "Fine, let him," the boy yelled, raising his head to reveal tear-filled blue eyes, their usual vibrancy dulled by sadness. The woman gasped, before looking at the boy in pity. Do you hate him so?" she asked. The boy simply turned his back and began to walk away towards the door down into the cabin. "If he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him." The boy stopped. "If he dies, I won't have to. I'll be safe in the knowledge that he's rotting in hell," he said, before leaving the woman to fall to her knees and begin crying heavily into the steel floor of the ship. "Ah!" Naruto yelled as he sat up in his bed, accidentally ripping the blanket that had been covering him in two. He looked down to see the nails of his hands had grown into claws. He raised a hand, and could feel that the whisker-like birthmarks had darkened, and he knew that his eyes would have become red and slit as well. He looked around the hut to find that Waka had disappeared. He jumped up from the bed and ran out of the hut, using the enhanced speed that the Kyuubi's power granted him to his advantage as he sped towards the temple, the only place he could think of. When he reached the large white building, he found Waka and the old man from earlier speaking in hushed tones near the bottom of the stairs. "Hey, is something wrong?" he called out. Waka looked over at him, while the old man walked away, leaving the two to talk. "The summoner hasn't returned from the trial," he answered cryptically, but Naruto didn't let his confusion show. "Right. Well, apprentice summoner, really?" Naruto noticed that Waka was speaking in much shorter sentences than usual. "There's a room in there called the Cloister of Trials. Beyond is where the summoner prays. If the prayer is heard, the apprentice becomes a full-fledged summoner. So, basically, someone has been in there too long without coming out. Got it? Why don't you just go in there?" Naruto asked. "We can't, it's a rule. Only summoners and their guardians can enter the cloister." "Is it dangerous in there?" "Sometimes, yes." "Then screw the rules. Cover me, I'm going in," he yelled, running up the stairs towards the door at the top, much to the shock of the people gathered around. "No one can enter," the old man yelled. Naruto stopped and turned, the crimson glow of the Kyuubi's chakra in his eyes returning as his nails and canines lengthened and his whiskers deepened. Several people gasped in shock and fright at his more feral appearance. "But what if something happens? What if the summoner dies?" he barked, unnerving the old man, who could not believe that this was the same boy he met earlier in the day. "The precepts must be obeyed. Like I give a shit," he yelled, almost blasting the double doors of their hinges with his enhanced strength. If only he knew what he was getting himself into. Chapter 4, White Whales and Faith. The Cloister of Trials didn't stand a chance. Naruto hadn't bothered solving the puzzle of the cloister, like every other entrant to the winding passages within the Besaid Temple. His determination, combined with the sheer destructive power of Kyuubi's chakra, had allowed him to bypass the annoyance that plagued every summoner that tackled the temple's secrets on their pilgrimage. In other words, he just knocked through the walls. Everyone gathered in the temple's main hall could hear the crashes and explosions as the blonde literally tore through the maze, and were torn between awe and fear. Waka simply stood at the front of the crowd, his mouth open wide in shock as his mind tried to compute what was happening. Not only had the boy disobeyed the temple precepts, but he had begun destroying the temple from the inside out. And then there was the matter of the strange energy he seemed to exude just before he entered. When Waka had looked into his eyes, the bloody crimson iris and slit pupil glaring back at him, he had seen his own death. Naruto, meanwhile, was having the time of his life. The way he felt now, walls and ceiling falling around him as he charged towards his destination, was pure bliss. It felt just like he was back in Konoha, destroying everything in his path to save the day yet again. His joyous experience, however, came to an abrupt end when a large blue blur crashed into him, knocking him back through a few walls. His back scraped across the ground, pieces of debris tearing through the thin fabric of his shirt until he came to a stop. "Who goes there?" asked a mature female's voice from the last he had entered before he was stopped. He jumped up to see a woman with long black hair pulled back into several beaded braids, dressed in a long black dress with fur around the top and a multitude of belts wrapped around the lower half, standing in the hole he had created. "Where's the summoner?" he growled, crouching in order to give himself better opportunities to either attack or dodge, should the need arise. A large feline humanoid creature, which Naruto noticed to be the true form of the blue blur, stepped out the shadows, its burly arms crossed over its chest. A long weapon similar to a halberd was strapped to his back by a series of leather bands and metal rings. "The summoner? Who are you?" the woman asked, her eyes narrowing. Her larger companion, however, didn't wait for answers, and charged, bringing his spear up to impale the blonde. The blade pierced his flesh, but no blood spilled forth, as Naruto exploded into a cloud of white smoke, obscuring the creature's vision. The real Naruto dropped down and grabbed onto his shoulders, his legs wrapped around the beast's waist to inhibit its movement. He pulled out a kunai and span it around, holding it backwards, before ramming the circular end into the blue cat person's neck. It slumped to the floor, while Naruto jumped off of it and landed in a crouch, facing the woman. "You defeated Kamari." She stated the obvious, her eyes narrowed so far they were almost closed. Naruto smirked, revealing his elongated canines, and he spun the kunai on his index finger. "What of it?" he asked, standing up from his crouch and walking slowly towards the dark-haired woman. She moved not a muscle, only staring at Naruto heatedly. When he was within a few meters of her position, she raised her right arm, the hand of which was adorned with a purple flame mark on the back. "Fira." She spoke emotionlessly, before a torrent of flame erupted from her palm and shot towards Naruto. He jumped out of the way, but the leg of his trousers was singed by the intense heat of the woman's attack. He rolled to a halt by a rock and drew his blade, holding it horizontally in front of him, a hand placed flat against the dull edge. Kaden. Shinku no Kai-Ha. Fire release, Crimson Blood Wave. He yelled, and swiped the sword through the air, a crescent of red following its arc. When the crescent was complete, he pulled his sword back and made to perform an upward strike, hitting the back of the semicircle on its way up. The force of the blow pushed the crescent through the air towards the woman, who raised her hand again. Her hand this time had the form of a shield emblazoned upon it, and with a flash of light, a barrier made of hexagonal pieces appeared before her to block his attack. Barrier. She yelled as the shield finished forming just before the blood wave crashed into it. A crater formed beneath it from the shockwave created by the force of the opposing forces. The woman's eyes widened as she saw her barrier begin to buckle under the push of Naruto's attack, before an explosion rocked the hallway as her shield finally failed. Naruto jumped out of the smoke and ran towards the end of the hall and the claw-like door that covered the entrance to the chamber where the summoner was. As he ran, he made a cross-hand seal, and another Naruto appeared beside him in a puff of smoke. The real Naruto put his right hand out, and the clone began to move its own around it in small, erratic motions as if it were clawing the air. After a few moments, a sphere of swirling azure energy formed in the palm of his hand, whips of the same blue chakra slicing through the air as it howled in anticipation of its use. Rasengan! Naruto roared as the clone dispelled itself, and the attack collided with the door. The Rasengan ground away at the obviously thick metallic door as it creaked under the strain of the swirling chakra. The door quickly crumbled, conceding defeat to the intruder's power, and it was ripped in two, allowing Naruto passage into the Chamber of the Faith. "Who's there?" a soft voice asked, obviously female, from within the chamber. He looked around the circular room. A large emblem of something akin to a wyvern was emblazoned on the floor, under a layer of smooth transparent crystal. A girl, around his age, was knelt before the symbol, her hands clasped in prayer. She had shoulder-length brown hair, and wore a white kimono, though the bottom half was purple and was printed with white flowers. The kimono was tied shut with a yellow obi that had a large pink flower attached to it. "Who are you?" he asked, not lowering his sword. That last one was pretty powerful, and he was not going to underestimate someone twice. But any resolve to strike the girl before him he had gathered vanished when she looked up at him. A pair of fearful eyes looked up at him, probably the most beautiful eyes he had ever seen. Her left eye was a dazzling green, like a precious emerald, while her right was the same deep blue of his own. Despite her obvious fear at the man brandishing a sword in her general direction, she didn't cry or show any expression that might belie her inner feelings. But her eyes couldn't lie. "I am Yuna, a summoner." "Well, I'm only an apprentice at the moment, but when I finish here, I'll be a full-fledged summoner," she replied, staring deep into his eyes. Her gaze was slightly unnerving, and, despite his best efforts to halt it, Naruto felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. He noticed that she hadn't gotten angry or upset that he was here. In fact, she hadn't even mentioned it. She patted the ground next to her, and gave him a small smile. He grinned back and took a seat next to her. "You aren't a Yevonite, are you?" she asked, surprising Naruto. He looked at her, eyes wide in shock, before turning his head and staring into the crystal circle before them. "That obvious, huh?" he replied. The girl let out a small laugh, which he couldn't help but smile at. Something about her laugh just made him happy. "I guess I stick out like a sore thumb round here." "Not really. Our world of Spira is made up of all different kinds of people, all living in harmony." "Well, mostly," she said sadly, continuing her prayers while she spoke. "Mostly. There are some who don't agree with the way things are being run, and try to stop them by any means possible. I don't believe they're evil or even particularly bad, but," she trailed off, not knowing what to say. "You don't know what to believe, either what you've been told, and what your heart tells you," he said profoundly. "How did you know what you were thinking?" he finished for her, surprising Yuna considerably. "I guess I just have a gift." "So, what do you actually do here?" "I must pray to the faith, which is the symbol in the center, so that they may bless me with an eon, a being of great power. Once I have gained all 5 eons from the 5 main temples in Spira, I can face sin." "Face sin? Whoa, you must have some guts, girl. Going up against sin all on your lonesome is no easy task. I've seen firsthand the destruction it creates." This seemed to shock and interest Yuna at the same time. "You've seen sin? And survived? This must be a blessing from Yevon," she exclaimed happily, before performing the same prayer had seen twice now. "Now, I must complete this, so I may." "Aha! There you are," yelled a familiar voice from the passage behind them. "You should know better than to run off, ya know?" "Waka!" Naruto exclaimed, and ran out of the Chamber of the Faith, only to be caught in a headlock by the orange-haired Blitz captain himself. "Hey, lemme go." "Whatcha think ya doing now, huh? First you go chargin' into Da Cloister, then you tear it down and knock out 2 of the summoner's guardians, and now you're breaking into the Chamber of the Faith? I thought the summoner was in danger, and how was I supposed to know who those two were? Naruto yelled as he finally released himself from the headlock. Waka simply laughed at him, but when he tried to yell again, a bright light coming from the entrance to the Chamber of Faith interrupted him, before an ecstatic Yuna ran out of it, jumping up and down on the spot. I did it. I finished the prayers, and the Faith talked to me, and they gave me the Aeon, and I became a summoner, she said happily all in one breath and jumped a few more times, before falling over, exhausted, into Waka's arms. He laughed again, and turned to walk out of the cloister. Come on, Blondie, time to go, he called back as he walked away. Yeah, I'm coming, Naruto said sarcastically, before putting a foot forward to follow him. You. A ghostly disembodied voice echoed from around him, stopping him in his tracks. He turned around to find out where the voice was coming from, expecting someone to be standing behind him, but there wasn't. The passage was empty besides him. Who's there? You are the one we've been waiting for. The one we called for. The voice spoke, beginning to freak Naruto out. Come inside, young one. For you are welcome here, as our champion. The circular crystal in the Chamber of Faith before him began to glow with a bright white light. He walked into the chamber, as the transparent form of a young woman appeared, hovering over the crystal dome. Who are you? He asked the apparition, who smiled. We are the Faith that has come to be known as Valifor, Guardian of the Skies. But that is irrelevant. For since you are now here, we will no longer be needed. No longer needed? But what about the summoners that need your power? They are no longer needed. No one is necessary, apart from a select few individuals, including you and that girl. The last summoner that we bestowed the power of the Aeon to. Yuna. But why is she so important? She will be pivotal in the way the world's destiny is shaped in the days to come. But that will be spoken of in further detail by our brethren at the other temples. For now, we shall give you what is left of our power to help you further our goal, and so that we may rest. The woman said, before a brilliant white light appeared around her, which quickly vanished to reveal her holding what seemed to be a strange capsule made entirely out of gold. She held it out for Naruto to take, which he did. It glowed for a moment, before it settled and rested peacefully in his hands. What good is a piece of metal gonna do me? Do not fret, champion. This which we give you is not mere metal. Its true purpose shall reveal itself to you in due time. Its power shall be yours, when it has thawed. The woman said before vanishing, the glow from the crystal also disappearing. Naruto turned to leave when he realized something. Thawed? He asked himself, looking down at the cylindrical piece of gold in his hands. How can it thaw? It's not frozen. That night, Naruto sat beside the fire, staring into its depths while the metal cylinder lay on the ground beside him. The rest of the village was celebrating Yuna's becoming a summoner, while he had been left alone. It felt as if the other villagers were wary, even scared of him. He could guess a few reasons why that may be. A teenager channeling demonic energy while breaking the laws of your temple in plain sight is something that not all people see every day. Especially when you consider the fact that he was the only one of his knowledge that could channel demonic energy in this world. Why are you sitting here all alone? A soft voice asked from above him. He looked up to find the smiling features of Yuna looking down at him, her hands placed over each other in front of her. Naruto sighed and looked back into the fire, a scowl on his face. Everyone seems to be scared of me after what I did to the cloister, and the fact that I even went in there in the first place. Man, every place is the same. You show a little bit of power and all of a sudden people avoid you like the plague. I don't care. Yuna said quietly. Naruto looked up at her again and grinned. Take a seat. You must be tired, if my eyes didn't deceive me back in the cloister. Yuna nodded and sat next to him. As she did so, she noticed the golden capsule lying next to him, which somehow managed to stay clean despite lying in the dirt. What's that? She asked, pointing down at it. Naruto looked where she was pointing and picked up the cylinder, turning it over in his hands. No idea. Got in the Chamber of the Faith. Pretty weird though, huh? He paused for Yuna to nod. I'm supposed to wait for it to thaw, apparently. Don't ask what that means. He clipped the strange object to his leg with a few leather straps, where his shuriken holster used to be. Somehow, having something strapped there just made him feel more secure. Hey, I forgot. I never learned Yuna started, but she never got to finish as one of the town elders tried to pull her away. Come, Lady Yuna. That boy is trouble and is not to be trusted. Besides, we must discuss your travel arrangements for the morning," the woman said, shooting a heated glare at Naruto. Naruto responded with a smirk, revealing one of his elongated canines, while his turned a burning crimson for a split second. Just long enough to scare the elder out of her wits. "But Yuna muttered, looking back at Naruto. He dropped his smirk and shook his head. "Go. You have things to do, I'm sure. After that, get some rest. You look beat," Naruto told her, before standing up and stretching. Yuna nodded and walked away with the elder, leaving Naruto to himself. He began to walk in the direction of Waka's hut, hoping to find the orange-haired man somewhere nearby. "Hey, Blondie. You want sleep? You go to the Crusaders' Lodge over yonder. Get some rest, we're leaving in the morning," Waka told him when he appeared from inside the hut. "What? Leaving? Why? Well, I gotta go with Yuna, seeing as how I'm her guardian. Just like those two you beat up. I said I was sorry, yeah. And then there's the fact that you said you'd play for our team. The tournament in Luca's coming up, and you need to be there." "He cannot be trusted, Waka," spoke a voice Naruto found familiar as he lay awake in the Crusaders' Lodge. "Seriously, some people have no respect for others' rest. You saw what he did in the temple." "Yeah, to protect Yuna," Waka replied. By now he knew they were talking about him. They were pretty dumb, considering that they were talking about him right outside the lodge, when all there was separating them was a thin piece of cloth serving as a door. That's beside the point. Well, Yuna trusts him. But you know why she trusts him, I'm sure. Not really, I never understood it. This is not the time to be discussing that. For now, keep a close eye on him, alright? Alright, I got it. Naruto ignored their argument, and tried to get back to sleep, but as soon as he finally closed his eyes, birds began singing outside and the sun shined through the gaps around the cloth over the doorway. "You gotta be kidding me. Come on, Blondie. We gotta move, our boat's waiting for us," he heard Waka call from outside. Naruto jumped out of the bed with gusto that was surprising in someone who hadn't gotten a wink of sleep all night. He ran out of the tent with as much energy, but his back met the floor as he was clotheslined by a muscled arm belonging to the Blitz captain himself. "Man, you're slow. You better get serious, or we gonna lose at Luca." The trip to the shoreline was fairly uneventful, sans a second scuffle with the blue-furred Ronso, Kamari, who was feeling shamed by his simple loss to Naruto. Then again, he was fighting the very person who had defeated the seemingly immortal Pain and almost killed the truly immortal Uchiha Madara. Anyone who had rushed so blindly into battle as he would be called a fool and put down immediately. Fortunately for him, Yuna, Lulu and Waka were there to stop Naruto from killing the Ronso, and no blood was actually spilt. Kamari was sporting a few new bruises, however. "It's time," Yuna said, standing on the pier as she stared out onto the ocean. "It's time to leave Besaid and truly begin my pilgrimage." "You nervous?" Naruto asked, walking up beside her. She turned her head slightly to look at him and smiled, before looking back at the seemingly endless expanse of water before them. "Not really. It's just, I'll miss this place. You'll be able to come back though, right? Once you beat Sin," he said cheerfully, patting the brunette on her back lightly. She looked at him and smiled, though Naruto could tell it was not one of happiness. But that wasn't his greatest concern, as he had just seen the water ripple, and could smell the familiar scent of blood. Reptilian blood. "Everyone get back," Naruto yelled, as a scaled fin rose out of the water and slammed into the pier, sending pieces of broken wood into the air. A long, serpentine tail shot towards Naruto and attempted to strike him like a whip, but a swift sword slash cleaved it in two, and a horrible screech echoed from the depths of the water. The blood-soaked head of Geosgano burst forth from the sea, showering everyone with salty seawater, and it swung a fin at the group again, only to have it blocked by Kamari's lance, though only barely. "Use us." A ghostly voice spoke in his ear, and the ethereal form of Valifor appeared before him, pointing towards the metal cylinder strapped to his leg. He looked down at it, and was surprised to see a hole appear in the top, revealing the cylinder to be hollow. Something told him he should reach into this hole, and he did, the cylinder fitting around his arm perfectly. A panel slid open on its surface, revealing a glowing blue light. It moved. He stated, though he knew not why. He removed the cylinder from his leg and held it aloft. its smooth metallic surface glowing a brilliant gold, before the light consumed it and him both. The others had to close their eyes to shield themselves, and Geosgeno screeched in pain from the bright light. It soon cleared, revealing Naruto, clutching in his hand. Well, it was hard to describe. It seemed to be a hybrid between a triple-barreled revolver, a drill and some kind of purple sludgy organism, pulsating as if it were a heart. The drill began spinning wildly, letting out a roar, as if in relief as it had finally been released. "The Magan has thawed," he said, in a deeper voice that was not his own. His hair had lengthened during the Magun's release, and darkened, becoming a dark crimson. A blue line had appeared across the bridge of his nose, similar to Iruka's scar, and 3 red triangles had also appeared under his right eye. A black cloak wrapped itself around his form, swaying in the breeze as he aimed the strange weapon at the hulking reptile, scowling. Geosgeno let out a roar, and tried to attack Naruto, but it was stopped by a sudden wave of power that pushed it back easily. "The soil charge triad to use on you has been decided," Naruto yelled, pointing at his opponent before whipping aside his cloak to reveal a belt filled with glass canisters containing what looked to be colored sand. "The one who tears boulders apart with its teeth, shark gray," he spoke, pulling out a canister with gray sand inside, and placing it in one of the 3 slots in the back of the weapon in his hand. "The one who envelops all thirst, water blue." A turquoise canister was fitted into the Magan, and the dirt around Naruto began to swirl rapidly as the air around him charged with energy. Finally, "The one who feeds on emptiness, crusher white." A canister of white sand slotted itself into the gun, which closed the slots at the back and began glowing again. The drill spun again, roaring a battle cry into the air while the heart began pump wildly. Now, cry, summoned creature. Bismarck. Chapter 5, Number of the Beast. Cry, summoned creature. Bismarck, Naruto roared, firing the Magan into the air. A trio of lights shot from the end through a large cloud of smoke, 1 gray, 1 blue and 1 white. They collided in the air just before Geosgeno's cage-like chest, and beams of pale blue light shot from its chest. "The hell?" Waka yelled, as Geosgeno's body exploded into an enormous pillar of water that rose into the sky, carrying with it a pure white whale with crimson eyes. Bismarck swam gracefully through the column, destroying any remains of Geosgeno before the entire pillar vanished into the sky, not even leaving a single dark cloud to prove that it had ever been there. "That was awesome," the orange-haired Blitzer yelled, throwing a fist into the air. He turned to Naruto and patted him on the back. "Ya, Blondie. That was pretty powerful. How'd ya do, Blondie? Blondie, you okay?" he asked worriedly, as Naruto collapsed before him, his Magan reverting back to the golden tube which lay by his side. His body changed back to its original form, though the cloak and markings on his face remained. "Get him onto the boat, we'll fix him on the way," Lulu told him, to which Waka nodded and stepped back, allowing Kamari to step forward and begrudgingly carry the blonde onto the boat, which had been miraculously unharmed in the battle. The group climbed aboard, and the boat began to set off, with Yuna waving back to the few people that remained after Geosgeno's attack. "So, they managed to defeat Geosgeno, spoke a man wearing a suit of ornate silver armor, covered in spikes, as he stepped out from behind a rock. He held in his hands a playing card, with Geosgeno's image emblazoned upon it. The card began to dissolve into white dust which fell to the ground, before disappearing completely. "Their power is greater than I had anticipated, but nothing too impressive. They seem to rely on the outsider, from what I have gathered. He is undoubtedly the strongest of them, wouldn't you say?" He asked no one in particular, but a rumble beneath his feet seemed to answer him, originating from out in the ocean. "But of course, he is your son, even if not by blood. Are you awake?" Naruto opened his eyes to the sight of a wooden ceiling, a burning lamp swinging above him. He turned his head slightly to see the owner of the voice, Yuna. She sat in a chair beside his bed, her hands in her lap as she looked at him with concern. He sat up, clutching at his head while searching around the room. He found his sword and Magan propped against a wall in the corner, while his Hite-aid and necklace were laid out on the table beside him. "Yeah, but my head just felt like it was underneath a chocobo stampede," he said, earning a light giggle from Yuna. "Where are the others?" "They're all on the deck. We're about halfway to Kilika already, since you slept so long," she told him, passing him the headband and necklace, which he hung round his neck. He jumped up from the bed and grabbed his weapons, before running out into the hallway, where he was stopped by a man with a large backpack. "Hold on there, son," he said, in a notably British accent. Whatever a British accent was. "Those are some pretty interesting clothes you have there," he said, looking him up and down, before turning his nose up in disgust. These are filthy. They'll never sell." "Oh well, I guess it's neither here nor there. Do you want to buy something?" "No thanks, I'm all set," Naruto assured him, and tried to push past, but Yuna followed him out of the room, and the strange man raised an eyebrow. "Oh, something for your lady friend," he said, nudging him slightly with an elbow. Yuna heard this and blushed deeply, before running off past the two and up the stairs to the deck. "Ah, too bad. You'll find one in the end, lad. I didn't ask for your advice on romance, old man, and I'm probably better off because of it," he said, finally pushing past the man and following Yuna up the stairs. "The name's Owaka the 23, and boy, just remember," he heard the man shout back, but he shook his head and walked on. "Ah, sleep in beauty finally awake, eh?" Waka asked, seeing Naruto emerge from the cabin. The tanned man was sitting on a crate, looking to the fore of the ship with Lulu and Kamari. Yuna had been surrounded by people asking her questions and such, a sight that was very familiar. "We're almost to Kilika. Should be there in a couple hours. I heard. Any trouble along the way?" Naruto asked, leaning back against the same crate as he watched Yuna speak cheerfully with the crowd. "Nah, not since that big croc thing. Come on, you think we would be guardians if we couldn't take care of a few fiends?" he asked, puffing out his chest proudly. But within moments, his prideful expression vanished, and he began looking at Naruto in awe. "But seriously, how did you do that? That big whale thing?" "Would you believe me if I said it was magic?" Naruto answered, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Waka raised an eyebrow, and Naruto laughed. "Oh, come on. It would be great if it were magic." Waka simply gave him a weird look, which the black-garbed woman beside him picked up on. "You'll have to excuse Waka. He's a bit lacking in the imagination department," Lulu informed the blonde, who laughed again. "Thanks, Lulu, I'll keep that in mind." Naruto turned to the front of the ship, feeling the breeze for a moment before walking over to where Yuna stood, the crowd having dissipated. "The wind. It's nice," she spoke after a few moments of silence. Naruto nodded in response, and turned slightly to look at her. She was smiling at him, and he couldn't help but smile back. Their smiles soon descended to pure, inexplicable laughter, which led to the rest of their party looking at them as if they were mad. "You're a blitzball player, right? From Zanarkand?" she finally asked, when she had stopped laughing. Naruto froze. "Where'd ya hear that?" he asked, turning around slowly. He had convinced everyone that he was Al-Bade. Then again, Yuna seemed to see things that other people didn't. "I never told anyone that." "Why not? No one would believe me in 1,000 years. So I made up the fact that I was Al-Bade." "I'd believe you." This startled Naruto. He turned and faced her quickly, to see that smile was once again gracing her features. "And before you ask why, let me tell you something." Naruto's eyebrow rose, awaiting her explanation. "A man once told me about Zanarkand. About the stadium, all lit up at night, where great tournaments are held." "Who?" "A man named Jekt. He was my father's guardian." Naruto's eyes widened, and he turned back to the sea, a hint of crimson in his eyes. He growled under his breath, and his grip tightened on the rope, which began to singe. My father's name is Jekt, but it's not him. It couldn't be him. He died 10 years ago. He went out training one day, and never came back." "But that's the day Jekt came to Spira," Yuna spoke, twirling around slightly in joy. "I first met Jekt 10 years and 3 months ago. The date fits, doesn't it?" "How would he get here? You're here, are you not?" Yuna was smiling again. He cursed that smile. No matter how angry he was, that smile was infectious. But their conversation was interrupted by a deep rumble from beneath the waves, and the feeling of the boat being thrown about on the waves. "Damn it, what's going on?" Naruto roared, grabbing hold of Yuna's hand. The brunette probably would have blushed, had their lives not been in danger. He pulled her back toward the middle of the boat, where Waka, Lulu and Kamari were preparing for battle. Waka, do you know what's going on? It's Sin. Get yourself ready. Waka yelled back, grabbing his blitzball. Naruto pulled his sword from its sheath and turned back to the bow of the ship, where a large gray fin had risen out of the water, several harpoons protruding from its scaly skin. The hell do they think they're doing? If they stick harpoons in it, we'll all be pulled under. Their families are in the same direction we're headed. What would you do, Waka? Naruto yelled over the crashing waves pummeling the hull of the ship. Waka groaned slightly, but readied himself for battle. Kamari pulled his lance from his back and slipped into a battle stance, while Lulu simply stood still, though lightning danced around her fingers. Don't take this one lightly. Lulu spoke calmly, seeing Naruto grin in anticipation of the battle with Sin. Naruto's muscles visibly tensed and his grin vanished, replaced with a look of pure seriousness. Noted. Naruto drew his sword, though he knew it wouldn't do much good against the tough scales that were quite visible on the fin's surface. Raiden. Byakurai no Jutsu. Naruto yelled, as bright white lightning shot from his hands and collided with the fin. But where it might have burst through or at least burnt a normal creature, it simply bounced off and shot into the sky. It seems your powers are ineffective against Sin, Uzumaki. Lulu commented, firing a bolt of lightning from her own fingers that slammed into Sin's scales and ran across its skin, causing moderate damage. I get it, don't rub it in. Naruto huffed, crossing his arms. He stepped back out of the other's way, as it was obvious he would be practically useless in this battle. He didn't know whether the monster repelled Raiden Jutsu or just chakra in general, and summoning Bismarck had worn him out far too much for it to be a regular thing. Take this, ya damn demon! Waka yelled, spinning his ball on a finger before flicking into the air and slamming his foot into it. The spherical weapon rocketed through the air and hit the same point that Lulu's thunder spell had struck. Under the waves, an unholy screech could be heard as Sin screamed in pain, before the fin began to shake violently. Several of its scales broke free from its hide and landed on the deck of the ship, unfolding into the same insectoid creatures that Naruto had fought in Zanarkand. Whoa, what are those things? They're Sin scales. Be careful, they shoot spines, Naruto warned, as Waka span out of the path of three needles, the purple spikes embedding themselves into the wood of the ship's mast. Thanks for the info, Waka said sarcastically. Since you know so much about them, why don't you deal with them? Or does your magic not work on them either? Naruto scoffed and plunged his blade into the head of one Sin scale, before turning and plowing into another with a quickly formed Rasengan. He sprinted toward the last, intent on destroying it and proving a point to Waka, but was beaten to it as the blade of Kamari's lance cleaved it in two. He glared up at the feline creature, who seemed to be grinning at him. Oh, it's on! Naruto challenged, as more Sin scales rained down from the fin, and Naruto and Kamari took to the horde of winged creatures. With their respective weapons, the two cut a large perimeter around the two ranged fighters as they pelted Sin with magic and blitzballs, before turning and taking down the stragglers that had backed up to the edges of the boat in a futile attempt to escape the duo. Unknown to Lulu and Waka, Kamari and Naruto had secretly been keeping count of how many scales they had dispatched, turning their battle into more of a contest. 16. Naruto yelled over the screeches of dying Sin scales and the small explosions that sounded as Lulu's lightning crashed into Sin. Kamari growled out a response that sounded suspiciously like 17, which caused Naruto to speed up, cutting through the monsters in a ruthless and bloodthirsty manner. That did it, Waka exclaimed, as one final hit sent the fin crashing back into the waves. Water sprayed up onto the deck, showering the fighters heavily just as Kamari had dispatched the last of the Sin scales. We did it! Phew! Waka fell back onto the deck, exhausted, as the others did the same. Lulu slumped against the mast, holding her Moogle doll against her chest while drinking a bottle of purple liquid. Kamari stabbed his lance blade down into the floor and sat cross-legged on the deck as Yuna rushed over and began applying healing magic to the Ronso's wounds. Naruto simply sat down, sheathing his sword on his waist while his regenerative abilities got to work. You know that wasn't even scratching the surface of Sin, right Waka? Lulu asked, finishing off her ether vial and smashing it. That was nowhere near what we'll have to face in the final battle. Man, Lulu. Do you have to be such a killjoy? Naruto complained, rubbing his forehead. One of the sin scales had jumped up and headbutted him in desperation, and while his healing powers could repair any damage the attack may have caused, it didn't stop the pain. It didn't help that the creatures' heads were covered in black armor similar to a beetle's exoskeleton, either. Would you rather me depress you now, but have you prepared for what lies ahead, or leave you reveling in victory while we walk into battle with sin without a clue of what to do, slaughtered because of our incompetence? Well, when you put it that way, I guess so, but it doesn't matter, we'll be ready for when the time comes. Naruto finished, standing and walking off toward the cabin. What do you mean, we? Lulu asked, smirking. You aren't even a guardian yet. Oh, come on. After all that, I still haven't earned your respect? Naruto complained again. Lulu chuckled and shook her head. Of course not. I haven't seen a fraction of your true power with my own eyes. What you've shown us so far is mainly what you've learned here, or your weaker moves. You haven't shown us why you gained the moniker of Konoha's Shippuden Sennin, Hurricane Sage. Lulu explained, as Naruto's eyes widened. How could someone from Spira know of his title? Hell, about Konoha? He had gained that title after defeating Pain and being praised as a hero by his village in his old life. A life no one in this world or even Xanarkand should know about. How do you? Naruto began, but stopped himself. This was Lulu he was talking to. She would never answer his questions straight. She'd just give him a cryptic answer that told him next to nothing. You know what, never mind. You wouldn't tell me anyway. I'm going to take a nap, ya nay. He said, before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Waka looked around, checking for the sign of anything blonde, before turning to Lulu. What was all that about? Shippuden Sennin. What the hell does that mean? He asked curiously, though he only got a shake of the head in response. The next day, the SS Leaky docked at Kilika as the sun rose into the sky, though there wasn't much to distinguish it as Kilika besides the immense forest and the temple towering above the canopy. It was quite obvious that Sin had surfaced at Kilika after having suffered some small defeat at the hands of our heroes, if the torn walkways, collapsed buildings and scattered corpses were any indication. Holy! What happened here? Naruto asked, looking around incredulously at the destruction surrounding the port. Lulu silently glided along the path, passing Naruto without a word, before stopping. Sin happened. She informed him, causing his eyes to widen considerably. Wait, what? We only fought it a few hours ago, so you're telling me that it did all this and managed to disappear without a trace in such a short time? Naruto yelled. There was no way something could do this much destruction in such a short time, let alone get to Kilika in that time. And it was equally as impossible for something the size of Sin to disappear so suddenly, leaving no evidence but the destroyed town. No, I'm not telling you that Sin did this in a matter of hours, she replied, shaking her head. Naruto calmed for a moment, until Lulu spoke again. I'm telling you that Sin did this in a matter of minutes. Naruto's mouth dropped open and he looked around again at the destruction Sin had caused. Enough gawking, Waka said, slapping his mouth closed, before pointing up to the structure towering above the village. That's where we're headed, the temple of Kilika. Waka walked on ahead with Lulu and Yuna, while he and Kamari stood there, looking around. There was a slight vibration at his leg, where his magen was strapped once again. It seemed the golden tube was trying to pull him somewhere, but he ignored it. 23. Kamari growled from beside him, causing Naruto to turn and look at him in confusion. Realization dawned on his face, and he grinned. Ha! Take that, bitch, 24. He yelled cheerfully, pointing a finger at Kamari, who let out a low growl and turned away from the blonde. Oh, come on, don't be a sore loser. Not another word was spoken between the two, though within his head Naruto was doing a victory dance. They followed after their comrades into the forest, where they found the three waiting for them by a rock. About time. Let's get going, Lulu said, to which everyone nodded and started up the path to the temple. Though before they could even cross the bridge that went over the river, two familiar men stopped them. I'm sorry, Lady Yuna, but this path is blocked. Lord Ocha of the forest has attacked, and we're working to subdue him now. Lusu told the group. A laugh followed his explanation, followed by the sound of swirling leaves. Everyone turned to Naruto, only to find that he had disappeared completely. The four pushed past Lusu and Gata to find an enormous plant-like beast blocking the path, surrounded by Naruto's clones. There were four attacking the fiend at random, drawing Ocha's attacks toward them, while the other one and the original held back, bright blue chakra coalescing in the real Naruto's right hand. When the chakra had settled into the form of a large glowing blue ball between the two Naruto's hands, they ran forward, thrusting the giant Rasengan into Ocha's stomach. Udama Rasengan. The two clones roared as the spiraling sphere exploded, dispelling the 5 clones and throwing Naruto back into a tree. Ocha was caught in the blast, and was instantly obliterated. Within the blast radius but out of the spectator's sight, a vine slid back down into a hole in the ground and out of the area. When the smoke and chakra had dissipated, all anyone could see was a large crater dug into the ground, remnants of trees lying around it, while Naruto pulled himself from the tree and walked over to them. "What are we waiting for? Christmas? Let's go already," he exclaimed, starting once more up the path to the temple. Behind him, Waka nudged Lulu with his elbow. What's Christmas?" he asked, getting a confused look in response. I think it's a holiday where he comes from. Shinobi are a strange people." "At the temple. Why can't we get a break?" Naruto complained as he drew his sword once more. They had been ambushed many times by fiends of all shapes and sizes, though most of them seemed plant-like in nature. And now, at the top of the mountain, they faced down yet another plant fiend, growing out of the plateau before the temple. In front of them was a gray shell-like growth, from which copious amounts of purple smoke was spewing out of small gaps. Behind them to the left and right were 2 hand-like tentacles which swayed in a non-existent breeze, twitching violently every few moments. "Because we're fighting against sin, and, funnily enough, he doesn't like that," Waka told him sarcastically, throwing his ball at the shell, only to frown as it bounced off. "Well, does your power work on this thing?" he asked the blonde, who scowled. "You're never gonna let that go, are you?" Naruto sighed, and used his Raiden Byakurai no Jutsu, only to have it bounce off the shell just as effectively as Waka's blitzball. He turned, to find Waka smirking at him. "Don't give me that look, your attack didn't work either." "I think it's time we have our resident summoner take a shot at this fiend," Lulu said, making Yuna look up with wide eyes. "Me?" Lulu nodded, an action which the brunette reciprocated. "Okay, I'll do it." She placed her right foot back a step and held her staff out behind her, while pushing her left hand and foot forward. A circular purple sigil appeared on the ground, from which 4 spheres of light shot up into the sky and vanished in the clouds. A bright light was seen as the lights collided with one another, before another bright light fell from the skies, the light quickly disappearing to reveal a wyvern-like creature falling from the heavens. It opened its wings just before it landed on the ground with incredibly sharp talons, and let out a high-pitched screech. This, with its leathery wings, drill-like beak, ringed protrusions from its chest, and feathery red mane, was Valifor, guardian of the skies. Chapter 6. Those chosen by the planet with its claws, drill-like beak and arsenal of basic elemental magic, Valifor dove at the hand-like tentacles, screeching an ear-wrenching battle cry. Jano attempted to spear the leather-winged Aeon, but it deftly maneuvered around its strikes, countering with a blast of flame from within its beak. The flames latched onto one of the tentacles and made short work of it, rendering it all but useless. Jano let out a scream of agony, and doubled its efforts to make up for the loss of one appendage. "Whoa! Hold on, I'm not letting this thing have all the fun!" Naruto yelled, leaping into the fray. He drew his sword and quickly cleaved one of the pointed fingers, causing a green liquid to slowly ooze from the wound. But before the blonde could attack again, Valifor, using its purple-scaled tail, threw him out of the course of another strike. The blonde skidded along the ground for a few feet before coming to a halt, and glared up at the aerial summon. Valifor looked at him and let out a sharp cry. "I understand," Naruto said, sighing in defeat. He pulled himself to his feet and returned to the group, leaving Valifor to fight Jano alone. The others, especially Yuna, looked at him in surprise and awe. "Naruto, you can speak with Ians?" she asked, starry-eyed. Naruto's sweat dropped at her awe-filled expression and backed away slightly, shaking his head. "No, nothing like that. I could just get a basic idea of what it was saying, from its actions," he answered, but it did nothing to quell Yuna's admiration. But suddenly, just as Valifor had landed a hit on Jano's main body, a terrible roar shook the ground beneath their feet and the paved plateau began to crack, letting several more of the hand-like tentacles to burst free and sway in the wind. You kidding me? There are more of these things? Waka said, grabbing his blitzball. But as he readied to attack, another, much stronger tremor shook the earth. Before their eyes, a brown, wooden mass began to rise from the ground, throwing rocks and debris everywhere as it burst upwards. It revealed itself to be an enormous tree, with a yellow slitted eye open on its trunk, watching them. Its branches writhed and squirmed, as if each having their own mind. Then, several large purple-skinned seed pods rained down from the canopy, bursting open to reveal copies of the same fiend they had fought, or rather Naruto had fought, at the bridge. What the hell is that thing? Waka yelled, cowering away from the enormous tree, then stared down with obvious rage at the wounds Yuna's summon had caused it. Lulu didn't answer, but immediately began charging a fire spell. Valifor, still floating in the air before the team, did the same. Kamari took up a defensive stance in front of Yuna, obviously unperturbed by the appearance of the organic fiend. Naruto, on the other hand, remained utterly silent. His face was the picture of seriousness as he raised his thumb to his lips and bit down on the calloused skin, drawing blood. Kachiyose no jutsu. He spoke calmly, after running through several hand signs and slamming his hand on the ground, where several seals surrounded his palm. A huge cloud of smoke engulfed him, obscuring him from the view of both his friends and the fiends, who held back until they knew what to expect. No way. Kid? You're alive? A deep, throaty voice asked incredulously, accompanied by the sound of something very large colliding with the ground. This was followed by two more large somethings, but neither spoke. Everyone could hear the distinctive sound of weapons being drawn, however. The smoke slowly dissipated, revealing Naruto standing on the head of a very large toad, with two more by its side. The first had red skin with a large scar over its left eye, and wore a blue jacket, with a pipe in its mouth and a sword in hand. The second had deep green skin with a pale blue belly and a yellow cloth wrapped around its middle. It wielded a pair of swords, and its expression remained completely blank. The third had deep red, almost purple skin with a strange U-shape marking that ran from eye to eye. It wore a black kimono tied with a white obi, and wielded a Sasamata and Sakazuki shield. Where the hell have you been? Where are we? Sorry to worry you, Bunta, Naruto said, smiling. Gamabunta scoffed and looked down at the ground. Don't be stupid. I don't worry about you, ya little brat. But Kichi's been worried sick about ya, you know. Maybe you should summon him when you get the chance. Of course. I expect he's gotten pretty big by now, huh? I mean, I've been gone 17 years. Damn straight. Pretty soon he'll be taking over the Toad Clan, and I'll be stepping down. More time to drink, I guess. I hope you're sober enough for this, Chief, Naruto yelled, pointing up at the enormous tree. Gamma grinned and signaled to Gamahiro and Gamaken, who rushed forward and swung at the tree with their own respective weapons. Naruto leapt off Gamabunta's head, allowing the Toad Boss to join his fellows in attacking the tree. Naruto, meanwhile, closed his eyes, a blazing blue aura appearing around him. His eyelids turned orange all of a sudden, and when he opened them they revealed yellow eyes with a rectangular pupil, similar to that of his toad summons. Senin Mudo complete. Then get over here and take this thing down already, Gamabunta roared, evading a swing of one of the tree's branches and quickly cutting it off, only to have it grow back moments later. The rest of the team watched in awe as the three toads battled the tree, with Naruto behind them charging chakra of some sort, two clones beside him. The chakra took the form of a shuriken, with what looked like a Rasengan in the center. Futon. Rasen Shuriken, Naruto roared, his two clones vanishing as their purpose ended. With his jutsu complete, Naruto sprinted forward, leaping off of Gamabunta's head and slamming the whirling blades of wind chakra into the bark of the great tree, an explosion of chakra forming from the point of impact and obscuring the blonde once again. An unholy screech tore at their eardrums as the tree writhed in pain, and when the smoke cleared the group saw why. Naruto's ultimate jutsu had carved a perfectly circular hole in its bark, which revealed that the huge tree, despite its apparent density, was completely hollow. The blonde had obviously disappeared inside, but the others were far too preoccupied in battling the smaller fiends and tentacles to investigate. Inside the tree, Naruto landed hard on the floor of the hollowed tree, grunting in pain as he pulled himself to his feet. It was at this moment that something rather odd caught his eye. At the other end of the wooden cavern, several thick, leafy vines wrapped around a crystal statue much like the faith he had seen at Besaid Temple. It was glowing bright green, and the vines seemed to feed off this energy as they writhed animatedly. Strangely, the statue had a pained look on its face, as if it could feel the torture it was being put under. That was when he realized that this faith had a face in the first place, and a body for that matter. It was in the form of a girl, perhaps a year or so older than he, with straight hair that only reached her shoulders. Whatever her body below her neck looked like, he could not see due to the veritable iron maiden of vines that imprisoned her. He took a step forward and, as if responding to his movement, the light emanating from the tortured statue grew brighter and the vines imprisoning her bulged outwards. Vines shot out of the wooden walls and sped towards him with thorns the size of short swords. He raised his own blade just in time to clash with the fastest of the blades, then forced it off and spun around to cleave another, leaving it flopping helplessly on the floor like a fish out of water, spraying green liquid that Naruto quickly found had a rather displeasing odor. More vines attacked, and no matter how fast he dispatched them, for every one he killed 3 more seemed to spring from the walls intent on ending him once and for all. Thaw, damn it! He roared mentally, his eyes flickering down at the sealed magon on his thigh. The vines, as if they saw this momentary lapse in concentration, leapt for the chance and rocketed toward him, his eyes widening in shock as he saw the organic appendages reaching ever closer to his skin. But then, something strange but not altogether unpleasant happened. The vines reared back as if burnt, emitting horrible shrieks that tore at his eardrums. It was then he realized that they had indeed been burnt. Flames had seemingly erupted from his body and washed over the all-too flammable plants. The flames still lingered on him, but didn't hurt, nor were they particularly hot. It was merely a warm, comforting feeling rather than the searing pain that the tree seemed to be only just enduring. "Gotcha, you statue-raping bastard," he yelled, leaping at the vines that still encased the faith and gripping one with a flaming hand. The tendrils wriggled free with more agonizing screeches, sinking into the bark once more and allowing the faith to fall to the floor. Or, it would have, had it not suddenly been engulfed by a bright white light which quickly faded to reveal a girl, of the same description as the statue, falling rapidly toward the ground. Instinctively, he rushed forward and caught the girl in a manner incredibly resemblant of some fairy tale-inspired movie. And then, as if he hadn't enough to deal with, the tree began to shake wildly. Not sparing another thought, he leapt out through the hole formed by his Rasen Shuriken and back out onto Ohalen's plateau, where his friends stared at him with wide eyes and dropped jaws. Or rather, at the thing behind him. "Ah. I might have to apologize for that, huh?" he remarked, as the tree seemed to fall, exhausted, on top of Kilika Temple. Thankfully, the temple had been reinforced and held under the weight of the tree, but there wouldn't have been any need for those precautions if it weren't for him. He turned back, smiled nervously, and shrugged his shoulders, an act that highlighted the unconscious girl in his arms. "Always causing trouble, ya?" Waka asked, shaking his head with a grin. "Man, I've only known ya for 3 days and already I feel like I've known ya my whole life." "This isn't the time to get sappy, old man." Waka sobered up and scowled at the blonde who dared to call him old. "Are we done here? I've got to take a nap." Kamari stepped forward and took the girl from him without a word, and silently walked off into the temple. Lulu sighed, looking at the carnage he had inadvertently caused, and followed after the Ronso. Waka and Yuna stepped in line moments later, though Yuna seemed to hesitate for a moment, as if she wanted to talk to him, before thinking better of it and hurrying along. In that instant, he saw something he couldn't quite place. Bah, it probably wasn't important. Probably a question about summoning. "Hey, you awake?" Naruto lazily lifted a single eyelid to stare at the Blitz captain with a look of annoyance at having been woken from his slumber. Rather than continue straight to the cloister of trials, the gang had decided to rest after their tiring battle. Without waiting for a response from the blonde, Waka continued. "I just wanted to say, you did good yesterday. Hell, you did more than good. I bet even Sir Orin or Sir Jecht would have had trouble with that thing, and you managed to take it down with, well, minimum collateral. I'm sure you're just saying that." The absence of Waka's casual manner of speech was not lost on him, but he didn't comment on it. This obviously was a serious matter for the older man, and ruining it with such a silly observation would no doubt appear poorly in his eyes. After all, If Yuna wanted him to be a guardian, he had to prove himself to the others first. Nah, it's the truth. I sure as hell wouldn't be able to kill that monster, and the power you showed earlier was incredible. I guess I just wanted to say. I would be honored to fight alongside you as a guardian, Waka finished, dropping to one knee with a hand over his heart in a universal gesture of respect. Naruto blushed slightly under the praise, but hid it quickly with a grin. Sure, as long as you're not so serious all the time, old man. The jab at his age did not go unnoticed if Waka's irritated groan was any indicator, but he didn't get angry. It would ruin the mood. How's the faith girl? Huh, long story. The girl I brought in from the tree? How is she? Still sound asleep. She hasn't woken up at all. Yuna's beginning to worry about her, even though she doesn't know her at all. Guess that's Yuna for ya. The orange-haired man helped Naruto to his feet and stepped back to the doorframe. He glanced out into the corridor, and his face paled. Well, I should probably be going now. See ya. He hurried out of the door, leaving Naruto with a confused look, until Lulu stormed into the room with a face like thunder. She raised her hand and bolts of lightning danced between her fingers, threatening the blonde with an excruciatingly painful thunder spell. Well, that's a fine, good morning. Did I do something to piss you off, or do you naturally hate me? A pale blue spark veered dangerously close to his face, and his mouth snapped shut. Waka may have given you his blessing to be a guardian, the blind fool he is, but I most certainly have not. Do you realize how much danger you forced upon us all yesterday? Rushing in head first without knowing what was what, you must have some kind of death wish. I don't know what idea might have been running through your head, but next time you decide to jump into a demon tree to save someone, don't. Honestly, you're worse than your father. That was the last straw. Naruto countered Lulu's thunder by grabbing at her wrist and pulling it to the side. The dark-haired woman released her black magic in surprise, and lightning collided with the stone wall in a shower of sparks. Naruto's hand shot at her throat and held mere inches from her skin, white electricity arcing between his own calloused digits. That's it, Lulu. What are you hiding from me? What do you know about Jack that I don't? Naruto roared in her face, his eyes taking on the trademark blood-red irises and slit pupils of the Kyuubi. Lulu looked unfazed by his appearance, but confused by his words. Jacked? I never. Oh, you must have misunderstood. I didn't mean your adoptive father. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, and his hand slowly withdrew from her neck. His expression almost demanded she continue. I met your father, your real father, a few times. He passed through Besaid on his travels, and we talked. We became friends, and soon after I found myself growing attracted to him. He wasn't exactly repulsive, after all. But then, when he told me of you and your mother, I felt almost betrayed, even though you were born before I even met him. He left after that, and I never saw him again. No one did. Naruto collapsed back against the headboard of his bed, the two having moved to sit sometime during the explanation, straining to comprehend the mind-blowing amount of information being given to him. But my dad lived in my world. Not Xanarkand, not here. So how? He looked over at the black mage, who hid her eyes. There was more she was hiding, particularly about that subject, but he didn't pry. What was he like? Where do I begin? Lulu said with a laugh that sounded strange from her, not known for her sense of humor. He was a great man, for sure. Intelligent, heroic, kind, and powerful enough to battle Maester Jiscal to a standoff when he insulted Lord Braska, who your father respected greatly. Apparently, he reminded him of an old friend of his, a man named Hiashi. Naruto groaned, knowing exactly who she was talking about. The dreaded patriarch of the Hyuga clan, Hiashi Hyuga. The one who had turned Neji into the spiteful monster that Naruto had freed him from at the Chunin exams all those years ago. I'm guessing everyone else met him? Naruto asked, to which Lulu nodded. That's why Yuna trusts you so much. She doesn't know that you're his son. I'm the only one who knows things like that. No, it's more like you. Remind her of him. You're so much like the man it's scary. But then, you have the same fiery determination he always said your mother had. Lulu sighed. I wish I could have met her, she sounds like a great woman. So when you said about me being the Shippuu Sennin, it was a title your father spoke of, long ago. Apparently, the main character in a man named Jiraiya's book, who just so happened to be your namesake, went on to become the hero of his village and was hailed as the Hurricane Sage for years to come. He knew that you'd do great things just like him, and that the Hokage, whatever that is, would call you that. For the sake of tradition. You know, this is a lot to take in. Oh, I don't doubt it. But I felt you needed to know. I wouldn't have. Lulu was cut off by an enraged shriek that echoed through the halls and brought their full attention. The two rushed out of the room, earning a strange look from Kamari, who just happened to be walking past on his way to Yuna's room with a plate of food in his monstrous hands. In the main hall of the temple, where stood the same 4 statues he had seen in Besaid, a dark-skinned woman in a very revealing outfit that seemed to be made from string and not much else, and her large, muscular companion stood by the double doors leading into the temple from the devastated plateau, glaring at the tree root that had apparently fallen over the entrance while they slept. "What in Yevon's name is this?" she screeched, gesturing to the gnarled wood with a manicured hand. Naruto groaned and stepped forward, chakra gathering around his hands. "Sheesh, if it's that much of a bother for you, I'll get rid of it. Aren't you summoners supposed to use magic, anyway?" The woman didn't respond, instead choosing to watch with interest as Naruto ran through a quick chain of seals and pushed his outstretched hands out in front of him. Kaden. Shakaho. A perfectly circular ball of red leapt from his fingers and shot at the wooden obstruction, colliding with it in a burst of crimson flame. The heat could be felt throughout the hall as the tree root was quickly burnt to little more than ashes, and the way was clear once more. "Huh, that was pretty impressive. And you say you're not a summoner? A black mage then?" "Something like that," Naruto responded, stepping over to greet Yuna, who had been watching the exchange silently by the statue of her father. The unfamiliar summoner looked at the two and smiled. "Ah, of course. I should have expected such things from one of Lady Yuna's guardians." The group all looked round at her, and she surveyed them. "But really, my dear, is such a rabble really necessary for your protection? Quality over quantity, my dear, didn't anyone tell you?" "I'm proud to have as many guardians as I do," Yuna retorted loudly, something unusual for her. "Because I have as many guardians as I have people I trust with my life." Naruto shot a strange look at the young summoner. Did she really trust him enough to offer him a place as a guardian? She'd known him for all of a few days, even if he did look like his father. "Well, I only need one guardian," the other summoner spoke, ignoring Yuna's statement completely. "Isn't that right, Barthelo?" The muscular man beside her nodded vigorously with a deep grunt, then fell silent and unmoving once more. "Well, I suppose I'd better be off. More temples to visit, you know the deal. The name's Dona. Remember it, why don't you?" And with that, Dona and Barthelo left through the hole Naruto had opened up, and the horrible feeling in the air faded as her condescending attitude lost its sway over the atmosphere. I hope we never meet her again," Waka commented, before Naruto clamped a hand over his mouth. "Don't say that. If you say that, she'll never leave us alone. You'll jinx us for life." Waka, while initially surprised at the sudden attack, quickly relaxed and pushed the blonde off of him, looking over to Yuna. "Hey, you ready to go? You need to pray at the chamber downstairs, but first it's another cloister of trials. Hope you're ready for this." Yuna nodded and began to ascend the steps into the cloister. But as the group walked through the stone double doors and stepped onto the circular elevator, Naruto was forced off by a rough Ronso hand. "Hey, what gives? You're not a guardian. Not yet, anyways," Lulu informed him with a small smirk, and the blonde groaned, before slumping down against a wall, preparing to wait. "Fine, I'll just wait here. Try not to be too long." The elevator descended with a soft hum, and Naruto was left alone in the entrance, quietly humming to himself. That is, until the door opened again and two unfortunately familiar presences entered. "Oh, it's a surprise to see you here. I thought you were a guardian," Dona remarked, eyeing the blonde with a look of amusement. Barthelo stood at her side. Naruto groaned and stared ahead with a bored look, head resting in his palm. "Not quite yet. Gotta earn my badge, I guess," he replied, before going silent. Something about this woman seemed off, and he'd have liked to talk to her as little as possible. Dona turned to give a pointed look at her guardian, and nodded with a conniving smirk. With a heavy step, Barthelo closed the distance between him and the smaller blonde and grabbed a fistful of his shirt just as the soft hum of the elevator filled the chamber once more, signaling its return to the surface. With one fluid movement, Barthelo lifted Naruto clear off the ground and hefted him onto the circular platform with a dull thud, before stepping back. "What the hell do you think you're doing, asshole? I told you, I can't go down th." Before he could finish, Dona's smirk widened and the platform began to float downwards rapidly, quickly replacing the sight of the two unfriendly pilgrims with the unforgiving stone wall of the elevator shaft. How do I keep getting myself into these messes?" At that moment, the rest of the group were just finishing the Cloister of Trials, and were preparing to move on to the Chamber of the Faith, when Yuna stopped abruptly. The other slowed to a halt around her, giving her odd looks. Do you think leaving him up there was a good idea?" Yuna asked, her eyes cast downwards at her clasped hands. Lulu sighed. "He can take care of himself. You've seen evidence enough of that," she replied, but fell silent when Yuna shook her head vigorously. "That's not what I mean. Wouldn't it have been better for all of us if he came along? I suppose it would be easier to keep an eye on him and make sure he stays out of trouble, but the temple's laws are clear. Only summoners and their guardians are allowed in the cloister. He's already broken that rule once. I doubt he'd be stupid enough to break it a second time," the black mage reasoned, but any chance Yuna had at rebuttal was cut off as a loud yell resounded through the halls. "Yeowch." The band looked at each other. "Never underestimate Naruto," Waka groaned, smacking a palm to his forehead. "Yeowch," Naruto yelled, pulling his hand back as if burnt. Which, of course, he had been. "Last time I touch a burning net. Guess I really should have figured that one out. I suppose this is another puzzle, just like the last one." A quick survey of the small chamber he found himself in gave him one empty pedestal, like the ones he had seen during his destruction of the cloister at Besaid, and a crimson sphere set into an indent in the wall beside the burning net that covered the door. The sphere itself was also alight with flames, but as Naruto instinctively reached out to touch it, the flames vanished and the warmth inside faded until it was merely a colorful stone. The blonde tore it free from its resting place, and as by magic the net disintegrated into nothing. His way clear, Naruto took the sphere with him into the next room, thinking it useful. But after another set of puzzles, this time involving even more slots and spheres and, God forbid, backtracking, shudder, Naruto had had enough. "I've had enough," he cried, throwing down yet another Kilika sphere. But the magical orb, with its otherworldly protections, merely bounced harmlessly on the stone floor. Damn temples. Why can't they ever make this simple? What kind of summoners got the time for this crap? With a roar he whirled around and faced the stone wall that stood in his path, chakra igniting in his palm and quickly taking the familiar form of a Rasengan, which plowed into the thick stone and ground against it for a small while, before exploding outwards and taking the barrier with it. "Take that, ya damn wall." "Oh, hey guys." He greeted his bewildered teammates with a small wave, kicking a piece of debris away from him. "Oh, sorry about that. Kamari my man." With a soft growl the blue Ronso rose to his full height, having ducked to evade a barrage of sharp stones spearing into the wall behind him. "Naruto. Why am I not surprised? Can't you do anything simply?" Lulu asked, holding a hand to her head. This was simple. Simpler than that damn puzzle, that's for sure. Then, as he glanced around at the destruction he had caused, the debris that littered the floor began to hover, and flew back into place as the wall resealed itself. Naruto looked at the rebuilt wall with amazement, for it had nary an imperfection on its surface. It looked better than new. "Well, ain't that a kick in the head? Guess it's for the best. I did do a real number on Besaid. So, what's going on?" "We were waiting for you," Lulu informed him. "Yeah, when we heard you hurt yourself, we thought it'd be best to wait. That way you can't destroy anything." "Hey, a man can dream." Waka pointed a thumb to the raised gate of the Chamber of the Faith. "Yuna's already getting started. You should catch your breath, it won't take long." As soon as he'd finished, the heavy stone slab that served as the chamber's door slid open, and Yuna stepped out, her legs wobbling slightly. The Faith wants to see you, Naruto," Yuna gasped, her face red with exhaustion. With a raised eyebrow, Naruto took to his feet and walked over to the tired summoner, who took his hand in hers and led him into the chamber. When Waka tried to follow, however, the door slid shut, sealing the pair inside. "What do you think that was about?" he asked his gothic companion, who stayed silent for a moment. I'd rather not think about it. Yuna pulled her blonde companion into the large chamber that housed the faith, the crystal statue that here took the form of a large disc portraying a strange horned beast, flames spewing from its black jaws. The statue glowed with an ethereal light, which only intensified as he drew near, as if responding to his presence. You said you wanted to speak with him? He's here, Yuna called out, and the light began to coalesce into a gleaming orb, floating a few feet above the surface of the disc. So he is, a voice echoed from within the sphere, a voice that Naruto couldn't help but find familiar. But from where? Arigato, Yuna-san. You have saved me a great deal of trouble by bringing him here. Aha! I know who you are, Naruto yelled suddenly, pointing an accusing finger at the sphere, which seemed to give off an aura of confusion. Then, Naruto's triumphant smirk faded, to be replaced with a look akin to horror. But you're supposed to be dead. A ghost? He screamed, only to stop when the orb spoke again. I am not a ghost. How insulting, but you're right, I am dead. Just like every other faith in Spira, it's a basic principle of being a faith. I'll answer any questions you may have at the end, for now I have something far more important to say. The orb of light exploded outwards, and reformed into the translucent, ghostly form of a young man with raven black hair tied into a small ponytail, his onyx eyes gleaming. His face, while youthful, was creased and mature, as if he'd seen far more than his fair share of the world, and the stare he leveled on Naruto was blank and unflinching. Itachi. Chapter 7, and your dead can talk. How? Why? Naruto interrogated the ethereal Uchiha hurriedly, his expression bewildered, whereas Itachi watched him with a blank stare. Yuna looked between the two, confused but silent. What are you doing here? You died in our world, not Spira or Zanarkand. How could you possibly be a faith? It's more complex than time would permit me to explain. A faith is only supposed to remain in this humanoid for as long as it takes for the summoner to finish praying, which isn't very long to begin with. Besides, there are others better suited for that task than I. Now wipe that dumbfounded look off your face and listen closely, as I'll only say this once and it is of the utmost importance. Naruto dropped to the floor and took a cross-legged seat on the cold stones before the crystalline shrine, while Yuna slowly sat beside him, her legs folded under her as they both waited for Itachi to begin. Good. Now, allow me to begin my tale with a question. Did you know what Madara Uchiha was after when you fought him? The Biju? Didn't he want to use them to scare the villages into obeying him? Not quite. Pain's plan was similar to that. He intended to unleash the beasts on the villages in secret and then show up with his Akatsuki to reseal the beast and therefore save them from destruction. He would be heralded as a hero, and would use his newfound stature in the world's order to bring about an era of peace. Madara, on the other hand, had other plans. Working in the shadows, he would collect the combined chakra of the nine-tailed beasts and reform the ancient ten-tailed beast that has not walked the earth since the days of the Rikudo Sennin. With its chakra, and its body still sealed within the moon, he would cast his Tsukuyomi on the moon's surface and use it to control the minds of the masses. It certainly was an interesting plan, but not one I am proud of being a part. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's your point? Not like it matters now, the Kyuubi's still in here. He placed a hand on his stomach. So Madara's plans are halted permanently, right? Nothing to worry about. You'd think. After you were accidentally cast into the Kamui, Madara realized that his plans would now never come to fruition and decided to initiate a hastily formed Plan B. With the Biju he had already extracted, he declared an all-out war on the shinobi nations. This normally wouldn't too much of a bother even with the tailed beasts on his side. After all, he was assaulting the 5 strongest countries in the world. Countries forged through centuries of war, with only a few unintelligent monsters and the remaining 3 members of Akatsuki on his side. However, aid came from an unlikely source, one whose name I'm sure you're quite familiar with. Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru's right-hand man. Didn't Sasuke kill Orochimaru? Indeed, but that didn't stop his apprentice from taking the reins after his demise. He implanted himself with Orochimaru's cells, and used his newfound power to use Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu, the Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, to revive hundreds of fallen warriors from across the continent. The fallen Akatsuki, previous Kage, the first 7 Jinchuriki and even famous shinobi such as Sarutobi Asuma, the Gold and Silver Brothers and Kiri's 7 shinobi swordsmen. Needless to say, it was a bloodbath. What about Konoha? Naruto yelled, rising in anger. If what you say is true, then there's no way that Tsunade Bachan could stay out of it. Madara wouldn't let her. Itachi didn't answer. His head lowered apologetically, hiding from Naruto's furious eyes. They widened in horror as Naruto realized just what the late missing Nin was insinuating. What happened to them, Itachi? The friendliness that had always been apparent to some degree in Naruto's voice was gone, replaced with a cold insincerity that caused the young summoner at his side to shiver. You must know that they had no choice. One cannot simply hide away when the entire world is at war, especially not when they are one of the fiercest powers to have. What happened to them? Naruto roared, his eyes turning crimson as rage flooded his body. Itachi hesitated for a moment, then sighed. They didn't survive, Naruto. Tsunade, Kakashi, your friends. They were each consumed by the fires of war. Kabuto's animated corpses were incredibly resistant to damage, never fatigued, and could regenerate any damage they were subjected to. In addition, the Edo Tensei is an incredible technique in that it has absolutely no adverse effect on the summoner, so Kabuto was able to use it again and again. And then, when Madara finally marched on Konoha with vengeance in his heart, he used the Rinnegan he'd stolen from Pain's corpse to bury Konoha and all of its inhabitants. There's nothing left of it now. Where's Madara now? Naruto, you must understand that you traveled through time itself. The events that lead to Konoha's defeat occurred over 1,000 years ago now. I've been waiting here for just this occasion. As for how I knew you would come, the eyes of the dead see many things that the living do not. I didn't ask about that. I know for a fact that Madara used a space-time ninjutsu to survive for over 100 years. What's to stop him from staying alive for 1,000? Where is He? I don't know. He saved Konoha for last, so once that was out of the way it was all over. Only problem was that with the 5 great nations gone, there was nothing left for him to rule over. I watched him as a spirit, floating around, as he wandered the wasteland for a while as if in search of something. Then, one day he simply vanished without a trace, and with no means for me to follow. I'm sorry, Naruto. The blonde fell silent. His head was lowered so his fringe obscured his eyes, and his fists clenched so tightly that his palms bled. Yuna rose to her feet and took hold of one of his rough, calloused hands in her own, looking up at him in worry, turning to Itachi's image. Itachi, was it? She said nervously. She'd garnered from he and Naruto's discussion that this man, if he could be called such, was not of Spira, and she doubted he was as carefree as Naruto if the deep creases in his skin were any indication. She could also feel the same cold, unsociable aura emanating from him as she often did from Lulu. That is correct, Yuna-san. May I help you in some way? I don't believe you called Naruto here just to tell him all that. What is it you really want? Itachi smiled knowingly. Very perceptive of you. I do believe from what I have seen that you would have made a fine shinobi, were you not so believing in the goodness of mankind. You are correct once again, I did indeed have other reasons for calling Naruto here. As you may have gathered by listening to our conversation, which I don't doubt you were, Yuna's face flushed with embarrassment. Naruto's being here is the fault of one specific man, Madara Uchiha, the same man who utterly decimated the village both Naruto and I once called home. In doing so, he has upset a natural balance that has kept the world stable for countless millennia. I'm sure you understand that the world isn't best pleased with this development. With thousands upon thousands of souls passing through the door between this life and the next, the delicate workings of the planet have come loose, and are slowly spinning into chaos. That's where you come in. Me? Yuna asked incredulously, and Itachi nodded. Yes, you and, of course, Naruto, alongside the rest of your band of hardy warriors are destined for something far greater than you could have imagined. We faith are entrusting you, as both of you are beacons of hope in your respective worlds, to right this terrible wrong. And just how are we supposed to do that? Naruto asked, finally finding his voice. He spoke in a low growl, his voice hoarse from yelling. You expect us to bring back the dead? We expect you to ensure that the next generation lives to be born, so that the cycle of life may continue as designed. You sure you're okay, brudda? Waka asked worriedly when Yuna and Naruto emerged from the Chamber of the Faith without a word to the group. The very air around the usually cheerful blonde was suffocating. His head was down again, casting a dark shadow over his face while his fists were clenched. What happened in Deer? Perhaps it's none of your business, Waka, Lulu suggested coldly, and the Blitz captain laughed nervously, squeezing the boy's shoulder gently. Yahaha. Sorry about that. Didn't mean no harm, ya? Naruto didn't say a word. The trip back through the cloister of trials was an awkwardly silent one, and almost everyone was grateful to be out of the enclosed space of the narrow tunnels and back into the candlelit hall of the temple, where people still prayed for various causes. Are we ready to go? Lulu asked as she turned to the group once they'd descended the steps leading up to the cloister's door. Yuna shook her head and looked to Kamari, who nodded and disappeared into the tunnels to the side of the hall. He returned a minute later with the red-haired girl, still sleeping soundly, in his arms. He grunted softly, and Yuna smiled in thanks, before turning back to Lulu. All set. Let's head back to the village. The motley crew stepped out of the temple and into the blaring sunshine that fell onto Ohalan's plateau. The place was still a total wreck from their battle with the true form of Sinspan Jano, with broken tiles torn from the ground and strewn wildly about, holes that dug deep into the ground in random places, and a large portion of the square completely missing where one of the tree-like fiend's massive roots had plunged into the earth. Waka grinned and ran ahead to the center of the square, where people were beginning to clear up the destruction, and begun to lend a hand. Lulu sighed and shook her head, walking on regardless with Kamari and Yuna in tow. Naruto trailed slowly behind them, still downcast and silent. It's good that they've already started to rebuild this place. With the destruction that happened yesterday, it may take a while for it to be complete again, Yuna said to no one in particular as she walked past the working villagers, watching their labors with interest. Then, a familiar unholy roar echoed over the mountain top as the fallen trunk of Jano's massive form rose up and flailed madly. The people on the plateau fled in terror from the monster as it rained its organic fury down upon them once again, and the band of fighters readied themselves once again. But not one looked Naruto's way. God damn it. He cursed quietly, his voice once again a low, guttural growl that would scare the scales off a Sahagan. Then, all of a sudden, his rage exploded in a torrential wave as red chakra flowed from his body in heavy pulses. His hair grew thicker and wilder, his teeth and nails lengthened into fangs and claws, and his eyes morphed into their demonic scarlet form. The red cloak around his shoulders whipped around him with the winds generated by the foul power that radiated from his body as he leveled a furious glare on the Sinspan. In an instant, the Magan was in its thawed state and strapped to his arm, its crosshairs centered on the monster. Why won't you just die already? The soil canisters were in his hand before he realized he'd taken them, and he slotted them into the Magun's chamber one by one. A horrible rain of anger, arrow black, the rising of boiling blood, heat crimson. The roar of the sky being destroyed, horizon gold. Cry, summoned creature. Belias, with his final roar, Naruto pulled the Magun's trigger and unleashed the triplicate streams of light, twisting and turning through the air until finally they collided on a single point in the center of the broken plateau, directly before the revived fiend. The stone seemed to bubble and boil as crimson light seeped up through the cracks, illuminating the battleground with an eerie glow while dark clouds gathered overhead. Flames licked at the white tiled floor as the light grew into a great blaze that flared into the sky far over the heads of our heroes. Out of the towering inferno stepped a creature, easily twice the height of a Ronso, its shoulders, chest and forearms wrapped in a blazing orange fur. Two ornate bronze masks were nestled in the mass of flaming red, devilish horns curling into it. The beast had 4 arms, with the second pair smaller and lower so that they were in line with its second mask. Its larger arms took hold of an intricate bronzed axe, while the smaller clasped together as if in prayer. What is that thing? Waka asked, the group's assault having been stopped by Belias' sudden arrival. The Gigas gave a bestial roar as it ground its hooves into the earth, staring Jano down with eyeless sockets. The plant-like fiend screeched and shot 2 thick vines at the beast, but one was summarily cut down with ease by Belias' axe, while the other burst spontaneously into flames as it neared the Esper. It stamped its hooves angrily, and the flames around it began to build until the heat was unbearable. The axe in its hands lit up with white-hot flame and it let loose a final roar as it swung the enormous weapon with all its strength. The flames followed the axe's swing and lashed out at the thick bark, cleaving through the organic material with ease. The arc of flame continued through the monster's body until it broke out the other side, dissipating into the sky and leaving behind a gash in Geno's side that still burnt with white flame, eating away at the bark, until the Sinspawn too began to fade into a mass of bright white pyre flies and vanish into the air. Come back from that, ya ugly Sanuva bitch. Naruto cursed, cut off abruptly as he raised a hand hastily to his mouth and coughed heavily into it, his other holding his stomach. He pulled the hand away and saw the distinct red on his palm, before his vision swam and faded into darkness just as Belias did into flame. Ugh! Naruto groaned, holding his stomach as he slowly rose from his bed. Bright white lights still danced in his eyes, and his head felt as if it were trying to split itself open, which was all too possible. He looked to his bedside where he expected to find Yuna keeping a silent vigil over his sleeping form, but was instead met with Lulu's icy stare. Hey, Lu. What's shaken? I don't know whether to dignify that with a response. What were you thinking? I thought you were planning on thinking about what you do from now on, but what do? You rush into battle once again. Use your head for once. First you use up all that power in the first battle, then you decide in your infinite wisdom to unleash that thing. She gestured angrily at the Magon, sitting silently on the bed beside him, once again in its frozen state, without fully knowing of the effect it has on you. That kind of power always has a price. Didn't anyone ever teach you that? Lulu breathed a sigh of relief. Yuna was worried about you. How are you feeling now? Not all that great. Feels like the room's swaying, and I can smell salt really strong. Lulu laughed quietly. Don't worry, that's not your head. After you passed out, we had Waka carry you back to the village after he'd finished a shouting match with a rival blitzball team. He put you up in the inn, one of the only buildings left standing, for the night and had a healer look over you. She couldn't find anything particularly wrong with you, besides the fact that you were long past exhaustion, so we let you rest up. Right now we're aboard the SS Winnow, headed for Luca. Another boat? I hate boats, Naruto grumbled. He threw back the covers, leapt out of bed, and immediately regretted it as pain exploded in his calves and he swayed precariously before finally regaining his balance, a hand pressed firmly against the wall. Okay, bad plan. For Yevon's sake, don't overexert yourself. The black mage reprimanded him, resting a hand gently on his shoulder to steady him. Honestly, if I wasn't here to mother you, you might want to head up to the deck. Yuna's up there with Kamari, I'm sure she's been fretting over you. After that, Waka's with the Aurochs in one of the cabins opposite here, he'd probably like to know you're okay. Well, near enough. Lulu swept from the room and Naruto hurried after, headed for the top deck. Once there, he took a deep draught of salty sea air and stretched out his tired muscles in the bright sunlight. Naruto. You're all right. A familiar voice cried as Yuna hurried over to him, Kamari in tow. The young summoner patted down his shoulders and arms, as if trying to confirm that he was, in fact, in one piece, and smiled warmly. I was worried when you fell unconscious so suddenly. Come on. You think a little fatigue's gonna put me down? I'm way tougher than that. Naruto exclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. Yuna smiled again, just as Waka chose that moment to interrupt the pair. Whoa, you're awake already. Brudda, you must be made o' steel or something. Doesn't matter, come with me. What's the hurry, man? That girl, the one you pulled from the Sinspawn, she's whacking up. Naruto's eyes grew wide, and the four hurried down into the cabin once more, where the Besaid Aurochs were all gathered around a single bed, being forcibly pushed away by a petite woman with olive green hair and large, round glasses, dressed in a white lab coat. Is she okay, Doc? The woman looked over at the question and frowned when she saw the orange-haired Blitzer. Ah, Sir Waka. Perhaps you will have better luck than I in getting these brutes to maintain distance from the patient. They won't listen to a word I say. She huffed and gave one last push against Kiba's chest before giving up altogether. All right, boys. You heard the woman. Back up already. With Waka's command, the Aurochs immediately stepped back, and the doctor huffed again, sweeping a lock of hair out of her face with a slender hand. Many thanks. As for your question, she's stable, at least. Take a look for yourself. The doctor turned back to the girl who was sleeping silently, wrapped up in blankets on the bed. She had twisted in her sleep, and in doing so had wrapped the quilts tightly around burying herself in their warmth. Her ruby red hair splayed out on the pillow behind her head almost angelically, and every so often she'd mutter in her sleep. Then, her eyes began to slowly flutter open. Waka, Yuna and Naruto hurried to her bedside and watched her with interest and worry, as her emerald green irises slowly drifted across the room, before finally settling on Naruto's face. Her eyelids snapped open, and she sat bolt upright in bed, rearing back a fist which she then slammed directly into Naruto's face. The blonde shot back, cradling his bleeding nose while the doctor tried to force the girl back down. "Don't move around too much, you don't want to cause any more damage." "How come you care more about her condition than mine? I'm a patient too," Naruto asked, his voice muffled by the bloodied hand clasped over his face. The doctor scoffed and ignored him, forcibly holding the girl down as she struggled against her efforts. "It's because except for being a little tired, there's nothing wrong with you, you're just being a whiny little brat." "Who the hell do you think you are? You let go of me, Waka. I want to beat this bitch into oblivion." "You said it yourself, you're a patient. So sit down, and shut up. This is not the time." "Not the time? That girl punched me and now the doctor is insulting me?" "I wouldn't have to insult you if you weren't being so stupid, you probably scared the poor girl with your ugly face." "Who the hell are you callin' ugly, lady?" "You, of course. I thought that much was obvious." "I am gonna kill you." "Stop." Everybody froze. By this I mean literal freezing, rather than simple cessation of movement, as Lulu stormed into the room wielding her blizzard spell with extreme prejudice. Gleaming crystals of ice blossomed on every surface as every inhabitant of the room was frozen in place, all but the red-haired girl. Lulu weaved a path through icy statues of blitzball players until she stood over the bed. "Are you all right? Can you speak?" "Where am I?" the girl asked, her voice high-pitched and childish, which seemed strange given her appearance which matched that of someone in their late teens. She pulled the covers up to her chin and frantically looked about the room, eyes wide like a deer in headlights. "Who are you people?" "Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you," Lulu soothed as she slowly thawed the frozen one by one. "Do you have a name?" The girl shook her head, and looked around again until her eyes fell on Naruto. Once again she leapt up, snarling viciously as she reared back a powerful fist, until she was held back by Lulu's hand on her wrist. Naruto tried to back away, but half of his body was still frozen and he was denied that luxury due to the unfortunate circumstance of having one leg adhered to the wooden floor. The dark-haired mage, on the other hand, examined the girl, who was still trying frantically to attack Naruto, carefully. It seems she becomes aggressive whenever she sees Naruto. Oh, come on, Chapter 8, gimme more, ladies and gentlemen, the day we've all been waiting for. The opening tournament of the season. This event is sponsored by Yevon, and this year we celebrate Maester Mika's 50th year in office. Over there. The ships carrying the players are arriving now. This would be Dock 2. All the way from Kilika, it's the Kilika Beasts. High Summoner Ohalan used to play for them, a big name to live up to. Their hometown was recently attacked by Sin. Isn't that right, Jimma? Yes, Baba. They're going to be pulling out all the stops to try and bring back the cup this year. Exciting, isn't it, folks? Our next team off the ramp. Well, if it isn't the Besaid Aurochs. They're a living, breathing, statistical impossibility. I've never seen a team this bad. That's right, in 23 years they've never made it past the first round. Only a few diehard fans are in the audience today. Best of luck to them, and a safe journey back to Besaid. Right, Jimma. Moving right along, our next team is. Here they are, folks. Our very own Luca goers. They've got power. They've got speed. They've got teamwork. They're an all-around first-class team, and they're back home in Luca. Without a doubt, they are the favorite this year, Baba. And after the way they dominated last year, it'd take a miracle for them to lose today. You can say that again, Jimma. Look at the crowd, folks. Look at the crowd. Looks like all of Luca has turned out to cheer the goers on. They know, I know, and you know, folks. The Luca goers are number one. Don't let it get to ya, Waka told Naruto as the latter gave a soft growl. It's the same every year. Da Luca goers are da ones everyone bets on, and da ones everyone cashes in on. Course a team like dat's gonna be celebrated more than a third-rate team like us. That's not the point. We can't just sit here and take it, We're hiding from the crowd for Blitz's sake. True. Waka had led the team away from the masses of the beasts and goers screaming fans, and into a part of the dock meant for transporting cargo. The team were seated on crates as they awaited Waka's orders. We look like complete pussies. We need to show those goers what's what. They know what's what. That's part o' da problem. They know they're better than everyone else, and they are not afraid to show it. If we start causing trouble, it's only gonna make this harder for us. At least if we keep quiet till da game, they might just go easy on us. You're honestly saying you'd rather lose to those guys, when they're holding back, than actually give this a damn good shot. My way, if we lose we can at least say we tried our very hardest and that we forced those goers to play at their full power. The Aurochs looked at him in confusion. Yeah, I know I said we were gunning for victory, but I don't care anymore. All I want to do is beat those Luca goers into dust. If what you're saying about them being the best of the best is true, then they're essentially the same goal, right? Naruto turned toward the team, didn't notice Yuna, Lulu and Kamari walking up behind him, watching his inspirational speech. Sure, we want to win, but proving to that bunch of condescending assholes that they're not king of the hill is more important. If we can kick their asses, think how easy it'll be for us to take the cup then. Waka grinned and let out a louder than necessary laugh. I like da way you think, Blondie. We been pitted against the goers in da first round every year for da last 3 years, and now it's payback time. We gonna put our foot so far up dear asses, they gonna be picking shoelaces out of dear teeth for a week, y'all. The team cheered in unison, and, with Waka in the lead, sprinted off toward the stadium. Naruto watched them go, then finally noticed the 2 women and 1 Ronso that had watched his motivational speech with interest. Oh, hey. How long have you guys been there? A while. That was quite moving, Yuna said, stifling a chuckle with her hand. Putting people down like they do. They're as bad as my old man, Naruto said angrily, shocking Yuna. How can you say that? Sir Jekt was a kind and gentle man, she cried indignantly. Naruto huffed and crossed his arms, frowning. Well, not my Jekt, he finished, following after Waka without another word. Yuna stuttered helplessly and shot a pleading look at Lulu, who shrugged, shaking her head. The pair walked quickly to catch up with Naruto and Waka, who had stopped at one of the other docks. So who actually is this geezer? The blonde asked Waka, who stood beside him. The Blitz captain looked at him as if he'd grown a second head. You kiddin' me, brudda? That's Maester Mika? Who? Maester Mika has been the scion of Yevon for 50 years now. With Yevon's power and resources, he essentially rules Spira from his residence at the holy city of Bevel. Lulu spoke knowledgeably. Naruto nodded, but then his eyes drifted to the taller man that stood before Mika. So who's that? Could that be Maester Seymour? Yuna asked quietly, almost jumping to see over the crowd. The group watched as Seymour knelt and prayed, as did everyone else. People of Spira, I thank you for your generous welcome. Rise, Maester Seymour. Mika addressed his underling, who slowly rose from his lowered position and stood almost twice the height of the aged Maester before him, and all of you as well. I present to you the son of Maester Jiscal Guado, who departed for the far plane a fortnight past. As some of you may already know, he has been officially ordained as a Maester of Yevon. I am Seymour Guado. I am honored to receive the title of Maester. In life, my father Jiscal worked to foster friendship between man and Guado. I vow to carry on his legacy, and to fulfill my duties as Maester to the best of my abilities. The crowd as one bowed their heads, including Naruto after Waka elbowed him in the ribs, and the 2 Maesters walked onwards toward the stadium. After the procession had passed, the crowd dissipated, and Waka gave a wide grin. Really psyches y'all up, don't it? He asked the blonde, who shrugged, still staring after the Maesters. Something on your mind? I don't know. The teen said quietly, raising a hand to his chin in thought. Something about the guy seems off, just can't put my finger on it. Bah, probably nothing. Naruto's sword cut through yet another spindly mass of sickly green scales as it swam frantically away from the swath of death he'd cut through the school of Sahagins that had invaded the Blitz sphere. The aquatic fiend exploded into the now familiar orbs of pure white spewing rainbow light that floated off into the sky, just as Waka's spiked blitzball shot past his head and halted another's attack aimed for the blonde's head. Naruto sent a thumbs up in the blitzer's direction, but rather than the cocky grin he'd expected, he was greeted with a look of concern aimed at the stand above them. Naruto followed his eye line with his own, and saw Yuna struggling to hold off a swarm of Arimans with her new Eon, Ifrit. The hellish summon's fiery blasts were devastating to the leathery fiends, but their sheer numbers were beginning to overwhelm him. Kamari and Lulu were both preoccupied fighting their own battles, wielding halberd and black magic with extreme prejudice. He watched as a blizzard spell reflected harmlessly off of a Vouvre's thick, armored skin, the creature itself pushing past Kamari with a vicious swipe of its claws and leaping at Yuna on powerful, muscle-bound legs. Her mismatched eyes widened in fear as thick, obsidian claws descended upon her with a primal roar, and Naruto broke free of his watery prison, feet charged with chakra ready to push off the sphere's surface, when the reptilian fiend suddenly split in two and burst into pyre flies. The wide, curved blade, forged for cleaving armor, flesh and bone alike, and flash of scarlet cloth whipping around tanned muscle in the wind was more than enough to identify the culprit. One muscular arm lifting the steel cleaver onto his shoulder, while the other hung uselessly, nestled in a makeshift sling. From behind his trademark glasses, steely gray eyes watched the advancing fiends with a dangerous glint. One pounced on him, baring tooth and claw as it screeched a terrible war cry. In an instant, it and three more were bifurcated just as easily as their predecessor, if not more so. The swordsman returned his sword to its resting place, smirking darkly as the remaining fiends looked hesitant to approach this man who slaughtered their comrades with such ease and finesse. One turned to run, and immediately found itself skewered and launched towards another. The two tumbled off the balcony and fell, screaming, into the darkened pit below. Orin, the dark-haired swordsman, hefted his blade onto his shoulder and kicked another fiend, paralyzed with fear, away from him, before turning to the blonde as his feet touched down on the balcony's rail. He smirked as the teen dropped to the stone floor, a bright grin tugging at his whiskered cheeks as he sheathed his blade. "I've been looking all over for you." "You obviously haven't been looking very hard," Orin joked, with the deep grunt of a laugh sounding from his throat as he stepped over to Yuna, Naruto in tow. "You're late. I've been in Luca for about a week now." "Yeah. There were a few technical difficulties," Naruto replied nervously, scratching the back of his head. "Were you waiting for me or something?" "Don't flatter yourself. The fact that you're here just makes my job that much easier. Come on, this chapter in your story isn't over." Orin began to walk away as Lulu took up a position at Yuna's side, Kamari and Naruto falling into place at the swordsman's flanks. Each readied their weapon and charged into the fray, slicing at whatever fiend dared to attack them. Bolts of white lightning burst from Naruto's outstretched hand, tearing a condor from the sky, and Orin's thick katana cleaved through the thick armor of Araldo as it charged at the blonde. He took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. "How many of these things are there? I don't think I've fought so many monsters in my life," he exclaimed, dodging a swipe from an evil eye as it flew into the path of a vicious jab from Kamari's lance. Orin scoffed as he swung his blade in a wide arc, beheading three more fiends in one fell swoop. "What does it matter to you? A guardian should be prepared to protect their summoner from anything that might harm them," he growled, sending a sidelong glance in the blonde's direction. Naruto looked back at Yuna, clutching her staff as if it were her last lifeline, and frowned. "Yeah, I got it." His hand strayed to the magan, strapped to his leg, the free limb disappearing within the depths of the strange golden cylinder as its form shimmered and rippled once more. Within an instant it stood proudly in its thawed state, its black heart beating furiously as Naruto leveled his scowl on the unwavering tide of fiends before him. His finger twitched on the gleaming trigger. "I don't quite know what'll happen if I try to use a summon a second time, but..." Bismarck. The magan fired, and, just as it had done the first time, 3 trails of light burst from its barrels, though they moved much faster than before, and collided with an almighty torrent of rushing water as a veritable tsunami flowed forth from the point where the 3 lights met. Riding the wave was the white whale, Bismarck, its crimson eyes glinting as it whined deeply, spurring forth the unending current as it tore across the balcony and swept up the many hundreds of fiends in one fell swoop, either crushing them under incredible pressure or washing them over the ledge's side into the darkened abyss below. "Rather impressive. You've gotten stronger since we last saw each other," Orin admitted with a small smile. "You know it," Naruto said with a grin, before collapsing to his knees with a pained scream as a terrible screech pervaded the stadium. His body shook as he winced in agony. Yuna hurrying to his body in worry and casting copious amounts of white magic on his fallen form, but to no avail. Then, all of a sudden, a wave of golden energy washed over them all, flowing through the arena and tearing the fiends apart on a molecular level as it crept into every corner of the stadium. The group looked up at the Maester's box to see Seymour atop it, a monstrous creature beside him, towering over all. Large, shell-like fins rose on either side of its emaciated form, dark, scaly skin pulled taut over its bones and wrapped in thick chains. Its arms were trapped against its body by its bonds, crossed over its chest yet revealing a small charm tied around its neck. Its head, wrapped mostly in graying bandages, shook wildly as the golden light gathered in its uncovered left eye and released with the sound of metal clashing with metal, ripping the fiends apart into a sea of fireflies, flowing through the stadium. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the Aeon was gone, disappearing in a cloud of darkness, and Naruto stopped shaking, his body falling still. Bismarck hovered over him as Yuna's hands lit up with the brilliant white glow of a cure, his eyes slowly creaking open as he propped himself up on his elbows. What the frick was that? He asked shakily, as the soothing warmth of Yuna's white magic flowed through his body and gently quelled the searing pain. Oren's steely eyes moved from the downed blonde to the Maester's private box, replacing his sword on his back. Seymour's Aeon. It's rare for anything, barring sin of course, to be that powerful. No wonder he became a Maester so soon after his father's death. I wonder. Why did it affect you as it did? None had the opportunity to answer as a shriek tore at their eardrums. All gathered turned to see Bismarck ripped in two, fading into fireflies to give way for the spindly, insectoid limbs of a monstrous eponge. Its armored skin, tinted purple as it gleamed with the reflection of both the sun's radiant light and the white glow of Yuna's spell, shifted with a grating screech as it leapt for the group. Each readied weapons, sans Lulu who brought her hands together for a thunderspell, but the speed at which the powerful fiend traveled was far too great and it hurtled past each of them, claws brought forward to spear its unfortunate target, the injured Naruto. Drip, drip. Naruto sat up, clutching at his chest as his body heaved with labored breaths. His heartbeat pounded relentlessly against his ribcage, and his entire body still ached with the lingering pain of Anima's assault. Still, the cool water beneath him did something to soothe the burning in his muscles, if only slightly. That was, of course, until it took on a scarlet glow and heated rapidly to the point that it burned his skin. Hot. What the? He leapt out of the shin-deep water and used his chakra to settle calmly atop it, his sandals protecting the soles of his feet from the scalding liquid, sapphire blue eyes scanning the darkness. Kyuubi. He hadn't meant for his voice to sound quite so timid, but it was hard to maintain any sort of composure when the fear of impending and excruciating doom at the hand of a teenage demon queen hung over him. Slitted eyes, tiny pinpricks of searing scarlet that smoldered like hot coals as they fixed on him, flashed in the gloom of the Kyuubi's cage, and Naruto, despite all his power, was at a loss to move. So, in the horrible situation he found himself caught in, his opponent had the upper hand. The lights grew closer and closer as the torrent of killing intent washed over him, the dim light of his mindscape slowly reaching her lithe form as she stepped up to the thick, golden bars of her prison. There, looking equally as splendid as she had in their first, true meeting, if not more so, stood the strongest of the 9 Biju in all her glory, and Naruto would have been as awestruck as he had back then were it not for the anger that burned in her eyes as she slowly and deliberately stepped over to him like a predator stalking its prey. As she brought herself to her full, if unimpressive, height, looming over his kneeling form as he fearfully kept her gaze, her arms crossed under her bosom, Naruto smiled nervously. Hey. Kyuubi-chan. That's it, huh? Naruto winced. He supposed he'd deserved something like this. After all, they'd been the closest of partners and friends for all of 17 years, then all of a sudden he forgets about her in favor of his forays into the world of Spyra. Still, there was that tiny, irritating voice that screamed, I don't deserve this. The same voice he wished would shut the hell up. I'm willing to overlook the lack of attention you've given me over the past few days. Wait, what? Naruto looked up, confused, but Kyuubi's still-present rage sent his head back down. If that wasn't what she was mad about, then what? What I'm really annoyed by is the fact that somehow, you caused that and didn't even give an explanation. What was that? Weor. An unintelligible, yet strangely calming bellow echoed throughout the sewers that made up his mindscape, followed by the sound of rushing water and the all-encompassing mass of pure white that passed through the tunnel by the prison's entrance, an orb of pure scarlet and a wide fin protruding from its side. A series of loud splashes pursued it, and a bright orange light lit the gloom of the tunnel as a large, humanoid creature wielding a strange axe-like weapon chased the first object, roaring loudly. "Halt! In the name of the Gigas, I shall smite thee down, foul beast!" Belias' voice boomed as it ran after the panicked Bismarck, causing Kyuubi's eye to twitch irritably. "That is precisely what I meant. Those two have been up to the same thing for days." Kyuubi gave a low, dangerous growl. "It's taking all my willpower not to tear them, and you, to shreds." As if testament to her struggle, her fingertips ignited with orange flames, flickering wildly despite the absence of any kind of wind. "What the hell are they, anyway?" "It's kinda hard to explain," Naruto allowed, scratching the back of his head nervously. "I guess they're like my toad summons, but they've got different powers, and they're obviously not toads. I have to use the Magan to bring them out." He trailed off, as he realized, hand patting down the side of his leg frantically, that the aforementioned weapon was nowhere to be found. Kyuubi grinned darkly as she raised a hand, the other still held firmly under her bosom, carrying the gleaming golden cylinder that was the Magan in its frozen state. "You mean this? It's kinda funny, you being a shinobi and all, yet you can't even stop a simple pickpocket. I don't generally tend to get my pockets picked when I'm inside my own head." "Touché." She raised the cylinder and, with a flash of scarlet, it morphed, not into the quickly becoming familiar form he used to summon the likes of Bismarck and Belias, but into something new altogether. It appeared to be some form of flintlock pistol, its curved handle and tapering barrel testament to that, though it retained the triple barrel feature of the Magun's thawed state. Rather than the blocky, golden weapon with its black, beating heart, this was thinner and more streamlined, the golden, circular barrels encased with the gaping maw of a roaring fox, its teeth gripping the smooth metal as if it were alive. The eyes lit up an angry red as its tail seemed to coil around the handle, which Kyuubi gripped as she raised it to Naruto's head. "This must be another first for you." "That it is. Nice gun, by the way. How'd you do that?" "You mean you didn't know?" Kyuubi laughed, a deep, rich, mocking laugh that echoed off the stone walls. Naruto shivered. "My powers can alter objects when my chakra is pushed into them, like this." She held the pistol to the light, allowing the dim brightness to glint off its golden surface. "You should pay more attention to me, Naruto-kun. It may just save your life." She tossed the gun through the air, where Naruto fumbled to catch it, hissing as the smooth metal, still hot from the presence of Kyuubi's chakra, burned his calloused palms. Naruto looked back up at his tenant, who smirked seductively, and drew closer, pressing her full red lips to his. His eyes widened in surprise, but before he could get into the kiss she pulled away, blushing lightly despite herself. Just don't forget me." Naruto couldn't help but smile warmly. For someone of such power, when she showed her derriere side, she could be simply too cute. And then, darkness. Back to the real world, then, Naruto mused, as time slowly began to resume. The Magan, still in his hand from Bismarck's summoning, quickly morphed into the lighter form of Kyuubi's pistol in a rush of flame. He raised the weapon and lined it up with the Ippage's head, its jaws opening in a scream as it descended upon its prey with long, spear-like claws, his fingers slowly squeezing the trigger. It felt as if the weapon had exploded in his hand. The gun kicked back into his palm, and he winced from the pain of the incredible force, pushing back into his shoulder. On the other end, however, the three barrels burst into flame as a sphere of crimson leapt from each and collided with the armored flesh of the powerful fiend, the spindly creature eliciting a pained shriek as its flesh was quickly eaten away by the unbearable heat, incinerating almost instantly and turning to ashes that fell harmlessly to the ground. To the others, however, it was little more than a blur, as Naruto's arm shot out and all of a sudden, the monster was toasted. All that marked the creature's existence in the first place were the scattered ashes and the remnants of the beast's screams carrying on the wind. All five blinked, even Orin. What just happened? Naruto pulled himself to his feet, dusting the Ipage's remains from his clothes as the pistol flowed back into its cylindrical form and returned to its holster on his thigh. They stared at him as he stretched languidly, seemingly unaffected by anything that had happened up to this point. Even when Naruto returned the confused gaze, arms crossed behind his head, their bewilderment never faltered. "What's up? Y'all look like you've seen a ghost or something." Waka gave up. "I give up, dear's just no point in trying to understand anything around you, y'all." He stormed off, leaving the others to stare after him. "Got anything to say for yourself?" Oren raised an eyebrow, and took a step toward the dock's edge, staring out over the seas. "Don't ignore me, Oren. I'm not demanding anything, but I think I deserve a few answers." Oren let out a small laugh. "A few answers, you say?" He gave Naruto a sidelong glance, exposing a corner of his knowing smirk. "You always were a little odd. Any normal person would have tried to force me into giving the full truth, myself included. So what is it about you that would cause you to settle for such a small price?" "I'm generous," Naruto replied with a sarcastic tone, crossing his arms. "Now tell me, you knew my old man, right?" Oren eyed Naruto for a moment, as if choosing how to answer. "Yeah. And you also knew Yuna's father, also correct. Are you going somewhere with this?" "I just..." Naruto trailed off, gazing with no small amount of irritation at the green dots on the horizon he knew were islands like Besaid and Kilika. "I guess I failed to see how that's even possible. Zanarkand is gone, isn't it? Has been for 1,000 years. So how did you manage to bypass that little detail?" "There's nothing impossible about it. Jekt and I. We were the guardians of High Summoner Braska, Yuna's father. Together, we defeated Sin around 10 years ago. Then I went to Zanarkand to watch over you, so that I could one day bring you to Spira. You have Jekt to thank for that, too. All of this was a favor to him." Naruto's fingers clenched into fists, and his eyes screwed shut as images of the man he begrudgingly called a father flashed before him, brilliant white teeth shining from an arrogant smirk as he crossed his thick arms over his chest. "I don't think I want to thank him for anything." Naruto shot Oren a demanding glare from the corner of his eye. "So where is he? Is he alive or dead?" "That depends on what you define as alive. He's no longer human. But then, neither are you," Naruto hissed angrily. He didn't know how Oren knew so much about him, even having watched over him for the majority of his new life, but regardless of the manner he would not have him jeopardize the loose friendships he'd already built up in this world by revealing secrets like that. Oren heard the sharp intake of air, and let out a deep grunt of a laugh. "Then again, I did feel something of him in that shell, couldn't you? You must have felt him. When you came into contact with Sin." Naruto's eyes grew wide in shock, and his mouth fell open with a gasp. He thought back to those fateful encounters with the whale-like beast, those few battles like none he'd ever faced. He didn't know what he felt in those moments. It was a battle, for Yevon's sake. His mind was focused solely on fighting and winning. And yet, Oren's words had a truthful ring to them, for now when he thought back on Sin, he felt familiarity. That didn't mean he wanted to believe the old swordsman, however. "That's just impossible," Naruto barked, throwing his arms out behind him. "I've seen what Sin is, and what it does. Sin is a monster, a beast that has no regard for human life whatsoever. All it does is destroy, destroy and destroy. There is no way in hell that Sin has any shred of humanity, especially not my old man, so you better come up with a better explanation than that." Oren grunted and turned to walk away. "Believe what you want to believe, but what I tell you is the truth. What is, and Sin is Jekt. There's no two ways about that. And whether you believe me now or not, soon enough you'll realize that I'm right. When you meet Sin, at the end of your journey." Naruto didn't answer. He didn't know what to say to counter that, not when he knew Oren was right. Oren passed him silently, then stopped at the base of the pier. "Come with me." "And if I refuse?" Naruto spat. "Every story must have an ending." I don't give a damn about your bedtime stories." Oren appeared to be taken aback for a moment, but adjusted his sunglasses and turned to look at Naruto. "I see. Sorry you feel that way." He continued walking. "Come or don't come," he called over his shoulder, "it's your decision." "Decision, my ass. I don't have a choice in the matter. You're the only one who knows what the hell's going on here, so if I don't go with you I'm stuck up shit creek without a paddle." "Irritating, I know. Or are you afraid?" Naruto cast his eyes groundward, and Oren's features softened ever so slightly. It's all right to be afraid. You're trapped in a world not your own, with creatures and beings you don't know how to react to. You have secrets you don't want anyone to discover, and all you want is to find out what the hell's going on and go home. And the only person who actually does know what's happening and could possibly get you home is an evasive asshole. That would be me. Don't sugarcoat it, why don't you? Naruto groaned sarcastically. A hand suddenly planting itself on his shoulder unbalanced him, and very nearly bowled him over, before Oren pulled him around to look him in the eye. I'm going to offer my services to Yuna as a guardian, and you're coming with me. Do you think he's gonna stay here? Lulu crossed her arms over her stomach, her Moogle held tightly in her embrace, and shook her head. She didn't mean to, of course, but she knew Naruto well enough, despite the small time they'd spent together, to know that he wouldn't give up now just because he'd found someone he knew. Not when there were so many questions left to answer. I don't think he has the capacity to stay in one place too long, she answered, with an amused smirk. Waka sighed and leant back against the railing, crossing his arms behind his head leisurely. I'm gonna miss having him around, that's for sure. Kid's a nuisance, but he's fun to watch, you know? A small hum tore her attention from the now ex-blitzer into her charge, staring at the paved street below as her hands fidgeted uncomfortably. Both guardians looked at her with no small amount of concern in their eyes. You all right, Yuna? Do you really think he'll leave? Lulu's features softened, and she gave the brunette an apologetic smile. He was never properly with us. He never truly became a guardian after all, and there was always the chance he'd just up and leave. The mage's voice was soft and, despite her best efforts, a little shaky. She'd admit that Naruto was fun to have around, if only as comic relief, and was a skilled warrior like none she'd ever seen. Besides that, it was nice to have some link to the older blonde that had stolen her own heart all those years ago, and whose bright and cheerful personality lived on in his son. She would be lying horribly if she even tried saying she wanted him gone. You shouldn't dwell too much on it. He'll stay with Sir Oren, and we'll continue on without him, just as we would if we'd never met him. What are you doing, Waka? Lulu scowled at the man, who appeared to be acting strangely. He was leaning far too far over the edge of the railing, craning his neck as if to look around the mage at something behind her. That's gonna be pretty hard, yaw? Her eyebrow quirked, and in response Waka simply pointed over her shoulder. The thud of rubber-soled boots against the paved street and the rhythmic clink of shifting metal met her ears, and she turned to see the large, crimson-clad frame of Oren slowly step towards her, one arm hanging limply in the fold of his coat while the other swayed with each step. And just behind him, hands forced into his pockets as he glared at the ground so hard it might have burst into flames, slowly walked the very blonde her thoughts had been fixated upon, though he was definitely not his usual happy-go-lucky self. Every muscle was tensed up and trembling, and she could tell he was barely restraining himself from lashing out at anything that came near. Sir Oren! Yuna exclaimed in surprise, and the scarred swordsman's steely gaze leveled upon her. Yuna, he began harshly, forcing a flinch out of the summoner. I wish to become your guardian. Do you accept? Lulu stared incredulously at the legendary warrior stood before her, asking her charge for the chance to protect her as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Her eyes drifted to the blonde behind Oren, who was leant on the railing, staring out over the bustling streets of Luca. She'd said it herself. He would most likely stay with Sir Oren, he being the only one with a hope of answering Naruto's questions. If Oren were to become Yuna's guardian, Naruto would undoubtedly come along. She felt equally happy and sad at that thought. Happy that the blonde would indeed be joining them for at least another leg of their journey, and yet at the same time sad that it was only because of Oren's whim. Whoa. You serious? Waka questioned the elder guardian incredulously, only to flinch and splutter when the man's narrowed glare fell upon him. Is that a refusal? He asked tersely, the fingers of the hand cradled within his coat clenching into a fist. Waka blanched and fell silent, averting his eyes in embarrassment. No, we accept. Yuna agreed heartily, her voice shaky and uneasy. All right, everyone? She looked to her guardians for reassurance. Lulu tore her attention from the blonde to see Oren scrutinizing the three of them, herself, Waka, and Kamari, as he waited for an answer. Her mouth hung open wordlessly as she racked her brain for a sensible answer, even though there was of course only one. We would be honored, but... Why? Oren seemed to stop for a minute, and his ever-present scowl deepened, casting dark lines into his rugged, tanned features. I made a promise. To Braska. Yuna's eyes widened ever so slightly at the mention of her father, but more so when Oren continued. The same promise I made to Jecht. I'll join you on your pilgrimage, on the condition that he gripped Naruto's shoulder firmly in a huge, gloved hand and wrenched him forward, leaving him to stumble before Yuna and her guardians, comes along too. He doesn't exactly need my help to stay alive, tenacious little bastard he is, but I won't ever go back on a promise. Yuna struggled to find her words for a moment, looking between the hulking swordsman and his blonde charge with no small amount of confusion. Why did Naruto seem so angry, as he glared at Luca's skyline, ramming his sandal into the paving stones as if he hoped they might break? She would have thought he'd be happier, having found someone he remembers in Spira. She shook her head. Whatever it was certainly none of her business. We would be doubly honored to have you both join us. Your skills would be greatly appreciated. Naruto looked up and stared blankly at her, even as Oren gave a short, mocking bark of a laugh. The kid has a fan club, huh? A lot happens when you go away for a few days, I guess. He drawled, smirking knowingly at the brunette summoner, who blushed furiously under his gaze and looked away to the side. Lulu and Waka afforded a hearty laugh at the embarrassed teen's expense, until Oren pulled them away from the group and began to speak in hushed tones. Yuna sighed and moved toward Naruto, looking out over the city at his side. Something on your mind? He appeared to jump slightly at the sound of her voice, as if he hadn't noticed her and her presence had startled him. He turned to look at her and attempted to form words for a moment, before giving up with an irritated hiss and turning back to the city. Whatever it is, it can't hurt to talk about it, can it? A burden shared is a burden divided, after all. I just had a nasty shock is all, nothing to worry your pretty little head about. Yuna blushed at his words, but would not be deterred. Something was bothering him, something major, and she would help him if it was the last thing she did. Why won't you let me help you? I just want to know what's on your mind, so I can at least try to make you feel better. Her feet shifted awkwardly against the pavestones, and her fingers fiddled with each other nervously. That's what friends are for, isn't it? Naruto's mouth hung open in surprise, before it twisted to a grin, not quite his usual lopsided smile that radiated pure warmth and happiness in every facet of its existence, but something closer. It was a start, at least. Friends, huh? He laughed, and Yuna couldn't help but smile herself at the sight of his cheer slowly returning to him. I think I'd like that. It'd be nice to have a friend right now. I'll be counting on you. And you, Yuna said warmly, smiling happily as she clapped her hands together in newfound enthusiasm. She'd succeeded, at least partially, in her self-given mission of cheering up Naruto, and made a good friend in the process. She and Naruto were friends. That meant that he would give anything for her, just as she would for him, and they could count on each other when times got rough, which they were bound to do in this pilgrimage. So why did her heart ache at the thought of Naruto being her friend? Chapter 9. Back in Black. Naruto groaned. There wasn't much reason for him to be upset at all. He'd pretty much gotten over the whole Jecht thing, choosing instead to deal with it when the time came rather than worry uselessly about it now. The sun threw its golden rays down upon the Miihan highroad, the sounds of birds chirping over the soft rustle of the cool breeze through the tall grass on the side of the road filled the air, and all in all the world seemed at peace for this one moment. Stop that groaning, will you? You're gonna give me a headache. There was his problem. The small but nonetheless aggressive olive-haired female that had all but demanded to come along, bringing her timid red-headed charge along with her. Naruto glared in the direction of the bespectacled young woman and stuck out his tongue childishly. What you gonna do, Doc? I told you to stop calling me that. Then tell me your real name, damn it, I don't want to. Stop it, both of you. The new voice's harsh order was punctuated by a bolt of white light slamming into the ground at their feet, long, knife-like shards of ice blossoming from the point of impact into a glittering bouquet of sub-zero temperatures. This is going to be a long pilgrimage, and if I have to spend the entire time listening to you two children arguing, I can't be held responsible for what I'll do to you. There's an inn not far ahead, where we'll be staying for the night, and if you can't work out your difficulties by then, we'll leave you both behind. Lulu knew her threat was empty, but that didn't stop her from making it. Oren had forced Naruto along, so she couldn't really leave him behind if she wanted to. The doctor, who Naruto had taken to simply calling Doc when she'd refused to tell him her name, also couldn't be left behind any more than you could tell a bird to leave you alone. She wasn't truly traveling with them, simply tagging along so that she could study the reactions of the red-headed girl when in the presence of the blonde. Of course, the mage suspected that was partially to see the shinobi get his ass kicked by a girl. I think it's nice. Lulu stopped and stared at Yuna, who was smiling serenely at the pair's antics. It's never boring when they're around. It's always as lively as can be. After all, I want this pilgrimage to be full of laughter. Lulu could help but smile as well. I guess that's true, but really, this is just childish. I think that's one of their best qualities. Lulu shook her head and kept walking. No matter how she tried, no matter how well she thought she knew the summoner, she could never really understand what went on in her head. Don't get me wrong, she could predict her course of actions a majority of the time, but there were always those little thoughts that Yuna came out with that just made you want to check if she was actually sane. Then, she noticed how quiet it was, and looked back. Naruto and Doc had, miraculously, stopped arguing, and were walking in silence, neither paying a glance in the other's direction. She sighed with relief and held her throbbing temple, hoping that now her headache would finally recede. So where is it we're headed next, exactly? Naruto piped up, stretching out with a tired groan. Ultimately our next goal is the temple at Jose, so that Yuna can pray to acquire her next Aeon. But as I said before, we'll stop to rest for the night before we head off to the Mushroom Rock Road. There's a travel agency up ahead, run by an Albaid named Rin. No one missed the incredibly noticeable grunt from Waka at the words, Albaid. Still, no one bothered to call him out on it and ignored it spectacularly. To be fair, it was particularly easy, especially when a group of armored individuals on large, yellow birds with short stumpy wings and long, powerful legs raced past them with a gust of wind and a call of Wark. Following them, a group of people armed with various weapons and armor strapped to their bodies panted heavily as they struggled to keep up with the agile birds. What was that about? They sure seem like they're in a hurry, Naruto noted. Orin gave an amused grunt. If memory serves, there's supposed to be some kind of competition around this time for anyone who wants to join. The fields around the Miihan High Road are filled with fiends of all shapes and sizes, so every 4 months the Crusaders set up an event for members of the public to hunt fiends in the grass. Each subspecies of fiend is given a ranking, so that if a contestant defeats a fiend of that type they'll receive a set number of points. The person with the most points at the end of the competition is the winner, and gets to choose a prize from their selection. If you ask me, it's just another way for the Crusaders to shrug off their workload. Surprisingly, this sharp comment came from Doc, glaring spitefully at the armored soldiers as they sped off into the distance. If they get the public hunting fiends like this, they don't have to work so hard to keep the high road safe, you see? Just another example of Yevon's incompetence. If Doc noticed the glares shot her way, she certainly didn't show it. You got a problem with Yevon, ya? Waka grunted, only for Doc to scoff. Well, they've failed pretty magnificently in the past, haven't they? If this Yevon you all preach about is so omnipotent, surely he'd just kill sin and be done with it all. But sin is our punishment for past transgressions, and only through it can we truly atone for our actions. Yuna shot back indignantly. Doc set a gaze upon the brunette that caused her to visibly shiver. It was full of hatred and pain that bubbled up inside until it would eventually burst. Your actions. She began, her voice quiet yet no less cold and unforgiving than before. Or the actions of those who came before you. Yuna stuttered helplessly. Yevon, the spiteful old bastard, can't be all that great if he'll leave his followers to suffer for something that wasn't even their doing. Everyone fell silent. The air felt heavy and stifling as the awkward silence wrapped around them like a thick glue. Naruto laughed nervously, having next to no idea just what was going on, and pointed to the 4 of the group. Come on now, guys. The travel agency's just there, so let's go in and get a couple of rooms. Forget this whole mess, shall we? Doc sighed, her arms crossed over her chest. I guess I'll let it be. She stepped forward and grabbed Naruto's arm with one hand, dragging him along with her. Come on, you're paying, Blondie. Wait, what? I didn't agree to that. I never said you did, but you're doing it anyway. The group watched as Doc and Naruto vanished into the small, round building that was the travel agency, decorated with brightly colored paints that seemed the norm for anything built or made by the Albaid. Waka turned to Lulu, his voice hushed. "Hey, you think she got something against Yevon?" Lulu groaned and cradled her forehead in her right hand. "I had thought that much was obvious. Whatever grudge she holds is none of our business, and we can only hope that won't matter much when we reach Jose Temple, else we'll have problems. Welcome, one and all, to the triannual Miihan commemorative fiend hunt. All contestants, please report to the competition director to receive your instructions. The hunt will begin in 10 minutes. I can't believe you're actually entering this," Doc said with an exhausted sigh. "Who do you think will have to patch you up when you get your ass handed to you on a silver platter? This hunt is no laughing matter. When they say these fields are teeming with fiends, they're really not joking, and each one is able and willing to rip your goddamn head off if you come within 10 feet. I'll be fine, trust me. I have a few tricks up my sleeves too." Naruto's confident grin morphed into a mischievous smirk. "It's heartwarming to see you so worried about me. Thou." Naruto interrupted himself with a sharp cry as Doc's fist collided with his head. The olive-haired woman scoffed and crossed her arms, turning away ever so slightly. "Don't get ahead of yourself, playboy. I just don't want any unnecessary work on account of you running headfirst into trouble again." She sighed again. "Well, I guess there's no changing your mind once it's made its decision. Just remember that next time I'll start charging for patch-ups. So cold, isn't it your duty or something to help the wounded? I can only help those who choose to help themselves. Rushing into a den of monsters is not helping." "You're Uzumaki Naruto?" Both pairs of eyes turned to meet a rather rotund man, garbed head to toe in garish, extravagant clothing in various bright and eye-catching colors. Large, warm brown eyes eyed him appreciatively under thinning silver hair, and he rubbed his chin with a large, pudgy hand. "You're younger than I had expected, but I suppose nowadays the youth are more and more concerned about learning to protect themselves. I suppose you might be entertaining to watch." "Should I know you?" Naruto asked tentatively, not knowing in the slightest who the man in front of him was. The man let out a hearty, booming laugh, and handed him a small business card. "I don't see how you could," he admitted, then gestured to the card between Naruto's fingers. "My name is Gauchief. Well, I suppose you could call me an entrepreneur. Right now I'm looking for a few promising candidates for sponsorship, people who would be willing to let me ride on the wake of their fame as I help to nurture it. I couldn't help but overhear the conversation you were having with your lovely lady friend over here." He ignored the soundless retching motions Doc was making behind Naruto's back, and wondered, "Would you perhaps be a veteran swordsman? What I mean to say is, are you familiar with dispatching fiends?" "I guess you could say that. I look after myself, if that's what ya mean, and if I gotta use Aoshira," he rested a hand on the sword's hilt affectionately, "to do that, then so be it. I've had my fair share of battles, and I'm pretty confident about this competition." "Ah, that's what I like to hear," Gauchief exclaimed happily. "I like to find someone who's confident in their abilities and has the power to back it up." He leaned in, cupping a hand around his mouth as he began to whisper. "Between you and me, half the people here are cocky kids who are just walking to their deaths. However, if you and me work together a little, you just might make it through this and be on your road to riches. So, would I say?" What exactly are you asking me?" Naruto asked shakily, ignorant of Doc, who was shaking her head in exasperation. "I'm asking if you'd allow me to become a manager of sorts. I'll organize everything for you, and get you your fame and fortune, and all you have to do is start chopping when they press the buzzer." "Sounds like a pretty good deal, right?" The blonde couldn't begin to refute his logic. Why wouldn't he take up the chance to be wealthy and famous, when all he had to do was kill some monsters he'd be fine with killing anyway? And so, with a short nod, Naruto accepted, and offered Gauchief a friendly handshake. "Excellent," the portly man cried, clutching at Naruto's palm and shaking it animatedly. "I assure you, you won't regret this clever decision. Now come with me." With a startled cry, Naruto found himself being dragged along by his forearm through the throngs of people that had turned out to see the contest. He sent a pleading look Doc's way, but she just smiled sweetly and waved as he passed by, not even thinking of helping him. Why should she? Meanwhile, Naruto had been pushed in front of a raised stage, where several other combatants had gathered to try their hand at the Miihan fields. Looking to his left and right at the gathered faces, he saw a few he recognized to his surprise, including Waka, both Lusu and Gata, and even a member of the Albaid Psyches he remembered seeing at the Blitzball tournament. He waved to the first three, and traded a familiar nod with the latter. "Another sucker you've roped into lining your wallet for you, Gauchief?" Naruto looked round at the words, to see his benefactor being addressed by a slender, noble-looking man in elegant robes of a dark gray, his soft gray-blue hair shadowing his icy eyes ever so slightly as he inspected the boy with a scrutinizing glaze. "Just how do you keep making them flock to you? It's becoming a bother. And now, Muju, don't misunderstand the situation." Gauchief stammered hastily, eyes flickering between the thin man atop the stage and Naruto himself. "He's a contestant, and he's agreed to allow me to become his manager. I'm helping him on his way to glory, you see?" The identified Muju looked over Naruto one last time and scoffed. "Glory, eh? What a load of shoe-puff manure." He turned on the balls of his feet and moved to the back of the stage, where a podium had been set up for him to address the participators from. "If you know what's good for you, kid," he called over his shoulder, "you'll drop this guy like hot coals. You wouldn't be the first gullible little sap this jackass has swindled." Naruto sent a sidelong glance in Gauchief's direction, worried by Muju's words, but still he turned his attention forwards as the tall blue-haired man began to speak to the group as a whole. "Before we begin, I would like to congratulate you all on your bravery and courage. It takes a certain steel to participate in this hunt. The fields bordering the Miihan High Road are no laughing matter, I assure you. Fiends of all sizes and varieties are literally waiting to disembowel you." Several of the contestants paled, and a couple looked physically ill. "Aha. I may have over-exaggerated a little. What I mean to say is, it will most certainly be a challenge for any aspiring hunter. But that is the way with all things in life. If there was no challenge in it, it would be no fun at all." "He's an optimistic one, isn't he?" said a voice from Naruto's left, to find the Albaid Blitzer stood at his side, his arms crossed over his leather-bound chest. Naruto kept his impersonal stare for a moment, his oceanic blue eyes locked with soulless black lenses, before a grin broke across his cheeks, and he nodded. "Igar." The blonde looked confused for a moment, so the Psyche elaborated. "It's my name, Igar. I saw you play back in Luca, you know. You're quite the blitzer. What kind of guardian angel do the Aurochs have to curse them with such a terrible losing streak, then grant them you? You wouldn't believe me if I told you." Igar was silent for a few moments, and Naruto realized that he was raising an eyebrow behind his mask. "I drifted onto Besaid Island from the sea, and after their hospitality playing for the Aurochs was the least I could do to repay them." Barely had the words left his mouth than a look of realization passed across the teen's features, and he smiled hopefully. "Say, Igar, you know a few other Albaid, right?" The leather-garbed man was taken aback for a moment. "Well, yes, I suppose you could say that. I know others just as you know people from Besaid. Friends, family, acquaintances. Why do you ask?" "Well, a little while before I washed up on Besaid, I was rescued from this monster fiend by an Albaid salvage ship, and I kinda wanted to meet the girl who saved me both from the thing and her friends, and gave me food. You wouldn't happen to know a girl called Riku, would ya?" If Igar was surprised at the name, he certainly didn't show it. Then again, since most of his body was covered, he didn't have to work very hard to mask his start at his fellow Blitzer's words. "It really means a lot to me, so if you do know her." "I can't say I do," he informed the boy sadly, shaking his head. "That's not to say I can't find out, though. I'll ask around and get back to you when I find something, okay?" Naruto grinned and nodded, before turning back to the stage, where Muju was nearing the end of his explanations. Igar watched him out of the corner of his eye, brow furrowed in a small frown. When the blonde had begun his story, he thought he might have been making it up or had been confused somehow, sin or not. But liars and fools don't spout the name of the Albaid leader's daughter so casually. "Onto the rules, then," Muju declared, retrieving from within his robes a small, sea-green sphere set in a strange silver device that appeared to be a sort of propulsion system. He held it in the palm of his hand, where it began to glow brightly and hover a few inches from his skin, before taking to the air and flying in circles around the blue-haired announcer. "This device is an automated reconnaissance sphere. It is programmed to follow its target until ordered otherwise, gathering visual data much like a normal sphere. Each and every one of you will receive one of these machines for the duration of the contest, to record the variety and quantity of fiends you dispatch. When the hunt is over, a judge will view the contents of these arc spheres and determine, through a preordained ranking system, who has garnered the highest number of points and therefore wins the competition. Other than that, you will be allowed free reign of any equipment or abilities you have with you. No holds barred, as it were. So, with that dealt with, please gather at the road's edge as soon as possible. Mushu bowed, his work done, and left his podium, stepping down from the stage and setting off towards the edge of the crowds, where the hunt would begin, at a brisk pace. Naruto gravitated towards Lusu and Gata, who smiled politely in greeting. "Fancy meeting you here, Uzumaki," the elder crusader began, suppressing a smirk. "I can't fully say I'm surprised to meet you here. What I cannot fathom is why, though. Is it an underlying need to prove yourself, or are you simply more bloodthirsty than your average boy?" "It's a mystery," Naruto agreed, grinning. "What about you two? You're in the Crusaders, aren't you? Why'd you decide to sign up for an event aimed at the public?" The Miihin Commemorative has been organized by the Crusaders every 4 months since its inception, and while it is mainly for the common people's enjoyment, there are no restrictions on Crusader participation. We may be soldiers, but we can still have fun. "Oh yeah?" Gata cried animatedly, only to quiet down when Lusu arched an eyebrow at him. "I mean, yes sir." Lusu's throat thrummed with interest as he stroked his chin in thought. "Speaking of fun, would you care to partake in a little wager? Purely for entertainment's sake, of course." Naruto tilted his head. "What exactly did you have in mind?" "It's fairly simple. If I or Gata should acquire more points in the hunt than you do, then we win an item of your choice. However, if you gain more points than either of us, then you win an item of ours. Does that sound fair to you?" Naruto thought about it for a moment, before finally giving an enthusiastic nod, grinning widely. "You're on, Crusaders. Let's see what you're made of." The buzzer sounded harshly in Naruto's ears, and the blonde literally leapt into the tall grass, his blade drawn from its sheath in a swift, fluid motion, its edge immediately raised to meet the jaws of an attacking dingo. The short edge tore through the flesh of the beast's side, ripping open a deep gash the length of its body and causing its form to fade as it broke away into a myriad of colored pyre flies. The ARC sphere gave a soft beep and a short green flash as the blonde ended the canine fiend's existence, and a small smirk came to his whiskered cheeks. One down. His limbs sprung into motion as he pressed onwards into the fields, cutting down whatever stepped into his path. An Ippuria shot down by Byakurai, its body twitching as bolts of white lightning danced across its thick scales. A Gandariwa, beheaded in a single swing as Naruto leapt into the air to meet it, the flames spiraling between its long fingers never having the chance to fly. Even a mighty Garuda, its serpentine head swaying with its draconic screech, met its end as Aoshira's blade pierced through its thick, leathery wing in a shower of blood, bringing it down to the ground where the teen finished it off with a decisive strike to its throat. A cackling laugh tore from his lips as he leapt away from the bloody scene, echoing over the Miihin plains, and then just as quickly as it had come it vanished. The blonde fell silent. Warm, oceanic blue froze over and became narrowed slits of ice. His calloused fingers gripped Aoshira's hilt with enough force to burn his skin from the friction of its cloth wrapping. "I honestly should have known I'd see you some time or another," he growled under his breath, baring his teeth ever so slightly at the figure before him. The newcomer's eyes, red irises surrounded by black sclera, watched the blonde unyieldingly, even when Araldo leapt at him. The figure threw out a gray-skinned arm to the side, and a spear of pale blue lanced through the thick-shelled fiend, its shaft flickering as bolts of lightning danced along it. Naruto grimaced ever so slightly. He hadn't even looked in the creature's direction when he killed it, as if it was even less than a nuisance. As if it really didn't matter. It didn't, he realized. This person, if it could be called such anymore, was only interested in the demise of a single individual, Naruto. It appeared to sense the blonde reaching that conclusion, as it hissed, a harsh, piercing sound of air escaping between the long fangs that pressed down against its bottom lip, and its large, leathery wings appeared to stretch out and flap experimentally. "You're haunting me even in death. Man, I just can't catch a break, can I?" "Heeg." The creature groaned, extending its clawed fingers outwards as thin bolts of electricity arced between the thin digits. And then, to the slight surprise of the blonde, it parted its blackened lips to actually speak. "Kill." It hissed, the light in his palms coalescing into a pair of long, thin blades of pure, unfiltered energy, their silhouettes distorted by the very electricity they consisted of and crackling violently. Naruto grinned, and held Aoshira at his side with the blade pointing away from his opponent, his body lowering as he prepared to leap. Couldn't have put it better myself, he finished, and in a flurry of movement he'd half crossed the gap between him and the figure, bringing his sword round in a vicious horizontal swing, only for him to wince as a horrible jarring feeling passed through his muscles, the blade of his wakizashi clanging uselessly against the edge of one of his foe's lightning swords as if it were metal like any other. The sudden block threw his balance and he stumbled horribly, swiftly rolling away from a blow that would have separated his head from his shoulders had he been any slower. The ground parted with a horrible groaning crack at the touch of the creature's sword, and almost immediately the other's point was thrust forward at the blonde, who ducked under the strike and lashed out at the extended, gray-skinned arm with his own blade. The fiend barely flinched as the wakizashi's edge tore into his skin and rent the flesh apart, and it regarded the severed limb without a flicker of emotion as it flopped uselessly to the ground, its sword dispelled as it fell free from the rest of its body. Ha ha. One down. Not. Pain. The monster breathed heavily, and raised its arm to chest height, where, before his very eyes, bones burst from the blood-soaked stump in a shower of crimson, tendrils of muscle crawling over white, followed by gray skin, and even as Naruto stared the beast's hand simply grew back. It opened and closed its fist experimentally, as if displaying its power to the blonde, who marveled at the degree of regeneration. Even its painted fingernails were back, as if the limb had never been severed at all. Even his regenerative capabilities weren't that fast. A cold, unpleasant shiver ran the length of his spine. This would not be easy, by any stretch of the imagination. His fingers strayed to the magan holstered at his side. You aren't honestly thinking about using that here, are you? I might not have a choice here, Hugh-chan. If he's strong enough to regrow limbs instantly, then there's no way I can take him apart piece by piece. He'll just pull himself back together before I can do anything. The only way I might be able to stop him is to cut off his head, or kill him in a way that destroys his entire body at the same time. But you know how much damage that causes. There are other contestants in this field, what if it hits one of them by mistake? Then what do you propose I do? Naruto screamed aloud, grabbing at the magan with his free left hand. In an instant the metallic, golden surface flowed like water around his fingers and enclosed his arm, forming into the intricate form of its thawed state. It stayed like that for but a moment, however, as it soon morphed into the glimmering flintlock pistol that Kyuubi had gifted him, its barrels alight with small, flickering flames. I don't have any other choice here. You look tired. Doc looked up, eyes trailing away from the unbroken wall of grass that easily rose over the head of grown men, and met the hard stare of the group's newest member, his sword rested upon his shoulder. She gave a weak laugh, and looked away to where her red-headed charge sat conversing animatedly with Yuna. Can you blame me? I've had more work in the past couple of days than I've had in years, she remarked, resting her crossed arms atop her knees as she drew them close to her chest. I don't think I'm cut out for this kind of medicine. I preferred it when people would come to me if they had a cold or a bad case of the measles, but the stuff I've had to heal with you guys around is kind of staggering. I'll admit, the boy is very good at getting himself into trouble. If only it were just that. Orin gave her an odd, questioning look. Seeing Naruto brings back memories. Memories I'd much rather lose altogether than remember them in the way I am now. You can probably tell already, but I'm cold, bitter and spiteful, and these feelings are just making me want to hurt him. Every time I see his wounds, a part of me wants me to leave him in that state, let him succumb to the injuries he's brought upon himself. Course, I know in my head that if I left him to it he'd heal up completely with time. The guy's a tenacious little bastard like that. But that doesn't change my heart. I understand. Do you? Well, not really. I can't say I can truly imagine that kind of internal torment. But I do know what it's like to want to blame someone, anyone, for something that ultimately wasn't their fault. It's a coping mechanism common to everyone, so you shouldn't feel too bad about it. Perhaps you should talk to Naruto about your feelings, and get his thoughts on the matter. Orin adjusted his sunglasses. Granted, they might be a tad less sophisticated, and severely lacking in compassion, but it might just help you pass this anger you're directing at him. Doc laughed again, burying her chin in between her kneecaps as her stare focused on the grass beneath her. I appreciate the thought, but it's just a tad more complex than that. Dr. San. Dr. San. Her head snapped round at the call, to find her patient looking at her with a worried gaze, her emerald eyes wide with fright. I think something's wrong. What do you mean, wrong? Are you all right? It's not me. The girl cried indignantly, shaking her head roughly and causing her long red locks to swing from side to side. I can feel something, in the grass. It feels horrible and dark, and it's right next to that guy. Who's that guy? Perhaps she is referring to Naruto, Oren offered helpfully. Well, I guess that would make sense. But what could? The words died in her throat, and her eyes grew wide behind her glasses. It was as if boulders had settled upon her shoulders. An overwhelming pressure pressing down on each and every inch of her body, forcing cold, unpleasant shivers to dance across her skin, raising hairs in their wake. It overwhelmed the fire of aggression burning within her, and reducing it to a smoldering cinder in favor of its own oppressive power. And what's more, it was far from the first time she'd felt such a thing. Oh, it had been so long since, but those memories still burned freshly in the forefront of her consciousness. Memories of walls that were built to protect her and countless other crumbling like biscuits. Of powerful warriors whose names had made their way into history books on the backs of their fighting prowess falling helplessly before their enemy. Of the only light she had in her life winking out of existence right in front of her, and most importantly, of those ghastly red eyes, spinning hypnotically as plumes of black flame erupted from the very air to consume whatever they touched with their unholy power. Where are you going? To be honest to herself, Doc didn't know when she had risen to her feet. She didn't even know she was able to, considering the weight on her frame. And yet still, she found herself reaching for the long, thin pouch she kept strapped to the back of her waist and retrieving its contents with unsteady hands. Her fingers closed around the cloth-wrapped handle, brushing against the cold, specially prepared steel and tightening around the firm hilt as if it were her lifeline. She drew the knife and held it at her side as she leapt forward into the grass, heedless of the warnings of those around her. Her eyes stung as they rushed through the field, but that was not the only reason her cheeks burned an angry red with hot, glistening tears. You. She hissed through gritted teeth. Both of you will pay for what you've done. Chapter 10. Look what you've done. Stop fussing already, the middle-aged man grumbled from behind his desk, drumming his fingers upon the hard wooden surface as he watched her preen herself in the mirror. A soft smile pulled at her pale cheeks and a pink tinge painted her cheeks just below the rim of her thick glasses as she tucked a stray strand of olive green behind her ear. You look lovely already. Is all this really necessary? Don't be ridiculous, Higuchi, she cried indignantly, rounding upon her superior with puffed, reddened cheeks. This is the first time he's actually bothered to ask me out on a date, and I want it to be special. Her usual lab coat hung forgotten upon a hook beside the office door, forsaken in favor of an elegant, forest green dress that clung to her form almost like a second skin. True, it looked a tad strange, what with her unkempt hair and frazzled appearance, but the last time she'd tried to run a comb through her olive tresses the damn thing had near snapped in two, and even then he'd said it looked strange. You get all dressed up for a date with that guy, and you call me ridiculous. Higuchi took to twirling a ballpoint pen between his long fingers, resting his square jaw in his free palm. I'm surprised he put in the effort to ask you out at all. She bit her lip hesitantly. She didn't like to admit it, but she had been surprised about that as well. Perhaps it was her lonely heart, or simply a poor taste in men, but her sights had been set upon the most uninterested individual in the entire village since the moment she'd laid her eyes upon his tired scowl. It had already taken much pushing and prodding to get him this far, and she shuddered to think of the work on her part to make him commit to an actual relationship. That's mean, Higuchi. She saw herself pout in the mirror. He's not that bad, you know. He just needs a little nudge in the right direction every now and then. I don't think a little nudge is the right word for it. An interested hum sounded through the silence of the room, and with Higuchi's deep voice it caused the floorboards to reverberate beneath her feet. Looks like the summer festival's in full swing already. They've got fireworks in the sky and everything. She glanced to the side, and in the reflection of the mirror, she saw what Higuchi meant. In the sky's fading light, a dazzling purple light rose into the air like a ladder to heaven, spearing toward the clouds. A shiver passed down her spine. Something felt wrong about the way it ascended, hanging ominously in the air like a blade over the neck of a criminal. Even more so when it arced downwards, and she realized that it wasn't a firework. Not any firework she knew of, anyway. Not one that could cleave through solid stone as easily as this one did through the great wall that had stood proudly, undefeated, since its construction. Oh my! Was all she could manage as the violet brilliance, a fiery blade, she now realized, tore down the only thing that stood between the people and their attacker, and revealed the towering menace of purple flame, sneering maliciously down at the humans below. It threw out an arm, and from its wrist flew a volley of arrows, all formed from the same supernatural blaze, which burst into great roiling fires as they collided with the ground. She screamed as the door slammed open not 3 feet away from her, starting as a hand gripped her wrist and began to pull her away. "What are you doing with me?" she cried, only to stop as she sighted the man who held her. "Why are you struggling?" he hissed angrily, tugging on her arm frantically. "It's not safe here, I have to get you out of here." She gaped wordlessly, eyes flickering between her love and Higuchi, who scrambled to rise. "Go!" the man yelled to her. "I'll follow after you in a moment." "Just take her and go." Her lover nodded and tightened his grip on her wrist, nearly wrenching it from its socket as he forced her from the building and out into the street, just in time for a spear of violent violet flame to lance through the roof, burning it to a crisp within moments as its walls exploded from the intense heat. A pained grunt escaped the young man's lips as he pulled her in front of him, shielding her with his body and ignoring the scream she let loose as the wave of hot air rushed over them both, threatening to peel the very flesh from their bones. "Higuchi!" she shrieked, already knowing her boss's fate. There was no surviving such an attack head-on. Hot tears spilled down her pale cheeks, marring her perfect flesh with furious scarlet streaks even as the young man lifted her fragile form in his arms and carried her away from the smoldering wreckage, only to stop, his arms feeling weak around her thin frame. "You!" he growled, eyes hard as he cautiously watched the masked figure before him. "Me," the stranger agreed, arms crossed over his robed chest. "How noble of you, boy genius, to save the one you love from certain damnation. It truly is admirable, the lengths you people will go to for those you consider precious. Admirable as much as amusing. Just what do you hope to accomplish by coming here?" "Well, I was just in the area and I thought this would be a delightful place for a summer home. What do you think I'm here for? Can you not see what my appearance has wrought already?" He threw his arms out to the side, gesturing to the carnage that once was a proud city, full of people, and now lay as a burning ruin filled with corpses. "My only goal, as of right now, is the complete and utter annihilation of this village and all those associated with it. Your pride and joy has spurned me, torn my ultimate achievement from between my fingers and trampled upon it. Your people will pay his due." She yelped as her body came tumbling to the ground, feeling her beloved's limbs grow numb beneath her, and screamed as he fell to the earth beside her, his form blurred by the quivering black flame that covered every inch of his body mere moments after its application. His face was set in a look of horror, before that too was consumed by obsidian fire. She looked to the man who had done this, eyes wide with fear as she stared into the spinning black pupil and bloody crimson iris that stood out boldly from the right eyehole of his mask, and the rippled lavender pool from the left. "I am so sorry, my dear," he apologized mockingly. "Did he mean something to you? Allow me to make it up to you. I'll permit you both die together." The wooden shaft, thick and unyielding, felt as deadly as a blade as it passed through her stomach. The memory was not her fondest by any stretch of the imagination. Perhaps, by some cruel twist of fate, that was what made it stick fast within her mind, plaguing her with the pain of loss for the rest of her days. She was not a hardened warrior. She could not turn her pain into strength like so many of history's finest swordsmen. She was a young woman who had been slighted horribly by a man who could not even bring himself to reveal his face, who wielded ungodly flame and nature itself like mere extensions of his body, and who had left her with this agony and the fire of revenge for nigh on 1,000 years now. A lot can change in a person when they live for a millennium. Naruto was losing. Even he knew that much. No matter how many limbs he removed, how many pieces of the enemy's body he reduced to ashes, no matter what he did at all, this creature showed no signs of weakening or tiring. Of course, why would it? It was not human. It was a fiend, the monster formed from a grieving, twisted soul. It was everything that is bad about a person, and ever was, and unfortunately he just had to run into the fiend of perhaps one of the most negatively emotional individuals he had ever met. An agonizing howl tore from his throat as one of its blades rent the flesh of his left arm apart. Bolts of blue lightning illuminating the wound in a brilliant white glow as they pumped their electrical power into his body, sending waves of pure, unfiltered pain coursing through him. I'm running. A little low on options here, Kyubi. He panted, leaping away while clutching his arm with the last two fingers of his right hand, the others wrapped around the handle of his magan. Do you still think I have a choice other than to use it? Stop yelling at me, damn it. I'm just trying to help you. I don't want to see you get hurt, and you know that if you use it when that doc girl isn't around then I can't heal the damage properly. It's not like you could throw it at him. He's too fast for it to actually connect. Shit. He cursed, eyes cast downward but still wary of the creature, standing completely still not 50 meters away as it watched him with blood-red eyes. This trip's turning out to be one bad situation after another. If this continues, I'm not gonna be able to keep it up. He pulled his fingers away from the wound on his left arm as it sealed shut with a wisp of steam, and rose to a standing position. Hey, Kyubi. Do you think that might work? That. Are you sure that's such a good idea? You haven't mastered it, there's no telling if you'll be able to use it effectively, and... What's the problem? Naruto inquired curiously, smirking. Don't tell me you're getting all hot and bothered because we need to get closer. He could practically feel the blush burning at Kyubi's cheeks. A grin pulling at his own, he stretched out his arms, letting the magan return to its thawed state in the wake of the torrential wave of pure, unfiltered gold that washed over him, bathing him in its divine light. It clung to him like a second skin, wrapping every inch of him in raw power marked with thick, indomitable black seals as if someone had swept a brush across his very body. He would have looked almost angelic, lit up like the sun in his Orus cloak, were it not for these black marks, and the long, curved horns that speared skyward from behind his fringe, lifting the locks of sun-kissed blonde with their energy. The light lashed out from his body in long, thin whips, sundering the earth at the slightest touch with the force of the power it held barely restrained within that blinding golden glow. Naruto's elongated canines met the considerably warmer outside air as he bared them in a feral grin, flexing his hands experimentally. The power coursing through his system was simply immense. It felt so amazing, like hot lava burning through him without a shred of pain, only the unbearable, wonderful heat empowering his every move. And to think, the Nine Tails chakra mode, for lack of a better name, wasn't even complete. Saying that, he hadn't really had time to perfect it. He'd assumed this form all of 3 times, and not once in the past 17 years he'd spent in Spira, so controlling it was still a little difficult. Not to mention that Kyubi could get a little apprehensive, at times, to completely and utterly fuse the two together in the manner necessary to reach the next step to the kind of shared existence B and Hatsun had acquired. Not for lack of trying, mind you, but the very mention of fusing left Kyubi a gibbering wreck of red faces and teenage hormones, until she turned, Suntsun, on him at least. For now, this limited connection would hopefully be enough. Though seeing the rather uninterested way the fiend eyed his new form, he was inclined to think otherwise. He winced in advance. There was no chance of this being pretty. He raised a single hand, Rasengan materializing in his gleaming palm without any kind of preparation, its bright white gold chakra spinning furiously mere millimeters from his shielded skin, and pushed his left foot forward through the dirt, bringing his body closer to the ground. In response, the creature brought up its twin lightning blades, readying its own strike. Then, they both lunged, and the earth beneath them cracked and crumbled under the weight of their respective powers. Dust filled the air with thick, heavy clouds as solid stones simply disintegrated from the sheer pressure of their chakra, pressing against each other as their attacks met in a violent explosion of red and gold, blue and violet. Winds danced around them, shearing deep trenches into the dirt, only for that same earth to burn as bolts of lightning arced across it, and the ungodly howl erupting from the point where these two great strengths clashed fervently with each other sent out shockwaves from the sheer volume and pitch. It was like watching gods brawl. Calamities tossed about like stones from a sling, and even the most grievous of wounds regenerated in moments. Then the assault resumed with unrivaled fervor. Their power was that of gods, but the ferocity with which they attacked was animal in nature. The way they lashed out with limbs, alight with burning chakra, forced that same energy out as blasts of pure fire and lightning, and continued their fevered pace even as they tore each other apart almost literally, neither relenting for a moment. For one moment, it looked like the monster had the upper hand, letting loose a stream of flame to combat the shearing winds that spun as near visible blades around Naruto's hands, but just like that Naruto batted away the gout of fire with an unbroken beam of unbridled chakra and returned the offense full force, fighting with wind and fire in each hand. Mere moments later, the monster found its legs trapped by a pair of flowering vines that had crept up around its shins from beneath the shattered ground and wrapped around the limbs, leaving it vulnerable to the oncoming Udama Rasengan. But a swift slice at each from one of its swords freed the fiend quickly, and he leapt away from the great spiraling sphere, leaving it to crash into the ground with a mighty explosion. It seemed an even match, for as soon as one gained the advantage the other quickly turned the tables. An equal fight, but for how long? Fiends were notoriously hard to tire. After all, they were formed from the souls of human beings wandering their earth in their own grief, not their bodies. It was far more difficult to exhaust a spirit than it was to exhaust a body, especially when that spirit was especially strong to begin with and had only been strengthened by its transformation into a fiend. If this keeps up, Naruto thought to himself, throwing his opponent aside when a blade clashed against his armored forearm, its electrical charge dissipating as the dancing bolts spread across his skin, then this whole fight is just going to end up turning into a contest to see who can power up the most. He's meeting everything I can throw at him without any hesitation. Naruto. This isn't going too well here, Kyuubi called, her voice shaky and nervous. Likely from a combination of the fact that he was continuously drawing upon her chakra, being a Biju, her very life force, and that the situation was very, very dire. There was nothing left he could do. The only way he could become any stronger than he already had would be to enter the half-fusion he and Kyuubi had managed against Tobi, forging the form of the nine-tailed fox from their combined chakra, but that would be far too noticeable and destructive. In effect, his power was leashed, whereas the fiend had no such inhibitions. Naruto. The fiend's crimson eyes flicked to the side, and its limbs thrust against the ground as it propelled itself toward the voice, brandishing its blades above its head with a blood-curdling howl. The girl's eyes widened as she watched the sword shear through the air on its path to her head, the dark blur of a figure behind it snarling viciously as it descended upon her. Only to give a helpless yelp as it soared, limbs flailing wildly around it from the force of the Bijudama that struck it head-on. Naruto scowled, lowering his arm slightly as the chakra faded from his fingertips, eyeing the motionless form of his foe. Try to chase two rabbits, you'll end up losing them both, he warned, watching as the fiend's arms jerked into life, pushing it up from the ground. You're fighting me. Don't forget that. He looked to Doc, her body trembling as she lay helplessly at the edge of the grassy clearing, with a pitying glance, before turning his attention back to the enemy at hand. It was back up by now, staring him down with slowly spinning red eyes. Its arms twitched in readiness, and its entire demeanor screamed of its eagerness to do battle. To maim, kill and devour whatever stood in its path. It pounced, swinging both of its blades of lightning down upon Naruto in an X formation, only to rocket back as a pulse of chakra from Naruto's raised palm threw it away like a blast of hot air. It landed on the balls of its feet, bowing gracefully, before once again it charged without a moment's hesitation. Naruto's eyebrow arched even as he forced another pillar of light from his fingertips, missing the beast's head by mere millimeters. Even though it hadn't landed a direct hit, however, the sheer force the Bijudama expelled from every inch of its being knocked the creature from its feet, collapsing to the ground at its left. Is it just me, or is it getting stupid? Yeah, it's like it's just taking everything I throw at it head on and getting back up time after time. Then it tries the same tactic even though it didn't work. Huh. Kind of reminds me of you. Ouch, that was cold, Q-chan. I won't lose to you. Not again. Naruto blinked, barely sparing enough thought to slip to the side of the fiend's downward slash as it returned to attack range, before planting his foot into its bare back between the large, leathery wings that reached skyward from its shoulder blades. Did it speak? You're really asking that question? Well, it said a couple of words earlier, but that was a full, coherent sentence. Aren't fiends supposed to be mindless beasts? Perhaps this one isn't quite so mindless. The creature spun on its heel and surprisingly tossed one of its blades at his head, the weapon lancing toward him like a spear. But all it took was a slight tilt of his neck to dodge it, and the lightning dissipated into the air harmlessly. Then, it threw the other, but rather than throwing it forward like a spear, it chucked the blade with a forward spin, like a throwing knife, but that collided with a pulse of chakra and disintegrated. Of course, right now it's not really looking like the prime of intelligence. It just got rid of its only weepo. Kyuubi fell silent. Because at that moment, the fiend reached behind him, where just below the knuckle of its huge, hand-like wings rested a long, straight scabbard with barely a seam to separate sheath from hilt. Its slender, clawed fingers wrapped around the right end and tugged, pulling the long, straight silver blade free from its confines with a metallic shing. The blade glimmered in the sunlight, even as thin bolts of electricity arced and danced along the even edge. The fiend Sasuke gripped Kusanagi in both hands in a traditional stance, staring down Naruto sternly. In that instance, standing in a normal position, holding a sword, with that angry look in its eyes, the creature that once was his best friend could not have looked more human. Were it not for the fact that that was impossible, and that it was quite clearly a monster, Naruto might have hesitated. You think I'm going to fight fair just 'cause you're wearing his face? He might have. I know that you aren't Sasuke, no chance in hell. You're a fiend. A monster strutting around in his skin like it's your own. I realize that. That somewhere in there, a little piece of Sasuke is still alive, but I'd bet my life that he hates seeing his own body like this. So bring it, fake Sasuke. The fake Sasuke roared, bearing a little more of its fiendish, inhuman side, and leapt at Naruto with its sword alight with a chidori. Naruto barely moved as he clenched his fingers around the whirling, howling futon chakra that coalesced in his palm. Its 4 blades spun slowly around the central sphere, growing exponentially within the cage of his hand, before exploding outward as it met with fake Sasuke's blade. Gata speared a dingo upon his sword, halting the beast in its leap for his mentor, who stood completely still as he stared off into the distance. His own sword was held loosely between his fingers, and his jaw fell slack as he stood frozen. Sir? Gata questioned tentatively, reaching up to touch a hand upon Lusu's shoulder. He retracted that hand like a shot, as if bitten, when Lusu began to shake, and a laugh spilled from his lips. Sir Lusu, are you all right? Lusu raised his sword and pointed over the top of the grass, to a clear patch of sky, painted orange, pink and purple by the approaching sunset. Then, as Gata watched the tip of his master's sword waver slightly over the horizon, the air lit up with swirling blue and white, clawing at the sky like a tornado. The dome of light grew and grew like a balloon, until finally it exploded, and blades of wind tore through the air as the energy dissipated. The 2 crusaders braced against the powerful wind, shielding their eyes from the clouding dust, shearing wind, and blades of grass as the remnants of the Rasenshuriken spread through the Miihan plains. And then, when it was all over, they saw the battered, torn and broken body that floated in the center, hanging there by sheer momentum, before slowly falling to the earth. I fear, Lusu began, wiping sweat from his brow and sheathing his sword, that we may have lost this wager quite horrendously. Shameful. That's what it was. An utter disgrace. Here he was, a face full of dirt, limbs slack and lifeless at his sides, and his battered and broken body didn't even have the decency to bleed. If he had used any other move, it would have made this torment a little more bearable. His limbs torn off, his body disemboweled and devoured before his very eyes, burnt to little more than blackened ashes, or even utterly annihilated in an instant. Any outcome would be preferable to this. At least then he would have the wounds to prove that he had fought a long and arduous battle against a worthy opponent. But this was completely disgraceful. So, this is it, huh? If he could have said anything, he wasn't sure he would have. What more could he really say? The last time the 2 of them had spoken, they had been enemies. Mortal foes, even if he hadn't turned on Madara, that would still be the case. He'd like to say that it was that moment of weakness that led to such an outcome, but even he knew that the old Uchiha would have killed him sooner or later. But enough of that, he told himself, spitting soil. He didn't like to regret, and he certainly wouldn't spend his last moments on Earth doing just that. He looked up, eyes aching as they strained to see past the flat Earth, rolling back into his head as they did. All he saw was his friend's feet, the golden light of his 9 tails chakra mode fading as he returned to normal, standing a few feet from his prone form. Do you know how hard I tried to bring you back home in one piece? Naruto murmured, voice low and hoarse. Even from the sound of his voice, Sasuke could tell that the blonde was smiling. It wasn't his usual grin. You always used to scold me on how stubborn I was, but you were just as bad. Sasuke glanced away. He was well aware of that fact. He knew just what he'd put his friends through, what he'd put Kakashi, Sakura, and Naruto through. He understood how they must have hurt after he'd left, and after what he'd done to try and dissuade them. It was exactly what Itachi had done, after all. But he couldn't go back. There was no way, not after he'd left. Not because he'd be branded a traitor, he could live with that. But because it was something he had to do. He had to find out for himself what happened, and to get his revenge for that night. I can't remember. Did you ever get that revenge of yours? Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter all that much now. I just hope you can learn to let go. I'm not up for another round, personally. He felt the earth shift beneath him as Naruto's feet drew closer, and the boy knelt down to the fallen Uchiha, lifting his head for him. Sasuke stared, though there was little else he could do. Naruto was smiling, true, but at the same time tears, great drops of salty water, ran down his cheeks. I'm sorry for what happened, Sasuke, Naruto continued, his voice growing shakier. You were my first friend, my best friend in the whole world, and all I ever did was kill you. I'm sorry about your family, I'm sorry about chasing you, I'm sorry about Madara. If there was a way to send you back, then I'd take it in half a heartbeat. But there's not, so all I can do is apologize. Sasuke smiled weakly, and closed his eyes. Well, there were more shameful ways to die than by your best friend's hand. He felt Naruto grab hold of his body and lift it, holding him closely, and then, nothing. Naruto's arms fell uselessly to his sides as Sasuke's body exploded into brightly colored fireflies, each a brilliant sphere of ethereal light, and drifted off into the sky. He lifted the fallen Kusanagi from the dirt and sheathed, gripping its scabbard tightly between his fingers, before sliding it into his belt beside Aoshira and rising to his feet, wiping away his tears. All it accomplished was to smear the angry red coloring across his face, but it did nothing to stem the fierceness of his stern expression. Now, he knew. He knew why he had to be in Spira. Not to save the living, like Itachi had said, nor to protect Yuna on her pilgrimage. His reason was far simpler than that. He had to find Uchiha Madara, wherever he was, and put an end to his miserable existence. For Konoha, for Sasuke, and most importantly, for himself. Are you all right? He questioned Doc, as she slowly rose from her position at the grass edge, clear of the battle radius. Are you? She returned sharply, but there was no mistaking the significant worry in her eyes, behind her glasses. I'm fine. Give me a couple of minutes, and I'll be right as rain, you'll see. Doc sighed and rolled her eyes. I don't believe a word of that, but hey, I won't argue with you right now. It's probably not a good idea. Good thinking, Naruto spat, and Doc physically recoiled at the venomous tone. Quickly recovering, she dusted herself off and stepped forward, thrusting her arm at Naruto. Instinctively he jerked backwards, away from the offending limb, and his scowl morphed into a confused frown when the hand just hung there in the air between them. He glanced at her expectant face as if in silent inquiry. I thought this might be an appropriate time for us to introduce ourselves, you first. Naruto tentatively took her hand and shook it slowly, giving the young doctor a skeptical look. Uh-huh. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet ya. Nice to meet you too, Naruto. My name is Shiho. You guys are still there, right? Here's hoping my followers have followed me into the new year and are enjoying their own respect. Chapter 11. Revelation and resolution. It was his fault. That's what she told herself. It was his fault that her beloved was dead. If only he hadn't run away from his fears like a frightened little child and faced them head-on, then perhaps none of this might have happened. Konoha wouldn't be in ruins, Shikamaru wouldn't have died, and she would have lived out her life peacefully, rather than the pathetic half-existence she had now. But she was finding it increasingly difficult to get angry at him about. Well, anything, it shouldn't be this hard. She'd held onto the grief, the pain and anguish, for 1,000 years or so. It was a wonder she hadn't become a fiend with all that malice bottled up inside her. So why couldn't she summon up that vengeful wrath when she needed it most? Why couldn't she feel the way she wanted to when the object of her ire was sitting in front of her, looking like someone had killed his puppy? Perhaps that was it? Because he looked so downtrodden and dejected, she felt sorry for him? The anger she desired was replaced with pity? Maybe that idea had some merit, she thought, as she looked over his hunched form. She had always remembered his Hittite worn proudly upon his forehead in Konoha, but now it hung loosely from his neck, allowing his sun-kissed fringe to tall and shadow his eyes, though not enough to hide the sudden glimmer as the afternoon sun struck unshed tears. Maybe it was something about a crying man that seemed unnatural, or because the tearful person in question was renowned for his bright and sunny disposition, but she felt the sudden and inexplicable urge to wrap her arms around him like a mother would her child who'd scraped their knee. She held back, of course. This was the same man whose cowardly actions had turned this shy, introverted little bookworm into the kind of cold-blooded person who thought of murder in the name of vengeance. She couldn't show him sympathy now. She let the knife slip from her fingers and it impacted the earth with a dull thud, quivering as its blade fixed firmly in the soft soil. Naruto looked to her, and then to the knife. He laughed, and Shiho felt something break. Maybe not in her, or in him, but something shattered under the weight and volume of the sheer absurdity of such a cold, hollow, empty laugh from such a bright and exuberant individual. Seems like, he started, turning his cold gaze back to the olive-haired doctor. I have a knack for making people want to kill me. She growled bestially and rose to her feet, each step striking the ground with a heavy thud. I just want to know why, Shiho hissed furiously, resting a hand on her hip as she loomed over the blonde Uzumaki. Why'd you run away? Why'd you disappear off the face of the earth when we needed you the most? Naruto lowered his head silently. Why did you vanish and let Tobi win? Why did you go and let the village that loved you and heralded you as their hero and savior get torn apart and buried? Shiho felt the tears fall from her own eyes and spill down her cheeks, leaving scarlet streaks on her pale skin. Why did you let the people who cared so much about you, and believed in you the most of anyone, die for you? Why did you let him die? She knew that Naruto understood her. They'd never met, and yet still the name, Shiho, had struck a chord in him the moment she'd told him. Shikamaru had told him about her, obviously, just as he'd told her about the great person he'd grown up with that was Uzumaki Naruto. What sat before her, however, was a frightened little boy, not the fearless hero that played lead in each of those wonderful stories. I can't tell you that, he muttered quietly. His head snapped to the side and stayed there, caring nothing for the stinging pain in his reddened cheek. Shiho retracted the hand that had struck him. Those whiskers made for an excellent target, and curled it into a tightly balled fist. Don't give me that bullshit, Uzumaki Naruto, she shrieked. Because of you, my boyfriend died and I'm stuck here playing doctor. Don't you think I deserve an explanation? Doesn't matter. Naruto snorted callously, staring off into the tall grass. I won't tell anyone if I can help it. This secret belongs to me and me alone now. With an exasperated cry, Shiho grabbed a hold of the dagger's leather-bound hilt and wrenched it free, jabbing its silvery blade at Naruto's nose threateningly. He glanced at the weapon skeptically, as if to say, is that all? You are literally stuck between a knife and a hard place, so stop running, Shiho cried, her furious tone wavering for a moment. I know. You're afraid of the consequences, aren't you? Maybe something will happen that can never unhappen, and that scares you, doesn't it? I'm not afraid. Naruto roared all of a sudden, leaping to his feet. Shiho felt like a little girl compared to the taller, more powerful boy, but she refused to give up even an inch. But the way his eyes had shifted from that deep, melancholy blue to a fervent, smoldering scarlet made her knees quiver uncontrollably. It was akin to staring headlong into the depths of hell itself. Then show me, you coward, she found herself screaming back at him. The way his muscles tensed up and his eyes narrowed, the thin sliver of crimson still visible burning ever brighter, she feared that he might take her up on that offer in a more violent manner than she was prepared for. She hated the gutless little deserter, but she'd never deny that he was probably the strongest ninja in the village when he'd vanished, and she was sure he'd only gotten more powerful since then. She held no illusions of being able to defeat him head-on like this. Fine then, he answered, his voice abruptly low and quiet so his words came out as a throaty growl. His eyes drifted closed for a moment, and when they opened they were a brighter red than ever before, and his rounded pupil had morphed into a thin black slit, sharp as a blade. The transformation washed over him like someone had thrown a bucket of water over his head. Those triplet sets of thin, whisker-like scratches grew thick and dark, almost like deep gashes torn into the sensitive skin of his cheek. The teeth he bared in a furious snarl lengthened into vicious, dagger-like fangs that gnashed together in anticipation, and the nails hidden within his fists grew out into claws that pierced the flesh of his palms, forcing him to relax his fingers. The messy, untamed mop of golden blonde grew thicker and wilder until it resembled fur more than human hair and shifted in a non-existent breeze, and finally a hazy cloud of scarlet bubbled up from his stomach and spread over his body like a suit of armor, wrapping around his limbs and torso and turning the air around him into a veritable furnace. Seriously, it was getting hard just to stand near him. The cloak of red chakra surrounded his entire body, forming large clawed paws at his hands and feet and a pair of long, rabbit-like ears from the top of his head. Similarly, a single long, thick tail of chakra swayed behind him dangerously, spouting from the small of his back. Those three things, where the cloak didn't match the shape of Naruto's body, were made of denser chakra than the rest, and each one felt eager to rend and tear at the slightest provocation. She'd seen something like this once or twice. The first time was in a history book, telling of the Yondaime's sealing of the Kyuubi no Yoko. The second was when Naruto had fought with Pain in the crater where Konoha had once stood. "Do you know what a Jinchuriki is?" Naruto asked, his voice a guttural growl twisted and demonized by the malevolent chakra swirling about him. He didn't wait for an answer, because he already knew what it would be. That is the term used for a human being who has a tailed beast sealed inside of them. A tailed beast sealed. So then you. Shiho managed. Step back slightly. Naruto frowned, thinking that it was out of fear or disgust, but in reality the bookish doctor was just finding it difficult to remain standing under the oppressive chakra pushing down on her shoulders. "That's right," he ground out. "On the 10th of October, the same day that I was born and that the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, the Hokage sealed it into me." He threw an arm out to the side, and where his flesh limited its flight, the chakra claws were not so restrained. A thick limb of pure red chakra leapt through the air and clenched its digits around a large boulder, lifting it into her air with ease and bringing it closer to show Shiho. Tobi belongs to an organization called Akatsuki. Their goal is to gather all the tailed beasts together and use them to take over the world. Naturally, the kind of power Kyuubi has makes people do crazy things to get it. "Like bury a village?" Shiho remarked dryly. "Like bury a village," Naruto repeated, nodding. "When Sasuke and I fought him, I managed to injure him with Kyuubi's help, so he missed with one of his jutsu and ended up sending me to Zanarkand for the next 17 years. So then, you're saying that the whole reason you vanished and Tobi attacked Konoha?" Shiho started, gritting her teeth. This all seemed too coincidental. It made the whole tale sound ridiculous, and if it really was just a mistake on Toba's part, then it was her who'd looked the fool, was because of an accident. I'd like to say that was true, but I was the one who made him lose his focus and teleport me, so it is still technically my fault, Naruto droned, looking stern. So if you still want to take revenge on me, then I won't stop you. He waited for the knife to come, but instead received only a dull ache as something hard collided with the top of his head. "Aitai. Don't be an idiot, Uzumaki," Shiho yelled, pulling back her fist to punch him again. "How could I possibly go about blaming you for something so stupid, huh? That'd make me look like a total idiot." She screwed her eyes shut, refusing to let her tears fall anymore. Idly noticing her rapid descent to the unsettled dirt below, the proud, bespectacled young woman drew her knees in close to her chest and held them, hugging herself into a tight ball. She wouldn't show him that she was crying, she demanded of herself, pressing her face into her kneecaps to stem the unending flow of salty sorrow and muffle her sobs against the milky flesh of her legs. "You should just go," she moaned, rubbing her face into her thighs until the skin burned with friction. A sharp cry, wavering under the weight of her sobs, tore from her lips as Naruto's hand grabbed roughly at her shoulder and wrenched her body skyward, his strong digits digging into her flesh painfully. "Don't you dare throw your life away," the blonde ordered in a vicious snarl, bringing her face close to his. "You think I'll just be okay with you leaving yourself here for the fiends? Don't be ridiculous." "I wouldn't be here if I gave a damn what you wanted," Shiho cried, struggling in vain to pull away from Naruto's vice-like grip. "I've lived far longer than I ever should have already, everyone I knew and loved is dead, and the only thing that's been keeping me going for the last 1,000 years has been ripped away from me. At this rate, I'll be a fiend myself." "And what makes you think that's all right? Do you think anyone would want you to let yourself just die? Do you think Shikamaru would want that?" Shiho felt her anger boil and flare at that. How dare he say his name and claim to know what he'd want of her? Her arm jerked to life and rocketed upward, but before it could make contact with Naruto's cheek, the skin still red from her last slap, Naruto's free hand fled from his side and caught the open palm. She squirmed against his grip, but his powerful hand simply squeezed tighter on her shoulder and hand. God, why won't you just leave me to die in peace, you stupid jackass? Toba's still alive. Shiho felt her body lock up. Had he really? Wah. He's missing, but alive. I met Uchiha Itachi a while ago, and he told me so. Shiho swallowed heavily, feeling the lump build in her throat. She didn't know whether to be overjoyed or terrified. On one hand, it meant that she could finally get her revenge and be at peace. On the other, the madman that was Toby was still on the loose and her instincts told her to stay as far away from that hellish power as possible. There are lots of reasons for you to keep living, she barely heard Naruto say as she snapped herself from her thoughts. Just don't let your revenge be the only one. Shiho felt his fingers falter on her collarbone and limply trace over her shoulder as his arm fell to his side, and she could have cried at the relief as he did the same with her hand. As she cradled her bruising left hand in her right, the ex-cryptologist looked up at the suddenly silent Uzumaki. His eyes were overshadowed by his hair again, but she could see no tears. Only cold, hard determination. His eyes were solid and steely, like two narrow pools of ice, and his twitching upper lip gave a glimpse at his gritted teeth. I have a score to settle with Toby as well, he ground out, fingers clenching into fists at his sides. Just like you, I've lost a lot to him as well. He's killed my friends, my teachers. Even my parents. Shiho bit back a gasp. It was no secret that Uzumaki Naruto was an orphan, and it shouldn't really be a surprise to think that even orphans must have had parents at some point. But for them to be killed by the same man that stole the lives of everyone you knew. Shiho nodded slowly to herself. Her slender fingers brushed against Naruto's balled fist and gently eased the fingers apart, sliding her soft skin over his calloused palm. Naruto barely flinched as she wrapped her hand around his comfortingly. Well, if I'm going to continue traveling with you, she began, rubbing the pad of her thumb soothingly over the back of Naruto's hand. He looked up at her words, eyes awash with confusion. Then we might as well look for Toby together, Naruto blinked slowly, but didn't say a word. Shiho smiled. You can't just forgive and forget your way through life, Naruto. Sometimes, people need to pay for what they've done. You never know, maybe a little vengeance might do you good. She took his hand in both of hers and shook it emphatically, while the blonde just stared at her dumbly. Guess this means we're partners, huh? I'll do my best, so you'd better make sure to do the same. Naruto nodded, and a moment later jerked to life as he shook himself out of his stupor. He glanced at the descending ball of golden orange over the horizon, soon to be eclipsed by the tall grasses, and frowned. It's almost sundown, he grunted. I'd better get a move on if I'm gonna win this damn hunt. He pulled away from Shiho and moved to race off into the grass, pulling both Aoshira and Sasuke's kusanagi from their respective sheaths and gripping them at his sides. Shiho shook her head and laughed, leaping after him. You're still worried about that, she called in mirth, struggling to keep up with the seasoned shinobi. You're just as much a child as I'd imagined. The two sped across the plains, Shiho watching in no small amount of awe as Naruto dispatched countless fiends without breaking a sweat, especially after the battle she just witnessed, both ignorant of the blinking green sphere floating along behind them in its silver cradle. What are you doing? The individual in question was perched atop a wooden crate, his knees drawn up near his chest, while he shielded his eyes from a sun that had long since set. His sole remaining eye blinked owlishly as he returned his companion's stern look. I'm trying to get a good look at that guy, would I think I was doing? Gippal hopped down and leant against the crate, crossing his arms. I've never seen that guy before, he said, gesturing to his unwitting quarry. How about you? He doesn't look familiar, Barreleye returned. But that's not really surprising. No one can say they've met everyone in Spira, it just doesn't happen. True, but no one gets to fourth place in this thing without making a name for themselves first, you know? Barreleye inclined his head in agreement, though reluctantly. He couldn't fault that kind of logic. He hadn't heard of someone getting such a high rank in the fiend hunt without first having garnered some renown amongst the general populace as a fighter with a moderate level of skill. But the man, boy, really, Gippal's prey looked like he was only in his late teens, was an unknown. He'd appeared from nowhere. So, Barreleye asked, gesturing for his comrade to continue. So what if you've never seen him? Don't tell me your pride's hurting because a kid like that almost beat you. TCH. Gipal scoffed. No, I'm just curious, that's all. I mean, aren't you? Barreleye closed his eyes and let his head drop a little. I suppose I am a little curious myself, he drawled, opening one eye and fixing it on the blonde. The actual recordings of the hunt were off limits to the contestants and spectators alike. Only the judges had access to them. But for a kid with a couple of battered old swords to run in and not only not get his head bitten off without a moment's notice, but to beat his fellow crusaders, and almost Gipal, it was preposterous. But he trusted that Muju knew what he was doing and the decision was just and fair. If anything, that only made the situation even more interesting. He also found it hard not to notice the kid in fourth place exchanging a slew of suspicious looks with Lady Yuna. It was difficult to miss her among the crowd, considering she was flanked by a near 7-foot-tall Ronso and Sir Orin, who cast an impressive countenance himself. Forget about him. Nujay's deep baritone sheared through the mist of his thoughts like the sharpest of blades. Behind the pair of them, the tallest of their group rose from his seated position and started off walking in the opposite direction of where the boy was receiving his congratulations from fellow contestants. We still have a job to do. We can't afford to tarry here any longer. Barreleye nodded in understanding and followed after with a stern look at Gipal. The Al-Baid clicked his tongue in irritation as his companions carried on without. His eyes lingered on his fellow blonde for a moment longer until he too followed after Nuj and Barreleye, leaving the fiend hunt behind in silence. Congrats, brudda, Waka lauded, clapping a hand down on Naruto's shoulder. His body shook with the impact, but he smiled abashedly nonetheless. Hey, I didn't do all that great, he effaced. I didn't win, did I? I only came fourth. That in itself is quite the achievement, Lusu retorted, disallowing the blonde's modesty. For someone so young to achieve such a high ranking is almost unheard of, especially considering you can't have had a great deal of combat training yourself. Sir Lusu's right. Gata cried exuberantly. Those three that beat you were all crusaders, and pretty good ones too. If you'd managed to come even higher than them, then Maester Kinnock would be after you in a heartbeat. These praises meant nothing to him, unfortunately. All this talk of crusaders and maesters was beyond him. He had no knowledge of the system that Yevon operated under, and he really didn't care that much. If they wanted to think he was a battle prodigy, then let them. It wasn't as if he could tell them where he'd learned to fight, after all. I mean, even Sir Waka only came in 9th, and he's been a guardian for a while. The sight of Waka doubling over in defeat as that cruel blow slammed into him brought a small smirk to Naruto's face. It was only logical that Waka wouldn't do as well, though. He was a support fighter at his core. How much damage could one really do with a thrown blitzball? Which reminds me, Lusu cut in. I believe we had a wager, didn't we? Oh, don't worry about that, Naruto assured him. It was just for fun, right? It would be dishonorable not to give you what you deserve, Sir Naruto. You did come in 4th, while I was 4th, and Gata was 7th. You won fair and square. The Crusader captain gestured to his underling. Give him his winnings. Gata grabbed at Naruto's wrist and forced a green-blue sphere not unlike the ones he'd seen nestled inside the ARC spheres into his palm. It glowed with an ethereal light, and little specks of color darted around inside of it like tiny fish in a bowl. This sphere's used by the Crusaders to help with combat training, and each one's got a different lesson. This one's on advanced swordsmanship, Gata explained, pointing out a set of small controls on the sphere's outer ring. You've done well thus far, but only because you've been using such a small weapon, Lusu continued, eyeing where Aoshira and Kusanagi were sheathed together. I noticed you picked up a new sword. Something that size will require a bit more finesse to wield properly. You'll only end up tiring yourself out if you swing it around wildly. A look of thought flashed across his face, and his hand delved into a pouch at his belt and returned with a thin silver chain hanging from his fingertips. You beat both of us, which I wasn't expected at all. So here, an extra prize. I found it in a store in Lucca, and, well, I suppose it called to me. This wasn't part of our agreement, Naruto tried to rebuke, but the words died in his throat when Lusu tossed him the chain and he caught it in his right hand, feeling the silver pendant between his fingers. It shimmered in the light as if it were liquid, and despite being entirely metallic it barely weighed anything, But that wasn't what halted him. The pendant was dangerously spiky, each of its 3 points curling around like a fishhook, and was shaped like the letter J. It was Jecht's symbol, his surrogate father's symbol. He wanted to refuse, to send the pendant away. He wanted nothing to do with the memory of that man. That man who had, for the first few years of his second life, been the father he'd always dreamed of but never had, but had frittered the life he had with his wife and adopted son on alcohol. And for what? Because he was fed up of his life of fame and luxury? His fingers clenched around the sharp pendant hard enough for them to dig into his flesh, with half a mind to crush the offending item altogether, but he relented. He released his grip, taking up the thin chain and hanging it around his neck next to the emerald jewel of the Shodem. He gave his thanks to Lusu with a silent nod, and walked away without another word. Why'd you accept it? Why didn't you give it back? Because Jecht is the reason I'm still alive. If it weren't for him, I'd probably have died the day I showed up in Xanarkand, Naruto answered automatically, not really caring who he was talking to. And, because I hate the kind of man he is. The kind of man that would waste everything he had. A loving family, a celebrity blitzer's reputation, everything, because he thought that he had it hard. You're just like he said you'd be, Shiho laughed, walking beside him. Shikamaru always said that you hated it when people acted like they'd had a rough time and got all mopey and angsty, because no matter what you knew you'd had it harder and still managed to smile through it. She fell silent for a moment, hesitant. That was what happened with Sasuke, wasn't it? Naruto didn't answer verbally. His increased stride and stiff facial expression, however, told her quite effectively that this conversation was as good as over. The situation likely couldn't have been more awkward if she'd tried. After the exchange at the Fiend Hunt's final ceremony, the group had returned to Rin's travel agency in silence. No sooner had they stepped through the front door than Naruto was tossing coin to the Albaid proprietor and heading up the staircase to his room. Yuna herself wasn't entirely sure what had gone on, except that whatever it was, it had involved Lusu in some way and, apparently, the doctor. The doctor who had become exceedingly friendly with Naruto ever since he'd returned from the plains. Of course, Yuna would never say that she was jealous. Oh no, it wasn't proper for a summoner to actively pursue a relationship with a man, especially not one of her own guardians. It would only lead to more problems when, later down the road. Besides, she couldn't say that she'd even known him that long, a couple of weeks maybe. She quite neatly skirted around the fact that the doctor herself had known him for even less than that. She couldn't explain it. It was something of a feeling. Ever since that fateful day that Naruto had burst into the cloister of trials and faced her, she knew there was something special about him. Maybe it was because he'd been able to hold off a simultaneous assault from both Lulu and Kamari, or maybe because he'd had the gall to go against Yevon's teachings and breach the cloister when he'd learned that she might be in danger. There was no doubt that the latter notion had a certain air of romance to it. A ruggedly handsome and godly powerful man spurning the overbearing edict of the church for the sake of a girl he had never so much as laid eyes on, throwing himself into untold peril to ensure her safety above all else. It was a fairy tale plot if ever she'd heard one. In the issue at hand, however, such romantic ideals were not helping at all, for that same man was sitting beside her, on a cliff top overlooking the vast blue oceans that glimmered with little flashes of orange light in the beautiful sunset, surrounded by flowers. Another fairy tale situation. It didn't help that this man was still remaining stoically silent, and she didn't think she had it in her to ask about what had happened earlier. It was obviously something very personal, and she really hadn't known him very long. Pretty. Scarlet flared in her cheeks. Huh. She squeaked timidly, mismatched eyes thrown wide like a frightened hare. Why had he thrown that compliment out so carelessly, without any indication as to what he was referring to? Was he talking about her, or that doctor, or what? The sunset. It looks really pretty. With a deep, relieved sigh, Yuna forced down the blush across her nose and forced herself to look away and off into the distance. Indeed, it was a very picturesque scene. The sun's amber rays struck the rippling ocean waves and cast an array of multicolored lights against the cliff face, and the aging ruins of ancient Machina stood fast and firm against the tide as the dying sunlight colored their millennial rust a dark coppery brown. It truly was a picturesque scene. If anything, though, that realization made the whole thing that much harder to stomach. To have such a stunning backdrop while sitting with a boy was not something Yuna could say she'd done, especially not one she already sorta kinda maybe liked. Boys of her age were in short supply back in Besaid. Well, Just about everything was in short supply in Besaid. It was one of the smallest settlements in Spira, and many a debate had been had in Bevel about why such an insignificant, out-of-the-way location had such a prominent landmark as a Temple of Yevon. It was somewhat offensive that they referred to her home as insignificant, but there was little she could do to change that. Yuna shook her head feverishly, trying to rid herself of those thoughts. It wouldn't do to become so sidetracked. What if Naruto had tried to speak to her, and she hadn't noticed because she was too busy pondering the reputation of her home? That wouldn't be good at all. Finally, Yuna nodded her head in agreement. Indeed, it was very pretty. I wish I could live in a place like this, said Yuna, smiling peacefully. It would be so nice, to live with a smile on my face every day. Well, you can, right? Just after you beat Sin? Yuna's smile faded, and the corners of her mouth took a sour turn. But then a new Sin will be born anyway. She heard the sharp intake of air, not quite a gasp, as Naruto registered that information. Of course, he hadn't known up until now, but he had to have suspected, right? He'd known that Sin had been defeated by the joint efforts of her father, his father, and Sir Orin 10 years ago, and yet Sin was still terrorizing the shores of Spira today. He had to have realized that Sin would regenerate, no matter how many times the final summoning sent it away. Every time a summoner defeats Sin, there is a time of peace called the calm. It lasts until Sin reappears. I thought it was a little weird. Didn't make much sense until now, Naruto replied. Please, don't say it isn't worth it. Even for a little while, people can sleep in their beds without being afraid. That kind of time is worth anything. Hey, I believe you. If there was even a little chance of sending Sin away for just a little while, then I'd stop at nothing to go through with it. And if that does happen, then you can beat it again, can't you? Yuna was pleased to hear him say such inspiring words, but her mood dropped even further. I only wish I could. If anyone could do it, you can. I haven't seen a better summoner than you. A small smirk twitched at the corner of her mouth. He'd been in Spira for all of 3 weeks. How many summoners did he think he'd seen? Still, the praise was more than welcome, and she didn't even try to hide the soft red tint on her cheeks that such an embarrassing outburst had brought on. She edged closer a couple of inches, then fell still. Yuna, why does Sin keep coming back? Sin is our punishment for our vanity, she answered formally, as if it were scripted. She'd been explaining that very concept to the children of Besaid since she herself was old enough to understand Yevon's teachings. It will not go away until we've atoned. He didn't seem satisfied with the answer at all. A strange cross between a pout and a frown crossed his face, and he looked as if he were deep in thought. Atonement, huh? He spat the word, as if it were a curse. What did people do that was so bad in the first place? Yuna started to speak, but the words died as she realized that she didn't really have an answer. The teachings dictated that it was the overuse of Machina that had sent Spira into the downward spiral it was trapped in today, but was that really such a bad thing? That people used machines that made their lives easier? It sounded bitter. It's strange, she whispered, barely loud enough to hear. Ever since I was a little girl, I've never questioned anything I was told. But when you ask me what was so bad, I can't answer that. There are many things I don't know about the world. Then I guess that makes 2 of us, Naruto laughed, lying back against the grass with his arms crossed behind his head. Should you really be thinking like that, though? Isn't it against Yevon, or something like that? A mischievous grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. Such thinking is very unbecoming of a summoner, he wheezed anciently. Yuna stifled a laugh behind her hand, but couldn't help the bright smile that followed. You're terrible, she cried, but, you're right. I'll face it later. After we beat Sin, Naruto agreed. When you've got nothing else to worry about. The thoughtful look returned, and he bit his lip. Hey, Yuna. How are you supposed to defeat Sin, anyway? I mean, we've fought some pretty big things already, but Sin's on a whole nother level as far as I can tell. With the final summoning, she answered formally. Another question she'd been answering for as long as she could remember. It's the only way to defeat Sin. With it, I can call the final Eon, and complete my pilgrimage. The faith of the final summoning lies in the far north, waiting to greet the summoners who've made it that far. At the end of the world, in Zanarkand, Chapter 12, Insomniac. As the pinkish light of the early morning sun filtered through the windows of the travel agency, Naruto laid on his bed, wide awake. A few hours must have passed since he'd awoken, when the sky was still black and dotted with stars, but he'd found it utterly impossible to fall asleep again. What Shiho had said haunted him. He wished it didn't, that he could forget she ever mentioned it, but that denial only made the feeling worse. Why was he so adverse to the thought that there might be people like Sasuke in this world? Why did he think that there was no way that Spira could be anything like his home? There was reason in his world, for one. There were so many things in Spira that he couldn't for the life of him begin to explain or understand. What was magic? What was sin, really? Why did Yevon oppose the Albaid? Why, if he had been Yuna's father's guardian, did Jekt become sin? And how? None of it made any sense whatsoever. Back in Konoha, people fought for one of 5 reasons: anger, vengeance, pride, protection and power. Sure, those reasons might not have been very good ones, but at least they were there. At least there was an explanation, no matter how simple or base, for why things happened the way they did. But here, it was like things just happened, that he should just accept things as they came, and that unnerved him somehow. Was he supposed to just accept that the same could become of Jekt, a man who ruined himself with a potent mixture of anger and arrogance plus a far more than healthy helping of alcohol, as Sasuke, a boy who had had his entire family stolen from him by the hand of his older brother and the order of his village's government? It was ridiculous. It was as if this crazy, messed up place they called Spira had taken the rules of his own world and thrown them so massively out of whack that they barely even resembled themselves anymore. He pushed himself up into a sitting position. The sunlight was slowly growing stronger as it rose over the horizon, and the slight chill of the night air was slowly being replaced with the summery highroad's natural warmth. Out of the 4 beds in the room they'd rented, only 2 were occupied, his own and Waka's. The older man was sprawled haphazardly across the bed, sheets in a tangle around his limbs, and he snored like a motor engine. Naruto stifled a snort behind his hand. That was how he used to sleep, and if he had looked even half as ridiculous doing so, then he'd understand why Sakura kept laughing at him. Oren and Kamari, on the other hand, were nowhere in sight. This wasn't so much of a surprise, really. Neither of them seemed to be the type who'd waste time sleeping. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he stood and stretched out his tired muscles. There was no point in him staying, either. He wasn't going to get any more sleep, not with his mind in such tumult and the morning so close, so he crept to the door and slid it back, slipping silently out into the hallway without even a peep from Waka. "You should be resting." Naruto nearly jumped into the air when the voice sounded behind him just as he was sliding the bedroom door back into place. He turned, and who would be standing behind him, hawkish amber eyes trained on Naruto in silent accusation, but the towering Ronso himself. Kamari was leant against the opposite wall, his muscle-bound arms crossed over his chest and lance held tightly in the crook of his elbow, just outside the door to the girls' room. "I'm fine, really. The hunt wasn't that tiring." It was true. Apart from his bout with the fiend Sasuke, the fiend hunt had been a walk in the park, and any injuries or fatigue he might have accrued against Sasuke were quickly done away with. Kamari, on the other hand, didn't seem half as convinced. His eyes seemed to glow as they bored into Naruto, and in silence the Ronso stared until Naruto just had to ask, "What?" That was not what Kamari meant, he growled, his tone strangely sage-like. "Body may heal, but mind is not always so strong." Naruto blinked, stunned. He was still getting used to Kamari speaking to him at all, if he were perfectly honest, so hearing the Ronso say something so profound and deep, well, it was perhaps more than our favorite blonde was prepared to deal with. So he didn't. He nodded curtly, flashed a nervous smile, and uttered a quick, "I'll keep that in mind," before heading down the stairs and, crossing the lobby in a few long strides, walking out the door. With each step, he felt Kamari's eyes on him until finally the walls did not permit him to watch any further, and only when he threw open the double doors and took a stride into the morning air did he take a deep, liberating breath and let his eyelids flutter shut as the breeze hit him. "You're troubled," he heard Kyuubi chime in. A smile broke across Naruto's face. Though she tried to sound tough, she couldn't mask the worry in her voice, nor in her emotions which beat against the barrier between their 2 consciousnesses like a raging whirlwind. "Tell me what's wrong." "There's nothing wrong," he lied terribly, stretching out for a second time. "You worry too much." "With you, I can't do much else," she drawled. "How can you expect me not to worry about you when you refuse to tell me the truth, Naruto-kun? Haven't I earned that much?" It's not a question of earning or deserving. There's really nothing wrong, so stop trying to invent a problem. Oh. The sound was short and quiet, even in the silence of his mind. It spoke volumes of sadness, disappointment, and hurt. Plenty of hurt. I understand. I won't bother you about it anymore. The connection went eerily silent, and it was with a horrible pang that he realized that Kyubi had forcibly cut off communication. She'd done that very thing only a few times in the past, and each time spelled untold amounts of trouble. It meant that he'd done something so very bad that had hurt her so very much that she'd actually want to stop talking to him. In truth, he knew for a fact that there was nothing she enjoyed more than spending time talking with him, something which, he admitted, he hadn't been doing enough of since arriving in Spira. Not that there was much else she could do inside the seal. A thunderous crash, coupled with a hellish roar, tore him from his thoughts. There was someone running toward him at high speed. A woman with short black hair and red armor. She was yelling and waving her arms, but he couldn't hear her over the roaring and the ringing in his ears. What he did know, however, was that there was something large and black rushing up behind her, and it was going to hit her if she didn't move. He didn't have time to yell, "Move," it would have caught her already. He did the only thing he could think of. He ran towards her, grabbing the closest of his blades in his left hand and wrenching it free from its sheath in one move and throwing out his right arm in another. Mid-step he caught the woman around her stomach and spun, forcing his feet through the dirt even as the earth's friction threatened to halt him. Now that he had her back to him, Naruto pulled the girl flush against his chest and ducked, throwing them both to the ground, while simultaneously lashing wildly with whatever weapon he had managed to pull. The blade jarred in his hand, and a grin flickered across his cheeks as another roar rang out, this one more pained. A moment later, as the black thing reared back away from Naruto, a stampede of the same yellow creatures he'd seen on the ship to Kilika raced toward him and his new charge, screaming their lungs raw as they fled from whatever was attacking them. The birds ignored the two humans as they hurried past, but Naruto grabbed hold of one that was fitted with a saddle and hefted himself and the woman up as it ran, quickly pulling harshly on its reins to steady it. The chocobo struggled, but Naruto's grip was strong and firm, and soon it had no choice but to turn at his command to face whatever danger it had been running from. The monster was climbing over the travel agency's roof, grappling its pointed spire with one of its enormous, curled hands. That was what had nearly killed the girl that clutched onto him as he steered the chocobo back toward the travel agency with his blade still in hand. He noticed with a triumphant smirk that its free hand, the same hand that he had slashed, was noticeably damaged, an ugly charred scar across the leathery skin of its sloth-like fingers. He looked down at the blade in his hand. Kusanagi. It wasn't Aoshira, like he'd thought. It made some measure of sense, though. He knew for a fact that Aoshira was just an ordinary blade with no special properties. Kusanagi, on the other hand, felt warm in his hand, as if he were gripping a limb rather than a hilt. It pulsed with familiar chakra, and as he tried to push his own, wind-natured chakra into its length, it sparked and spat in protest. Whether the blade had some level of sentience somehow and it simply didn't accept Naruto as its new wielder, or it literally contained Sasuke's spirit and chakra, he would never know. What he did know was that he was going to make the most of what he had. It wasn't as if he was unable to use lightning-natured chakra, anyway. With a throaty growl, he generated the necessary energy in his palm and forced it through the blade, delighting when it lit up in a storm of electricity, and charged the monster fast and low as it leapt from the building's roof into the chocobo paddock, grappling with the bird under him to keep it on course. Like a jousting knight, he held Kusanagi high and thrust it forward like a lance, willing its point to extend just like he'd seen Sasuke do all those years ago. Kusanagi leapt out at the chocobo eater and its deadly tip rammed itself into the hard, leathery skin of its arm, spearing through its flesh like so much tissue paper. The fiend roared in pain and thrashed wildly, shattering the Chidori Iso, but the damage was already done, shown by the burnt black flesh around the penetrating wound. Naruto pulled back sharply on the chocobo's reins, forcing it into a skid, and thankfully fell just short of the eater's wide swipe at its attacker. From that point on, however, the chocobo eater wasn't taking any chances. It outright refused to allow Naruto an inch more ground, keeping him and his steed at bay with blind swings that would knock the blonde clean off his chocobo if he got within range of them. If he stopped for even a second to perform another Chidori Iso, it would rush him, and with it flailing around so much, there was no guarantee the next one would hit anyway. The two, man and fiend, were at an unfortunate stalemate. Naruto's salvation came in the form of a flying blitzball. The blue sphere flew over the creature's shoulder, missing its head by inches, and ricocheted off its claw with enough force to give the fiend pause. That was all the time he needed. Like a bolt of lightning, Naruto and the chocobo charged forward, raising Kusanagi once more. But instead of readying another Chidori Iso, Naruto attempted another tactic, and forced fire-natured chakra into the blade instead. Just as he predicted, a wash of orange flame leapt from its edge and latched onto the eater's thick skin, filling the air with the acrid stench of burning flesh. The beast gave another ear-splitting shriek and waved its arms about furiously, so Naruto gave his mount the order to about face and headed back to the relative safety of the travel agency, where he could see the rest of his team beginning to gather. Waka, having retrieved his ball, scratched his head sheepishly. "Now I know I can count you," Oren spat dryly, hefting his katana onto his shoulder with one arm. Waka groaned, rolling out his shoulders tiredly. Gimme a break. I just woke up, yaw. It was your idea to help the kid fight that thing. If you're always going to be so groggy, just stay awake." Enough arguing, Naruto ordered sternly, earning himself a plethora of odd looks from his party. He leant back in his saddle and helped the woman in his arms down to the ground, before turning to face the chocobo eater with a determined flare in his eyes. "Look after her, right? I'm taking this thing on, so if you don't want to help, then get the hell out of my way." He heard a pair of gasps behind him, but he daren't look back. The eater had calmed down now, and its eyes were solely on Naruto now. The animalistic fury from before was gone, replaced with a focused, all-consuming rage. It was coming for him, and looking at the grotesque burn across its chest, the blonde couldn't say he blamed it. If that were him, he shook off the thought, shifting Kusanagi over to his right hand and looping the chocobo's reins twice around his left wrist before reaching back and retrieving Aoshira from his waist. His tactical mind was in a whir. The burn across its chest, the one caused by the Kaiden Jutsu, had done far more damage than the two Raiden Jutsu combined, so he could safely say that this monster had a weakness to fire. Peppering it with small fire from Kusanagi and quickly darting away to avoid its claws could work, but he'd rather wrap this up quickly, not to mention he wasn't sure of the limits of his chocobo. If the bird gave out before he did, he wasn't sure he had the reflexes to dodge another attack. He looked at the swords in his hands, and a grin came to him. He pushed the chocobo into a run to the chocobo eater's right and began to circle around, flipping Aoshira over in his hand. Predictably, the eater followed Naruto with its eyes as he flanked the fiend, its feet forming small shockwaves as it spun on the spot to keep up with the chocobo. Faster and faster it began to run in a narrow circle around the eater, just outside of the range of its arms, until finally, when its legs were struggling to move fast enough to keep its eyes on Naruto and his feathered friend, Naruto's hand slipped free of the chocobo's reins and he leapt from its back with all his might, sailing right over the disoriented eater's head. With Aoshira in a reverse grip, he crossed his hands over one another and pumped chakra into his palm, preparing for the inevitable backlash as he called out his technique. Futon. Tenren, wind release. Orchid tempest. Swirling winds kicked up from between his fingers and weaved together in raging tornado that slammed down into the chocobo eater's head. Because of its position, however, it was little more than an annoyance, and the only noticeable reaction was that the fiend bent its knees a little more to account for the strain of the hurricane beating down on it. That was just fine, though, thought Naruto as he drew his hand back from the Tenren and let the tornado continue on its merry way, readying his next attack. With his right hand gripping Kusanagi's hilt so tightly that his knuckles burned white against his skin, he charged the blade with even more chakra and swung it heavily at the eater's skull. The blade burst into violent violet flames, flickering and flashing even as Naruto swept them through the air, letting them loose in a smooth, curved arc of contained heat that tore through the center of the twister like a rocket. The purple flames caught on the spiraling winds and, like a vision of hell on earth, the entire tornado ignited in the same amaranthine fire, ripping and tearing at the chocobo eater like a living creature. Kaiden. High-end fire release, abolishing flames. Naruto's body twirled in an almost hypnotically graceful, if upside-down dance, and when his feet touched the ground they did so without so much as a sound. No dust was kicked up, and Naruto's breath wasn't any heavier, so the only evidence that anything had transpired at all was the scorched ground, the suspicious absence of any chocobos save for Naruto's, and the dying screams of the chocobo eater as its body was reduced to a smoldering pile of bone and ash. With the same undeniable elegance, Naruto rose from the slight crouch he'd landed in and threw back his head, sweeping a few stray locks of blonde away from his eyes. A smile cut across his face like a brilliant white tear in a tan canvas as he spun on his heels and bowed flamboyantly to those gathered who, for the most part, were staring at him gobsmacked. Kamari and Oren's natural stoicism were to be expected, but he considered it a small victory that even Lulu's mouth was open in a silent gasp. "Morning, all," he greeted with a cheeky grin. "Good to see you're all up and raring to go." What was that?" Lulu's voice came out as a dry rasp. Her eyes were focused not on Naruto but on the blackened stain that used to be a chocobo eater as the high-level fiend was reduced to ash by Naruto's Harem. Oh, that? Well, you know me. I woke up a little early and decided to get a workout in." Suddenly he was met with a thick, stout finger in his face, quivering in accusation. "No," Waka yelled indignantly. "Stop actin' like stuff like that's just okay. Yeah. No normal guy can do the crap you do. Only, like, the high-ups in the Crusaders could take down something that big so quick. I think you may be overestimating our abilities." The girl in red had recovered quickly, it seemed, as she rose to her feet and dusted off her scarlet armor, turning to Naruto with an appreciative gaze. "My name is Elma, and I'm a lieutenant with the Chocobo Knights. We're a group of crusaders that care for and battle alongside chocobos, much like you did just now, and I must say, I've never seen anyone fight quite like you." "What can I say? I'm full of hidden talents," Naruto replied, crossing his arms behind his head leisurely. Elma laughed and shook her head, before bowing respectfully, her hand on the pommel of the sword sheathed at her hip. "So I see," she murmured. "I understand that you're one of Lady Yuna's guardians? Maesters Kinnock and Seymour would appreciate it very much if you were to visit the Mushroom Rock Road soon. Their lordships are very eager to meet you, Lady Yuna." Yuna blushed abashedly, but it went completely unnoticed, for the knight had already turned back to Naruto with an odd gleam in her eye. "And as for you," she continued, chewing a little on her bottom lip, "if you're ever in need of a little honest work, then swing by. The Chocobo Knights could use someone like you." Elma bowed again, though her eyes never left Naruto's grin, and swung herself into the saddle of the chocobo that had returned to Naruto's side with a gentle trot after he had flung himself from its back. "I'd better be heading off myself. I'm supposed to report to Captain Lucille now that the fiend's been taken care of. Perhaps we'll meet each other again, at Mushroom Rock." The chocobo scratched at the dirt with dagger-like talons as though it were a bull preparing to charge, kicking up a thick cloud of dust behind the wide fan of its tail feathers, before both rider and steed lurched forward onto the highroad and took off to the northeast. Yuna fumed silently, though she wasn't entirely sure who she was angry at. Was it with Naruto, because he was apparently so very dense that he couldn't see the affection in Elma's gaze, nor the way she had so subtly suggested that he join her in the Chocobo Knights when he was supposed to be her guardian? Or was it with Elma herself, for doing all of those things before her very eyes? It seemed ridiculous even to her, but she actually leveled a glare on Elma's retreating back. Oh, she would go to Mushroom Rock Road all right, and Naruto would go with her every step of the way, but there would be hell to pay if Elma even thought of trying to steal him from her. "You okay, Yuna?" Naruto's warm, rough call echoed through her thoughts, and when she came to he was standing before her, eyeing her worriedly. "You look a little distracted." No, I'm fine," she stammered, waving his concerns with a hand. Naruto tilted his head sideways like a curious cat, before shrugging and turning away. "Elma, huh? She seemed nice. I guess not all of Yevon's full of grumpy old geezers." He laughed raucously, ignorant of the dark look that flashed across Yuna's eyes for an instant. "Well, we've wasted enough time here. We should probably get going, right guys? Don't want to keep the maesters waiting." "Why you gotta make fun o' dem, ya?" Waka moaned. "Ya supposed respect the maesters, you know. Dey're the only thing keepin' Spyra from fallin' apart." "Oh, that's rich," Shiho chimed in, snarling viciously at Waka with her hands placed firmly on her hips. Likely put there to keep her from throttling the poor man. "What have they done, huh? They're not summoners. They're not trying to keep Spyra safe from sin, are they? No. They're sitting on their goddamn asses up in Beville, safe from the fiends and the infighting, while the rest of us are dying like cattle. The cryptologist-turned-doctor spun furiously, the sole of her shoe driving a trench into the loamy soil, and strode back toward the travel agency with a dignified huff. Oh, and just so you know, she called back, sneering, Spyra managed itself just fine before the maesters came along. Naruto winced. So far Shiho had made it painfully clear that she was livid about what had happened to the old world, not that he blamed her, and she despised what that world had become in the 1,000 years or so since. And while he may share a great deal of that sentiment, it didn't mean he went around shouting about how he was over 1,000 years old. Leaving the others behind, he jogged after her, catching her just before she could storm up the stairs to their rented rooms. His hand closed around her wrist and she whirled, fixing him with a look that might have turned lesser men to stone. What? The blonde withered under her stare and the serpentine hiss with which she spoke. Immediately, he raised his hands before him in defense, a sheepish grin across his face. I just wanted to check if you were okay, and, ask you to tone down on the whole. We're from a world in the past that nobody else knows about thing. He laughed awkwardly when Shiho's eyes narrowed dangerously behind her glasses. I'm not telling you what to do, or anything. It's just that, well, that's the kind of thing that'll get a person thrown in an institution. And, she asked quite seriously, why would that make me any different from the millions of other lunatics on this god-forsaken planet? She made to move, but Naruto's fingers dug further into her wrist, just as they had yesterday, and her gaze returned to Naruto's concerned frown. Why are you so upset? He asked, watching the anger melt away from Shiho's features, replaced for an instant with pure, unmitigated surprise, before all the rage and fury returned twofold, her face burning scarlet. Why am I upset? Why are you not upset? She shrieked, throwing her arms to her sides. You can't possibly expect me to believe that you're okay with this situation. Didn't you dream of being Hokage? Didn't you want to protect the people of Konoha until your dying breath? So why are you trying so hard to fit into this hell? I can't love both Konoha and Spyra, Naruto retorted, his tone strained. He was beginning to lose what little patience he had developed over the years at Shiho's baseless spite for Spyra as a whole. It didn't make any sense. What was wrong with trying to get on with his new life? Did she expect him to waste his time mourning the loss of his old world when he could be helping the new one? No, she yelled back, as though she thought it obvious. That would imply that this godforsaken place has some kind of redeeming quality, but as it stands I can't find a single one. All people do is fight with each other, and for what? How they choose to die? It's absolutely ridiculous. Shiho cast her eyes to the floor, and her tone grew a little softer. Don't you miss Konoha? Don't you miss all your friends, and the times you shared together? Don't you wish with all your heart that those days could come again? Of course I do. Shiho looked up at him, and saw how his brow furrowed in a frown. I miss all of my friends. I miss Sakura, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, Neji, Lee, Tenten, Gaara, Kakashi-sensei, Ba-chan, Sai, Yamato Taicho, Iruka-sensei, and everyone. Then why, just because I miss them and I wish I could be with them again, doesn't mean that I shouldn't live just because they're not here. Naruto stepped past her and tread heavily up the stairs. The old world is gone. Shiho, he called back over his shoulder. It's been gone for 1,000 years. Everyone we knew has been dead a long time. There'll be no going back there, not for me. No matter how much I wish I could, there's nothing for me to go back to. So I'll make the best of the hand I've been dealt, and the new world I've found myself in. Everyone will just have to forgive me for moving on. Without any way of returning fire, Shiho stared dumbly after him. She watched his back as he retreated into the upper floor, her mouth opening and closing noiselessly. That's right, she thought. The differences were so vast that she could easily forget that Spyra and the elemental nations were one and the same. She had, in fact, forgotten. 1,000 years had passed since she had watched Tobi murder Shikamaru in front of her very eyes, so even if someone had survived the attack they might have died 10 times over of old age by now. For so long she had been all alone, and now she had Naruto by her side. The one person she could share her pain with, but he had made it abundantly clear that if she didn't change her attitude, even he might disappear. The terror of being alone all over again gripped her like claws of ice, and her eyes darted back to the stairwell where Naruto had vanished. She came to the horribly startling conclusion that while she may need him, if only to stave off the loneliness, he, on the other hand, did not need her. She would endeavor to change that. Aside from a colorful menagerie of fiends, particularly dingoes and raldos kept content with their steady diet of unwary travelers, the hills surrounding the northern parts of the Miihan High Road and Mushroom Rock are home to a variety of wildlife. The high population of ground-based fiends, coupled with the naturally mountainous terrain, has given rise to a number of interesting bird species found in few other places in Spira. One such creature is known as the pink mushroom onhinga. While its name may make it out to be little more than a children's tale, the pink mushroom onhinga is indeed very real. The bird is dart-like in appearance. It has a long, sleek body, a spear-like bill and a wide, fanning tail behind it. It stands around the size of a small dog, but extended its wings stretch to the height of a fully grown man. Its feathers are a bright, luminous pink except for those of its tail, which are a range of colors, though predominantly black, red and green. Its thin, needle-like beak is not outwardly dangerous, but it uses it to great effect when hunting prey by spearing them viciously and injecting them with a potent toxin from poison sacs in the roof of its mouth, which has the effect of speeding the heart of the creature to dangerous levels until it finally dies of myocardial infarction. Despite this rather brutal hunting method, the pink mushroom onhinga is much loved by the general populace for its uniquely beautiful appearance. On this day in particular, one such onhinga nested within a tree on the outskirts of the craggy Mushroom Rock Road. While the rest of its flock nested high in the hills, this lone bird took a silent vigil, for it was the leader of the flock. Every leader had a special accessory, a badge of honor, a crest of jet black feathers atop its head that bunched above its head into the general shape of a mushroom. To have such feathers was considered a sign of authority and strength, and this onhinga wore its mushroom with pride. It puffed out its rose-colored breast and gave a soft squawk. There was a rustle in the bushes below, but it was too small and too low to be of any threat to the onhinga. Content, the bird settled down in its tree, folding its wide wings at its sides comfortably as it resigned itself to the long haul. This is an outrage. The scream echoed through the trees and, had it not had such purchase on its branch, might have upset the onhinga and sent it tumbling through the air. But it quickly righted itself, its serpentine neck darting this way and that searching for the noisemaker. How dare you speak to a summoner in such a manner? The second shriek was just as terrifying as the first. This time, the onhinga didn't bother wasting time trying to find it. If it was even half as monstrous as it sounded, he certainly didn't want anything to do with it. With a powerful flap it took to the air, slipping away with an indignant squawk in the voice's general direction as it returned to its flock in the hills, ready to tell them the story of the monster with thunder in its voice. As soon as the sharp yell had left her lips, Dona had donned a grimace, her mouth a firm line. Her hips swayed to and fro like a pendulum as she grew increasingly irate, feet tapping irritably on the soft soil. Do you even understand the consequences of keeping me here? She spat venomously, delighting in the Crusader's uncomfortable flinch. I am a summoner. Every moment I waste here, sin is out there killing people. I'm well aware of that, ma'am. The Crusader gulped nervously, unnerved by the dangerous fiery flicker in Dona's dark eyes. But I'm on strict orders from both Maester Kinnock and Maester Seymour. Excepting authorized Crusaders, no one, not even summoners, is allowed access to the Mushroom Rock Road at this time. TCH. Dona scoffed angrily, turning on the ball of her foot. Barthelo, deal with this fool. The muscle-bound guardian stepped forward, flexing his powerful limbs, and Dona could feel the fear rolling off of the young warrior in waves. But she also noticed a contingent of Crusaders behind the guard, each strong, capable and far more experienced than this one, draw their swords in readiness to protect their comrade. She huffed and placed a slight hand on Barthelo's shoulder, forcing him to halt. Fine then, she drawled, looking from the squad to the lone guard. How long must we wait before we are allowed through? I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to divulge such information, ma'am. Hopeless. She yelled, turning back to the road. If she couldn't get through, then there was no point in even being here. She might as well return to the travel agency for all it was worth. But as she began to walk, she spied another, much larger group heading toward her. A cruel smirk tugged at the corner of her lip. It was that boy from Kilika. The one who had killed the Sinspawn. With movements as fluid as water she sidled up to the group and snagged the blonde with ease, wrapped herself around his arm like a second sleeve. She was pleasantly surprised by the strength she felt in his muscles, but she didn't dare let that deter her. "Well, hello there," she called out, pressing everything soft and supple into him. "Funny how we keep bumping into each other, isn't it?" The blonde gave her a dumb look. The other's looks were far more scathing. "Do I know you?" he asked. She faltered for a moment, but quickly regained her composure and smiled a sultry smile up at him. "We met in Kilika, don't you remember? You cleared out that big tree for me with your fire magic?" The boy put on a show of thinking hard, hand to his chin and everything, but when he was finished he looked just as lost as before. "Nope, sorry. Doesn't ring any bells. Could you let go of me now?" "Not just yet," she laughed nervously. If he didn't remember who she was, that made it a tad more difficult. But no matter, she still had her feminine wiles to work on him. "See, I've got a little problem, shall we say?" "There are people you can pay to take care of that," he replied, stone-faced. Dona's smile faded into a scowl for a split second, but she replaced it before he noticed. How dare he talk like that in front of her? "No, not like that. See that guard down there?" She pointed down the hill at the lone crusader standing at attention. "I've got a very important job to do, and he's not letting me past. But I really need to get through. Do you think you could, maybe, take care of that for me?" She pressed her body into his side and made a show of rubbing herself against his sculpted torso, a wicked smile on her face. "Pretty please? I'll make it up to you." "Sorry, but no," Naruto said flatly, and quite forcefully shoved Dona away. Truth be told, he did indeed remember the cruel, snobbish woman from Kilika Temple, and he remembered that he had no sympathy for that kind of person. He didn't want anything to do with the kind of person that pitched a fit when something wasn't done the way they wanted and tried to manipulate others into getting what they want. There was something so underhanded and dirty about it. So he left her on the side of the road and kept walking, much to the relief of the rest of his party. "I'm sorry, sir, but by order of the Council of Maesters access to the Mushroom Rock Road has been prohibited at this time." The guard piped up, quivering nervously. Naruto didn't blame him. If he was in the guard's shoes, even he would tremble when faced with Orin and Kamari's intimidating silhouettes. "Yeah, I heard. How come?" he asked casually, and he could see the youngster visibly relax. He wondered just how badly Dona had been laying into him for him to get so stressed. "I can't tell people, sorry. My commanding officer will have my head if I give out details of the operation." "Well, I guess it can't be helped then," Naruto sighed, shoving his hands in his pockets. "If we don't know why we're waiting, we can't change it." "Would it help if I told you to let me through?" Yuna chimed in, stepping through the protective shell her guardians had instinctively formed around her. "If I appealed directly to Maester Kinnock and Maester Seymour?" "I'm afraid not, miss," the guard stopped her. "I've been told not to let anyone through here, especially summoners. The Maester's orders." "Then a Maester should be able to rescind that directive, correct?" Naruto started at the sound. It was that voice again. That slimy, slithery tongue that reminded him so much of Orochimaru. And lo and behold, the tall slim build of Seymour Guado descended the hill with a divine grace, attended on either side by two full-blooded Guado servants. He regarded each guardian with a critical eye, all the while maintaining a serene smile, and finally his gaze landed on Yuna. Naruto had the urge to leap in front of her, to shield her from his poisonous eyes with his very body, but force of will kept him grounded. Seymour looked to the guard and smiled again. "I've returned from Luca," he explained. "Please have Maester Kinnock notified of my arrival." "Oh, of course, Maester, I'll make sure it's done straight away." "Hold." The long fingers of the Guado were raised in a flat palm, a silent message to stop. "I have a request. Lady Yuna and her guardians have a very important duty to fulfill, as you well know. I would have you let them through to the command center immediately. But Maester Seymour, Maester Kinnock, I will assume full responsibility." Seymour closed his eyes, and in that instant, with one hand raised and the other hidden within the folds of his robes, and a calm smile upon his noble face, the half-blooded Guado looked for all the world like an emaciated Buddha. Still, the guard had no choice but to nod his consent, and he waved his arm around wildly to signal for the gate to be let open. "I trust this resolves your dilemma, Lady Yuna?" Oh, yes. Thank you, Your Grace. Yuna scrambled to bow graciously, her hands twining together in the prayer. Seymour nodded deeply and stepped through the gate, followed by his attendants. I don't like him. Naruto looked to his side and saw Shiho had moved to his side, rubbing her arms as though she were cold despite the relatively warm climate. Something about him rubs me the wrong way. He feels like a snake in the grass. Glad it's not just me, Naruto muttered back, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. But I think that's an understatement.